Section 44 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, AD 1713 to 1789, Part 7. The death of Adolphus Frederick, which happened in the meantime, opened a new field for intrigue in the Diet, which was summoned on account of the accession of his son and successor, Gustavus III, February 12, 1771. This young prince at first interposed between the two parties with a view to conciliate them, but with so little success that it rather increased their animosity, until the Bonnets, who were supported by Russia and England, went so far as to resolve on the total expulsion of the Hats, not only from the Senate, but from all other places and dignities in the kingdom. Licentiousness then became extreme, and circumscribed as the royal power already was in the time of Adolphus Frederick. They demanded new restrictions to be imposed on his successor. The treaties that were projected with Russia and England were evidently the result of the system adopted by that faction, who had now seized the reins of government. In this state of affairs, the young king saw the necessity of attempting some change in the system of administration. His gentleness and eloquence, and his affable and popular manners, had gained him a number of partisans. He possessed in an eminent degree the art of dissimulation, and while he was making every arrangement for a revolution and concerting measures in secret with the French ambassador, he seemed to have nothing so much at heart as to convince the world of his sincere attachment to the established constitution. It is alleged that he had sent emissaries over the whole kingdom to stir up the people against their governors, and that he might have some pretext for calling out his troops. He induced Captain Helicreus, the commandant of Christianstadt in Beckington, to raise the standard of revolt against the states who still continued their sittings at Stockholm. That officer, known afterwards by the name of Gustav Scheld, or the Shield of Gustavus, published at first a kind of manifesto in which he reproached the states for their misconduct, which he showed to have been diametrically opposite to the public interest and the laws of the kingdom. Prince Charles, the king's brother, who was at that time at Landskrona in Schönen, being informed of the proceedings of the commandant of Christianstadt, immediately assembled the troops in the provinces and marched to that place with the intention, as is said, of stifling the revolt in its birth. The news of this insurrection spread consternation in the capital. The states were suspicious of the king, and took measures to prevent the ambitious designs which they supposed him to entertain. Helicreus was proclaimed a rebel by the Senate and guilty of high treason. They advised the king not to quit Stockholm, the command of which was entrusted to a senator, the Count of Calling, with the most ample powers. At length the regiment of Uppland, whose officers were devoted to the Senate, were ordered to the capital with the intention, as is supposed, of arresting the king. That prince then saw that he had no longer time to delay, and that he must finish the execution of the plan which he had proposed. On the morning of the 19th of August, the king presented himself to the troops, who mounted guard at the palace, and having assembled the officers, he detailed to them the unfortunate state of the kingdom as being the consequence of those dissensions which had distracted the Diet for more than 14 months. He pointed out to them the necessity of abolishing that haughtier aristocracy who had ruined the state, and to restore the Constitution to what it was before the Revolution of 1680, expressing at the same time his decided aversion for absolute and despotic power. Being assured of the fidelity of the guards, who were eager to take the oath of allegiance to him, he ordered a detachment to surround the council chamber where the senators were assembled, and put the leaders of the ruling party under arrest. The artillery and other regiments of guards having also acknowledged his authority, their example was soon followed by all the colleges, or public offices, both civil and military. The arrest against Helikius was revoked, and the regiment of Upland received orders to march back. These measures and some others were executed with so much skill and punctuality that the public tranquility was never disturbed, and by 5 o'clock in the evening of the same day, the revolution seemed to be accomplished without shedding a single drop of blood. Next day, the magistrates of the city took the oath to the king, and the assembly of the states was summoned to meet on the 21st. On that day, the king caused the palace to be surrounded by troops, and cannons to be pointed into the court opposite the chamber of the states. Seated on his throne, surrounded by his guards, the king opened the assembly by an energetic discourse which he addressed to the members, in which he painted in lively colors the deplorable state of the kingdom, and the indispensable necessity of applying some prompt remedy. The new form of government which he had prepared was read by his orders and adopted without opposition by the whole 4 orders of the kingdom. The king then drew a psalm book from his pocket, and taking off his crown began to sing Te Deum, in which he was joined by the whole assembly. Matters passed in the interior of the provinces with as little tumult and opposition as in the capital and principal cities. The king's brothers received in his name the oath of fidelity on the part of the inhabitants and the military. In virtue of this new form of government, all the fundamental laws introduced in 1680 were cancelled and abolished. The succession to the throne was restricted to males only. The lineal order and the right of primogeniture is settled by the Convention of 1743, and by the decree of the Diet of 1750 were confirmed. The king was to govern alone, according to the laws, and the Senate were to be considered as his counselors. All the senators were to be nominated by the king, and matters were no longer to be decided by a plurality of votes. The senators were simply to give their advice, and the decision belonged to the king. Courts of justice, however, were accepted. The chief command of all the forces in the kingdom, both by sea and land, and the supreme direction of the exchequer were conferred on the king. On the report of the Senate, he filled up all the high offices in the state, both military, civil, and ecclesiastical. He alone had the right of pardoning and of summoning the states, who could never assemble on their own authority, except in a case where the throne became vacant by the total extinction of the royal family in the male line. The duration of the diets was fixed for 3 months, and the king had the privilege of dissolving them at the end of that time. He could make no new laws, nor interpret the old ones, nor impose subsidies or assessments, nor declare war, without the advice and consent of the states. He was allowed, however, to levy an extraordinary tax in cases where the kingdom might be attacked by sudden invasion. But on the termination of the war, the states were to be assembled, and the new tax discontinued. All negotiations for peace, truces, and alliances, whether offensive or defensive, were reserved to the king, by whom they were to be referred to the Senate. If, in these cases, the unanimous voice of the Senate was opposed to that of the king, it became his duty to acquiesce in their opinion. Every Swedish citizen was to be judged by his natural judge. The king could attaint neither the life, honor, nor fortune of any citizen, otherwise than by the legal forms. All extraordinary commissions or tribunals were to be suppressed, as tending to establish tyranny and despotism. The Revolution of Stockholm, of which we have just now spoken, had nothing in common with that which happened at Copenhagen the same year, and which, without in any way affecting the constitution of the kingdom, merely transferred the reins of government from the hands of the reigning queen to those of the Queen Dowager. Footnote. It was in this revolution that Counts Struensee and Brandt were executed, the former being Prime Minister of Sweden. For the lives of these two persons, see Converts from Infidelity, Volume 2, by the translator of this work. End of footnote. In a remote corner of Europe, there existed an association of warriors, of a kind quite peculiar, namely, that of the Zaporog Cossacks, so called because they dwelt near the cataracts of the Dnieper, where they served as a military frontier, first to the Poles and afterwards to the Russians. The chief residence of these Cossacks was called Sesha. It contained a considerable mass of houses scattered and badly constructed, and had a small fort occupied by a Russian garrison. The position of Sesha had not always been the same, but it was ultimately fixed on the western bank of the Borysthenes, opposite Kamenor, Saturn, an ancient fortress of the Russians, and was called New Sesha. These Cossacks, known in Poland by the name of Hedemaks, and formidable by their incursions and their devastations, had adopted a republican form of government. Their capital was divided into 30 kurenis, or quarters. Every Cossack belonged to one of these kurenis. There he lodged when he stayed at Sesha, and was obliged to conform to its laws. All those who belonged to the same kureni formed, as it were, one and the same family. Like the ancient Spartans, they were nourished with the same food and ate at the same table. The overseer of each separate kureni was called Ataman, and the chief of all the kurenis, Karashwa Ataman. All the chiefs without distinction were elected by common consent, the Ataman by his own kureni, and the Koshevoi by the whole kurenis united. They were deposed whenever they became unpopular. The assemblies of Sesha were either ordinary or extraordinary, in that which was regularly held every year on the 1st of January. They made a formal division of the fields, rivers, and lakes among the kurenis. They made use of lots in order to avoid disputes, and they renewed them every year, that a favorable chance might be given to all the kurenis in succession. At that assembly they elected new chiefs if they happened to be discontented with the old ones. As for the extraordinary assemblies, they were held when it was in agitation to undertake a campaign, or to make an excursion, and generally on all occasions when the common interest seemed to require it. They had a judge and some other officers in Sesha. The judge never pronounced sentence except in affairs of little importance. Those which appeared more weighty required the intervention of all the chiefs. They would suffer no woman to remain in Sesha. Those who were inclined to marry were obliged to remove elsewhere. To keep up their numbers, the Zaporogs received deserters and fugitives from all nations. They were particularly careful to recruit their ranks with young boys, whom they kidnapped in their excursions, and brought them up according to their customs and manner of living. The Treaty of Androsov between Russia and Poland had left these Cossacks under the common protection of those two states. They preferred that of Russia, and were continued under the dominion of that power by the Peace of Moscow, being afterwards implicated in the revolt of Mazeppa. They put themselves under the protection of the Tartars of the Crimea after the Battle of Poltava, and transferred the capital of Sesha to the eastern bank of the Dnieper, nearer its mouth. Being discontented under the Tartars, who repressed their incursions, and often imposed exactions on Sesha, they took the resolution of putting themselves once more under the dominion of Russia, 1733. The Empress Anne confirmed them in their privileges, and furnished money to assist them in rebuilding their capital on the western bank of the Dnieper. As they continued, however, to commit robbery and plunder on the frontiers without intermission, and having neither friends nor allies, Catherine II resolved to annihilate this fantastic association. Besides their depredations, the Zaporogs were accused of having usurped possession of several countries between the Dnieper and the Bog, as well as of several districts which had at all times belonged to the Cossacks of the Don. What more particularly exasperated the empress against them was that, being so obstinately attached to their absurd form of government, they opposed every scheme to reform, the object of which was to make them live in regular society and in the bonds of matrimony, or to induce them to form themselves into regiments after the manner of the other Cossacks. They had also refused to send their deputies to Moscow, at the time when Catherine had sent for them from all parts of the empire for the formation of a new code of laws, and there was some reason to fear they might attempt to revolt on account of the changes which the empress proposed to make in the administration of the government. These and other considerations induced that princess to dispatch a body of troops against Sasha, 1775. The Zaporogs, attacked unawares and enclosed on all hands, saw themselves without the means of making the least resistance. Their capital was destroyed, and their whole tribe dispersed. Those who were not inclined to embrace another kind of life were sent back to their native towns and their respective countries. The succession of Bavaria reverted of right to the Elector Palatine, Charles Theodore, as head of the elder branch of Wittelsbach. That prince had on his side the feudal law of Germany, the Golden Bull, the Peace of Westphalia, and family compacts frequently renewed between the two branches of that house. All Europe was persuaded that, should the case so turn out, the rights of the Elector Palatine would be beyond all controversy. Meantime, the Elector Maximilian had scarcely closed his eyes when several pretenders appeared on the field to dispute the succession as his presumptive heirs. The Emperor Joseph II claimed all the fiefs of the empire, which his predecessors had conferred on the House of Bavaria, without expressly including the princes of the Palatine branch in these investitures. The Empress Maria Theresa, besides the fiefs of the Upper Palatinate, holding of the crown of Bohemia, demanded all the countries and districts of Lower and Upper Bavaria, as well as of the Upper Palatinate, which had been possessed by the princes of Bavaria Straubigen, who had become extinct in 1425. She also alleged a pretended investiture which the Emperor Sigismund had granted in 1426 to his son-in-law, Duke Albert of Austria. The Electress Dowager of Saxony, sister to the last Elector of Bavaria, thought herself entitled to claim the allodial succession, which he made out to be very extensive. Lastly, the Dukes of Mecklenburg brought forward an ancient deed of reversion, which their ancestors had obtained from the emperors, over the Landgraviate of Leuchtenberg. Before these different claims could be made known, the Austrian troops had entered Bavaria immediately after the death of the late Elector, and taken possession of all the countries and districts claimed by the Emperor and the Empress Queen. The Elector Palatine, intimidated by the Cabinet of Vienna, acknowledged the lawfulness of all the claims of that court by a convention which was signed at Vienna, January 3, 1778, but which the Duke of Deurpoint, his successor and heir presumptive, refused to ratify. That prince was supported in his opposition by the King of Prussia, who treated the pretensions of Austria as chimerical, and as being incompatible with the security of the constitution of the Germanic body. The king interposed in this affair as being a guarantee for the Peace of Westphalia, and a friend and ally of the parties concerned, who all claimed his protection. He demanded of the court of Vienna that they should withdraw their troops from Bavaria and restore to the Elector the territories of which they had deprived him. A negotiation on this subject was opened between the two courts, and numerous controversial writings were published, but the proposals of the King of Prussia not proving agreeable to the court of Vienna, the conferences were broken off about the end of June 1778, and both parties began to make preparations for war. It was about the beginning of July when the King of Prussia entered Bohemia through the county of Glatz and pitched his camp between Jaranitz and Königgrätz, opposite that of Emperor and Marshal Dan, from which he was only separated by the Elbe. Another army composed of Prussians and Saxons, and commanded by Prince Henry of Prussia, penetrated into Bohemia through Lusatia, but they were stopped in their march by Marshal Landau, who had taken up a very advantageous position and defeated all the measures of the Prince of Prussia. At length the Third Prussian Army marched into Austria and Silesia and occupied the greater part of that province. Europe had never seen armies more numerous and better disciplined, and commanded by such experienced generals, approach each other so nearly without some memorable action taking place. The Emperor and his generals had the good sense to act on the defensive, while the efforts of the King of Prussia to bring him to a general engagement proved altogether unavailing. This prince, who had lost a great many men by sickness and desertion, was compelled to evacuate Bohemia about the end of October, and his example was soon followed by his brother, Prince Henry. At the beginning of this first campaign, the Empress Queen, being desirous of peace, had sent Baron Thaget to the King of Prussia to offer him new proposals. A conference was agreed to take place at the convent of Brennau, August 1778, which had no better success than the preceding, on account of the belligerent disposition of the emperor, who was for continuing the war. At length the return of peace was brought about by the powerful intervention of the courts of Versailles and St. Petersburg. France, who was obliged, by the terms of alliance with Austria, to furnish supplies for the Empress Queen, could not in the present case reconcile this engagement with the interests of her crown, nor with the obligations which the Treaty of Westphalia had imposed upon her, with respect to the Germanic body. Besides, the war which had broken out between her and England on account of her alliance with the United States of America made her anxious for the restoration of peace on the continent, for avoiding everything which might occasion a diversion of her maritime forces. The Empress of Russia, who thought her glory interested, could not remain a quiet spectator of a struggle which, if prolonged, might set all Europe in a flame. She declared to the court of Vienna that in consequence of the ties of friendship and alliance which subsisted between her and the court of Berlin, she would find herself called on to join her troops to those of Prussia if the war was to be continued. But before coming to that extremity, she would interpose her good offices conjointly with France to bring existing differences to an amicable conclusion. The mediation of these two courts having been accepted by the belligerent powers, a congress was summoned at Teschen in Silesia, which was opened in the month of March 1779. The Empress of Russia, to give the greater weight to her interference, dispatched a body of troops to the frontiers, destined to act as auxiliaries under the King of Prussia in case the war should happen to be renewed. Prince Repnin, who commanded that body, appeared at the same time in the capacity of ambassador extraordinary at the Congress. France sent on her part Baron de Brutil, her ambassador at the court of Vienna. All things being already prepared and the principal difficulties removed, the peace was concluded in less than 2 months. By this treaty, the convention of the 3rd of January made the court of Vienna, and the Elector Palatine was annulled. Austria was required to give up all her possessions in Bavaria, except the places and districts situated between the Danube, the Inn, and the Salze, which were ceded to her as all she could claim of the succession of Bavaria, which she had renounced in the most formal manner. The fiefs of the empire, which had been conferred on the House of Bavaria, were secured by that treaty to the Elector Palatine and his whole family, as well as those situated in the Upper Palatinate and holding of the crown of Bohemia. The Elector Palatine, engaged to pay the Elector of Saxony for his allodial rights the sum of 6 millions of florins, money of the empire, while the Empress Queen gave up to the said prince the rights which the crown of Bohemia had over certain seigneuries lying within Saxony and possessed by the courts of Schönberg, the Palatine branch of Bergenfeld, whose right of succession to the Palatine estates had been disputed on the ground of there being the issue of an unequal marriage, were now declared capable of succeeding to all the estates and possessions of the house of Wittelsbach, as comprehended in the family compacts of that house. The existing treaties between the court of Vienna and the King of Prussia, and also those of Westphalia, Breslau, Berlin, and Dresden, were renewed and confirmed, and a formal acknowledgment made to the royal line of Prussia of their right to unite the Margraviates of Bayreuth and Ansbach, failing the present possessors, to the hereditary succession of the Electorate of Brandenburg, which right the House of Austria had called in question during the dispute, which we have already mentioned. As for the House of Mecklenburg, they granted to it the privilege of non-appellando, in virtue of which no one could carry an appeal from the tribunals of that country to the sovereign courts of the empire. The two mediating powers undertook to guarantee this treaty. Thus the war for the succession of Bavaria was checked at its commencement. The following peculiarities are worthy of remark, viz., that the Palatine family, who were the party chiefly interested, took no share in it, while Bavaria, the sole cause of the war, was no way engaged in it. And the Elector Palatine, who had even refused the assistance of the King of Prussia, was, nevertheless, the party chiefly benefited by the peace, by means of the protection of that prince. The House of Austria having failed, as we have just seen, in her project of conquering Bavaria, tried, in the next place, to get possession of that country by way of exchange for the Netherlands. The Elector Palatine appeared willing to meet the views of the court of Vienna, but it was not so with the Duke of D'Urpont, who haughtily opposed the exchange, while the King of Prussia, who supported it, was obliged to acknowledge that such an exchange was inadmissible, and in opposition both to former treaties and to the best interests of the Germanic body. The court of Vienna then abandoned this project, at least in appearance, but the alarm which it had caused throughout the empire gave rise to an association known by the name of the Germanic Confederation. It was concluded at Berlin, July 23, 1785, between the three electors of Saxony, Brandenburg, and Brunswick-Lunenburg, besides several provinces of the imperial state who adhered to it. This association, purely defensive, had no other object than the preservation of the Germanic system, with the rights and possessions of all its members. End of section 44. Section 45 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, AD 1713 to 1789, Part 8. The Revolution in North America deserves to be placed among the number of those great events which belong to the general history of Europe. Besides the sanguinary war, which is kindled between France and England, and in which Spain and Holland were also implicated, it may be regarded as the harbinger of those revolutions which took place soon after in several of the continental states of Europe. The English colonies in North America were no otherwise connected with the mother country than by a government purely civil, by a similarity of manners, and by customs which long usage had rendered sacred. They were divided into provinces, each of which had its particular constitution more or less analogous to that of England, but imperfectly united with the mother country, because the inhabitants of these provinces were not represented in the national parliament. If they had been so, Great Britain would certainly never have enjoyed that monopoly, which she had reserved to herself, agreeably to the colonial system of all modern nations. The exclusive privilege of sending her commodities to the Americans by fettering their industry alienated their affections from England and made them naturally desirous of shaking off her yoke. And this propensity could not fail to increase in proportion as those colonies increased in strength, population, and wealth. One consideration, however, likely to secure their allegiance was the protection which England granted them against their powerful neighbors, the French in Canada, the Spaniards in Florida, and the barbarians in the West. The Canadians especially proved daring and troublesome neighbors to New England, which rendered the assistance and protection of the mother country indispensable. The aspect of affairs changed at the time of the Peace of Paris, 1763. England, by getting possession of Canada and Florida, broke the main tie which attached the colonies to her government, delivered them from the terror of the French, and having no more need of foreign succor to protect them from their attacks, the Americans began to concert measures for extricating themselves from the dominion of Britain. The first disturbances that broke out were occasioned by the attempts which the British Parliament had made to impose taxes on the Americans. The national debt of England having increased considerably during the preceding war, the Parliament thought they had a right to oblige the colonies to furnish their quota for the liquidation of that debt, which had been contracted in part for the interests of America. The Parliament passed an act according to which all contracts in the American colonies were to be drawn upon stamped paper, and the tax on the stamp was regulated according to the different objects of the contract. When this act had passed into a law and was about to be carried into effect in America, it caused a general insurrection. The people committed all sorts of excesses and abuses against the king's officers. The courts of justice were shut up, and the colonies began to form associations among themselves. They disputed the right of the British Parliament to impose taxes on them, alleging that they were not represented there, and that it was the constitutional privilege of every Englishman not to be taxed except by means of his own representatives. The colonies have thus attacked the sovereignty and legislative power of the Parliament, laid an interdict on all commerce with the mother country, and forbade the purchase of commodities imported from Great Britain. The Parliament rescinded the Stamp Act. They published, however, a declaratory act which set forth that the colonies were subordinate to and dependent on the Crown and Parliament of Great Britain, in whom resided full power and authority to make laws and statutes binding on the colonies in all possible cases. The provincial assemblies of the colonies were enjoined by that act to receive into their towns whatever number of British troops the mother country might think proper to send, and to furnish them with wood and beer. Far from allaying these disturbances, this new act tended, on the contrary, to exasperate them still more. The Americans considered it as tyrannical, and as having no other design than to destroy the foundation of their liberty, and to establish an absolute and despotic power. The British ministry made still farther concessions. They abandoned altogether the idea of a tax to be levied to the interior of the country, and limited themselves entirely to taxes on duties on imported goods. The Stamp Act was replaced by another, 1767, which imposed certain duties on tea, paper, lead, and paint colors, etc., exported from England into the colonies. This act was no better received than its predecessor. The Assembly of Massachusetts, which was formed at Boston, addressed circular letters to all the colonies, exhorting them to act in concert for the support of their rights against the mother country. The resolutions which some of the colonies had already adopted of prohibiting the use of commodities manufactured in Great Britain became common to all the colonies, and the American merchants in general countermanded the goods which they had ordered from England, Scotland, and Ireland. The spirit of revolt thus extended wider and wider. The British government determined to employ troops for the restoration of order and tranquility in the colonies, and making them respect the sovereignty of Great Britain, 1769. Affairs were in this situation when Lord North, who had been placed at the head of the administration, succeeded in calming the minds of the colonists by passing an act which abolished the obnoxious taxes, with the single exception of that on tea. The view of the minister in retaining this tax was not of reaping any advantage from it, but he hoped by this trifling duty to accustom the colonies to support greater taxes. The Americans were very sensible of this. However, as they imported very little tea from England, and as the Dutch furnished them with this article by way of contraband, they showed no symptoms of resentment until the year 1773. At that time, the Parliament having given permission to the East India Company to export tea to America, of which they had large supplies in their warehouses, the Americans, indignant to see this company, made the organ of a law which was odious to them, resolved to oppose the landing of these tea cargoes. 3 of the company's vessels, freighted with this article, having arrived at Boston and preparing to unload, the inhabitants boarded them during the night of the 21st of December, and threw all the chests into the sea, to the number of 342. In the other provinces, they only sent back the ships loaded with this obnoxious commodity. On the news of this outrage, the British Parliament thought it necessary to adopt rigorous measures. 3 acts were passed in succession, 1774. The first to lay the port of Boston under interdict, the second to abolish the Constitution and democratic government of Massachusetts, and substitute a royal government, and the third to authorize the colonial governors to transport to England the Americans who were accused of rebellion to be tried at the Court of King's Bench. General Gage was sent to Boston with a body of troops and several vessels to carry these coercive measures into effect. By thus adopting decisive measures, the British Parliament in vain flattered themselves that they could reduce by force a continent so vast and so remote from the mother country as that of America. Supposing even that they could have succeeded, the spirit and nature of the English government would never have permitted them to maintain their conquest by force. The colonies, however, far from being intimidated by these acts, warmly espoused the cause of the province which had been singled out for punishment. A general congress, composed of the representatives of all the colonies, was opened in Philadelphia September 5, 1774. They declared the acts of the British Parliament against Massachusetts to be unjust, oppressive, and unconstitutional. They agreed never more to import articles of commerce from Great Britain, and to present an address to the king, and a petition to the House of Commons for the redress of those grievances of which the colonies had to complain. This latter step having produced no effect, and the Parliament having still persisted in their rigorous measures, hostilities commenced in the month of April 1775. The American Congress then conferred the command of their army on George Washington, a rich planter in Virginia, who had acquired considerable military reputation by his success in opposing the French in Canada, and at the same time to raise the immediate supplies of which the colony stood in need. The Congress agreed to issue paper money sufficient to meet the unavoidable expenses of the war. A declaration published in the month of July 1775 explained the reasons which had compelled the Americans to take up arms, and announced their intention not to separate from Great Britain, nor adopt a system of absolute independence. But as the British ministry had made extraordinary efforts with the campaign of 1776 and taken a body of German troops into their pay, the Americans thought proper to break off all alliance with England, that they might have recourse in their turn to the protection of foreigners. The independence of the colonies was therefore formally declared by an act of Congress July 4, 1776. They then drew up Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union among the States of America, to the number of 13 provinces, under the title of the United States of America. In virtue of this union, each of the states remained master of its own legislative and internal administration, while the Congress, which was composed of deputies from all the colonies, had the power of regulating all political affairs, that is to say, everything concerning war or peace, alliances, money matters, weights and measures, posts, etc., as well as the settlement of any differences which might arise between two or more of the Confederate States. The first favorable action for the Americans in their war against England was that at Trenton on the Delaware, December 25, 1776, where General Washington surprised a body of Hessians and English and made them prisoners. But the event which in some degree set the seal to the independence of America was the important check which General Burgoyne met with near Saratoga. Having advanced from Canada to support the operations of General Howe, who was marching on Philadelphia, he was compelled by the American troops under General Gates to lay down his arms by a capitulation which was signed in the camp of Saratoga, October 16, 1777. The news of this disaster was no sooner received in Europe than France, who during the time that England was occupied with the disturbances in America, had put her maritime on a respectable footing, took the resolution of acknowledging the new republic and entered into a formal alliance with it. Treaties of friendship, alliance, and commerce were concluded at Paris between them and the United States of America, February 6, 1778. France demanded as a primary condition that the United States should not lay down their arms until England had acknowledged their independence. The notification which the court of France made to that of London of this treaty with the United States became the signal of war between these two nations. This war, which France had undertaken against England for the free navigation of the seas, was the first which did not involve the continent of Europe, as it was confined entirely to maritime operations. The European powers, far from thwarting France in this enterprise, applauded her success, and while Great Britain depended on her own strength and had not a single ally on the continent, France contrived to interest Spain and Holland in her cause. Spain, after having for some time held the rank of a mediating power, entered into the war in fulfillment of those engagements which she had contracted by the Family Compact, and as respected Holland, England had determined to break with her. The British ministry were offended at that republic, which, instead of granting England the supplies that she was entitled to claim in virtue of former treaties, had lent itself an accomplice to the interests of her enemies. The Dutch, on their side, complained of the multiplied vexations with which they were incessantly harassed by the British privateers. They had sought to protect themselves against these under the shield of that armed neutrality which the Empress of Russia had just negotiated for protecting the commerce of neutral states, and it was in order to prevent their accession to that neutrality that England made such haste to declare war against the Republic, December 20th, 1780. Without entering here into the details of that war, the principal scene of which was in America, though it extended to Africa and the Indies, we shall confine ourselves to a few general observations. When hostilities commenced between France and England, the latter had a very great superiority in maritime strength. She had armies at the two extremities of the globe. The number of her vessels was prodigious. Her arsenals were overloaded with stores. Her dockyards were in the greatest activity. But after France and Spain had united their naval force, it was no longer possible for Great Britain, obliged as she was to divide her strength, to defend her distant possessions against the numerous attacks of the French and their allies. Not fewer than 21 engagements took place between the belligerent powers, in all of which England, from the experience of her admirals and the ability of her naval officers, did not lose a single ship of the line. The first naval action was fought near Utrecht, July 27, 1778, between Dorveliers and Admiral Keppel. This action, the glory of which was claimed equally by both nations, was as indecisive as most of those which followed it. The only decisive action, properly speaking, was that which Admiral Rodney fought with Count de Grasse, April 12, 1782, between the islands of Dominica and Santos. The English admiral, having broken the French line, succeeded in taking 5 ships of the line, including the admirals, and had the honor to carry him prisoner to London. At the beginning of the war, the English ships stripped the French of their possessions in the East Indies, such as Pondicherry, Chandernagore, and Ma. They took from them the islands of St. Peter and Miquelon, as well as that of St. Lucia and Gorea on the coast of Africa. The French afterwards repaid themselves for these losses by conquering the islands of Dominica, St. Vincent, Grenada, Tobago, St. Christopher's, Nevis, and Montserrat. All the forts and establishments of the English on the Senegal in Africa, as well as Gondalore in the East Indies, fell into their possession. The Spaniards made themselves masters of the forts which the English occupied on the Mississippi. They took Fort Mobile en Conde in ancient French Louisiana, and subdued the whole of western Florida, with the town of Pensacola. In Europe, they recovered, with the assistance of the French, the island of Minorca with Port Mahon and Fort St. Philip. But the combined forces of the two nations failed in their enterprise against Gibraltar. This place, which was bravely defended by General Elliot, was twice relieved with supplies by the English fleet, first by Admiral Rodney, 1780, and afterwards by Lord Howe, 1782. The floating batteries invented by Monsieur d'Arcon, which were directed against the garrison, were destroyed by the red-hot bullets, which the English commander showered upon them in great profusion. It was chiefly this obstinate determination of the Spaniards to recover the Rock of Gibraltar that for a long time deprived France and Spain of the advantages which ought to have accrued to them from the combination of their naval strength against Great Britain. As for the Dutch, they experienced heavy losses in this war. Their islands of St. Eustatius, Saba, and St. Martin in the Antilles were seized by the English, who carried off immense booty. Besides their establishments of Demerara and Essequibo in Guyana, those which they had on the Malabar and Coromandel coast, especially Negapatam and Treco Malay on the coast of Ceylon, were reduced in succession. The French succeeded, however, in reconquering the Dutch Antilles and the fortress of Trincomalee. In North America, the successes of the war was, for a long time, equally balanced between the English and the Americans. At length, Lord Cornwallis, after having conquered the two Carolinas, advanced into Virginia. He took Yorktown and Gloucester, but having penetrated into the interior of that province, Generals Washington, Rochambeau, and Lafayette turned their forces against him and were supported in this attack by a French fleet, which the Count de Grasse had brought up to their aid. Lord Cornwallis, surrounded on all sides and shut up in Yorktown, was obliged to capitulate October 19, 1781, and surrendered himself and his whole army prisoners of war. This event decided the fate of America. The news of it no sooner arrived in England than a change took place in the British ministry. Lord North and his colleagues resigned, and were replaced by the members of the opposite party. the new ministry attempted to negotiate a special peace either with the Americans or with the Dutch, but their efforts having proved unsuccessful, they adopted the alternative of recognizing the independence of America, and then entered into a negotiation with France. A conference was opened at Paris under the mediation of Joseph II and the Empress of Russia. It continued from the month of October 1782 till September 1783, when definitive treaties of peace were signed at Paris and Versailles between Great Britain, France, Spain, and the United States of America. The conclusion of the treaty between England and Holland did not take place till the 20th May 1784. In virtue of these treaties, the independence of the 13 United States of America was acknowledged by England, and the boundaries of the respective possessions of the two powers were regulated over the whole extent of North America. A territory of vast extent was assigned to the United States, who also obtained the right of fishing on the banks of Newfoundland, and in all other places where fishing had till then been practiced. The French fisheries at Newfoundland were settled in a manner more advantageous than by the former treaties. The islands of St. Peter and Miquelon were ceded with full privileges to France. In the Antilles, France retained St. Lucia and Tobago, restoring to England Grenada and the Grenadines, St. Vincent, Dominica, St. Christopher, Nevis, and Montserrat. In Africa, the forts and settlements on the Senegal remained in the possession of France, and the island of Korea was restored to her. In the East Indies, all the French settlements such as Chandagore, Pondicherry, and Maha were restored, and England engaged to make some additions to Pondicherry. The clauses in the former treaties relative to Dunkirk were abolished. The island of Minorca in the Mediterranean and the whole of Florida in America was ceded to Spain, who restored to England the islands of Providence and Bahama, and moreover granted the English the liberty of cutting logwood or dyewood in certain places on the Bay of Honduras. Finally, Holland ceded Negapatam to England, and granted to British subjects a free trade in the Indian seas, where the Dutch had till that time maintained an exclusive commerce and navigation. Such is an outline of the treaties of Paris and Versailles, which terminated the American War. France thereby maintained the balance of maritime power against England, whose vast naval superiority had alarmed all the commercial states of Europe. It is true that this advantage was of short duration, as the English recovered their superiority, and during the French Revolution carried it to a pitch which it had never before reached. Besides, their commerce suffered no check by the loss of their extensive colonies. The growing industry of the new republic had more need than ever to be supported by all the capital and credit which the merchants could find in the mother country. France acquired the glory of having contributed by her efforts to establish the new Republic of the United States, which, by the vast extent of its territory, the progressive increase of its population, its industry, and its commerce, must exercise, in course of time, a prodigious influence on the destinies of Europe. One memorable event, which has some references to the American War, was the Confederacy of the Northern Powers under the title of the Armed Neutrality. That war, which was purely maritime, having given an astonishing alacrity to the commerce of the North by the demand which the belligerent powers made for wood, for shipbuilding and naval stores of all kinds. England, in order to prevent the French and Spaniards from procuring these commodities in the North, took advantage of her maritime superiority by seizing without distinction all merchant vessels under a neutral flag, and confiscating all articles found on board belonging to the subjects of hostile countries. The Empress of Russia, wishing to put a stop to these depredations, resolved to protect by force of arms the commercial interests of her subjects by a manifesto which she addressed to France and England, February 1780, She informed these powers that it was her intention to maintain free intercourse for all effects which might belong to the subjects of those nations at war, excepting only general warlike stores, such as powder, balls, and cannon, and in general, whatever might be reputed contraband goods. In virtue of the 10th and 11th articles of her commercial treaty with Great Britain 1766, she did not rest satisfied with making this declaration herself. She engaged Sweden and Denmark to publish similar ones, and entered into a contract with those powers for the purpose of protecting the navigation of their subjects by means of convoys, and for rendering each other mutual assistance in case of any insult offered to their merchantmen. The Court of Copenhagen declared more especially August 10, 1780, that the Baltic, by its local situation, being a shut sea, no ships of war belonging to the belligerents could be admitted there, or allowed to commit hostilities against anyone whomsoever. Several of the continental powers, such as the King of Prussia, the Emperor Joseph II, the Queen of Portugal, and the King of the Two Sicilies, joined the armed neutrality, on the principles established in the Declaration of the Emperors of Russia. France and Spain applauded these measures and the principles which the emperors had thus sanctioned. England dissembled, pretending to refer to treaties and to wait a more favorable opportunity for explanation. But in order to prevent the Dutch from taking shelter under the armed neutrality, she declared war against the Republic, even before the act of her accession to these treaties had been ratified by the powers of the North. New disputes had arisen between the Russians and the Turks after the Peace of Cbteddy. The haughtiness of the Porte was unwilling to admit the independence of the Tartars, which was sanctioned by that peace. He was indignant to see the Russians parading their flag, even under the walls of Constantinople, and moreover he tried every stratagem to elude the execution of those articles in the treaty which did not meet with his approbation. Russia, on her part, who regarded the independence of the Crimea as a step towards the execution of her ambitious projects, expelled the Condolat Gore, who was favorably inclined towards the Porte, and put Sahin Gary in his place, who was devoted to the interests of Russia, this latter having been dispossessed by Salim Gary. With the assistance of the Porte, the Empress marched a body of troops into the Crimea under the command of Silvero, 1778, and restored her protege to the throne by force of arms. The Turks made great preparations for war, and a new rupture between the two empires was expected, when, by the interposition of Monsieur Saint Priest, the French ambassador to the Turkish court, the Divan consented to an accommodation, which was concluded at Constantinople, March 21, 1779, under the name of the Explicative Convention. The independence of the Crimea and the sovereignty of Sahin Gare were thereby acknowledged and confirmed anew. Russia and the Porte engaged to withdraw their troops from that peninsula, as well as from the island of Taman. The Porte promised especially never to allege any pretext of spiritual alliance for interfering with the civil or political power of the Khans. The free intercourse between the Black Sea and the White Sea was secured in the most express manner to all Russian vessels that were of the form, size, and capacity of the ships of other nations who carried on trading in the ports of Turkey. This convention did not restore any permanent good understanding between the two empires. New troubles were not long in springing up again in the Crimea. The Khan Sahin Gare was once more expelled by the party adhering to the Turks, 1782. A Russian army immediately entered that peninsula and restored the fugitive Khan, while a Russian fleet sailing from the port of Azov cut off the malcontents from all communication with Constantinople. Under these circumstances, the Empress Catherine II thought the moment had arrived for placing the Crimea among the number of her own provinces. She caused her troops to occupy that peninsula, as well as the whole of Cuba, and expelled the Turks from Taman, of which they had made themselves masters with the view of opening a communication with the Tartars. Finally, she explained in a manifesto the motives which induced her to unite the Crimea to her empire, together with the Isle of Taman and the Cuban, and required Sahingaray formally to resign the sovereignty, which he had enjoyed for so short a time, June 28, 1783. That event was a terrible blow to the Ottoman Porte. The inhabitants of Constantinople loudly demanded war, but the Divan, who were sensible of their weakness, used every endeavor to avoid it. The preparations of the Russians both by sea and land were immense, and there subsisted a cooperation and a perfect intimacy between the courts of Vienna and St. Petersburg. England tried in vain to engage the Turks to take up arms, but they were withheld by France and Austria. Instead of fighting, they were resolved to negotiate, and a new treaty was signed at Constantinople, January 8, 1784. The sovereignty of the Crimea, the island of Taman, and all the part of Cuban, which lay on the right bank of the river of that name, and formed as it were a frontier between the two empires, were abandoned to Russia. The fortress of Ozakov, to which the Tartars of the Crimea had some claims, was ceded to the Porte with its whole territory. Thus ended the dominion of the Tartars in the Crimea, once so terrible to Russia. The Empress formed the whole of that vast country into two new governments, Taurida and the Caucasus. End of section 45. Section 46 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. From the Peace of Utrecht to the French Revolution, A.D. 1713 to 1789, Part 9. There had existed for a long time certain disputes between the Dutch and the government of the Austrian Netherlands as to the execution of the Barrier Treaty, 1715, and that of The Hague, 1718. They had neglected to define precisely the limits of Dutch Flanders, which these treaties had pointed out, rather than determined, and for a long time the imperial court had ceased to pay the Dutch the subsidies which the Barrier Treaty had stipulated in their favor. That court would not consent to agree to a definitive settlement of these limits, or the payment of the subsidies, until England and Holland should cooperate with her in repairing the barrier towns, whose fortifications had been ruined during the War of the Austrian Succession. She demanded also that these powers should unite for concluding a treaty of commerce and a tariff favorable for the Low Countries, as they had engaged to do by former treaties. At length the Emperor Joseph II thought he might avail himself of the war which had arisen between England and Holland to free the Austrian Netherlands entirely from the claims which the Barrier Treaty had imposed on them. The order for demolishing all the fortified places in the Netherlands comprehended the barrier towns, and the Dutch were summoned to withdraw their troops from them. These republicans, not being able to solicit the protection of England, with which they were at war, found themselves obliged to comply with the summons of the Emperor. Their troops then evacuated all the barrier towns in succession. This compliance on the part of the Dutch encouraged the Emperor to extend his pretensions still farther. Not content with annulling the treaties of 1715 to 18, he required that the boundaries of Flanders should be re-established on the footing of the contract of 1664 between Spain and the States General, and instead of making his new demand a subject of negotiation, he took possession of the forts, as well as of the towns and districts included within the limits, which had been fixed by this latter agreement. The Dutch having addressed their complaints to the courts of Vienna against these violent proceedings, the emperor consented to open a conference at Brussels, 1784, for bringing all these disputes to an amicable termination. He declared at the opening of the meeting that he would desist from all the claims which he had against the Republic, provided they would grant the Belgic provinces the free passage and navigation of the Scheldt, with the privilege of directing commerce with India from all the ports in the Netherlands. But while proposing this state of things as the subject of negotiation, he announced that from that moment he was firmly resolved to consider the Scheldt as free, and that the least opposition on the part of the States General would be, in his eyes, as the signals of hostilities and a declaration of war. The Dutch, without being intimidated by these threats, declared the demand of the emperor to be contrary to their treaties and subversive of the safety and prosperity of their republic. Vice Admiral Bryest was ordered to station himself with a squadron at the mouth of the Scheldt and to prevent all imperial or Flemish ships from passing. 2 merchantmen having attempted to force the passage, the Dutch gave them a broadside and obliged them to strike. The emperor then regarded the war as declared and broke off the conference at Brussels. He had, however, made no preparations, and the Low Countries were entirely divested of their troops, magazines, and warlike stores. The prince had flattered himself that the court of France would espouse his quarrel, and that he would obtain from them the supplies stipulated by the Treaty of Versailles. But France, who was then negotiating a treaty of alliance with the Republic, easily foresaw that if she abandoned them at that particular time, they would be obliged to throw themselves into the arms of England. Monsieur de Malibois then got orders to pass to Holland, while France set on foot 2 armies of observation, one in Flanders and the other on the Rhine. The king wrote to the emperor very pressing letters, wishing him to adopt pacific measures. These proceedings and the numerous difficulties which the War of the Netherlands presented to the emperor induced him to accept the mediation of the court of France. A negotiation on this subject was entered into at Versailles. The emperor there persisted at first in maintaining the liberty of the Scheldt, but afterwards became less rigid on this point. He was content to enforce his other claims. This negotiation was as tedious as it was intricate. It occupied the French ministry during the greater part of the year 1785. The emperor insisted much on the section of Maastricht and the territory of Utrecht. From this demand he would not recede except on the payment of a large sum of money by way of indemnity, and another in reparation of the damage which the inundation of Flanders, ordered by the States General, had occasioned to his Austrian subjects. By the peace which was signed at Fontainebleau, the Treaty of Munster 1648 was renewed, but nothing was said of the Barrier Treaty, nor of that of Vienna 1731. They agreed on shutting the Scheldt from Saftingen as far as the sea, as well as the canals of Saas, Swin, and other communications with the sea and the neighborhood. The States General engaged to pay the emperor, in lieu of his claims on Maastricht and the Outremeuse, the sum of 9,500,000 Dutch florins, and another 500,000 florins for repairing the damages done by the inundations. That prince got ample satisfaction on the subject of most of his other claims, and France undertook to guarantee the treaty. Immediately after it was signed, they renewed the negotiation respecting the Treaty of Alliance projected between France and the Republic. This treaty was also signed at Fontainebleau, November 10, 1785, 2 days after the Treaty of Peace. Various intestine disturbances at that time agitated the Republic of the United Provinces. The animosity of the Republican Party against the Stadtholder and his partisans had been revived more keenly than ever on account of the war in America between France and England. The Republicans reproached the Stadtholder for his devotedness to the interests of England, which had made him neglect their marine and fail in the protection which he owed to Dutch commerce in his capacity of Admiral General of the forces of the Republic. The different magistrates of the municipal towns, in order to discredit the Stadtholder in the opinion of the public, encouraged periodical writers to inveigh against the person of William V and his administration. They blamed his counselors, and especially Louis, Duke of Brunswick, who was governor to the Stadtholder during his minority, had the principal direction of affairs, and who still continued to aid him with his counsels. The city of Amsterdam, which had always been distinguished for its opposition to the Stadtholder, was the first that demanded the removal of the Duke, whom they blamed as the cause of the languid state of their maritime power. That prince was compelled to resign in 1784, and even to withdraw from the territories of the Republic. The retirement of the Duke emboldened the opponents of the Stadtholder, who soon went beyond all bounds. That party, purely aristocratic in its origin, had been afterwards reinforced by a multitude of Democrats, who, not contented with humbling the Stadtholder, attacked even the power of the magistrates, and tried to change the Constitution by rendering the government more popular and democratic. In the principal towns, associations were formed under the name of free bodies for exercising the citizens in the management of arms. The party opposed to the Stadtholder took on the name of patriots. They were secretly supported by France, who wished to employ them as an instrument for destroying the influence of England and attaching the Republic to her own interests. A popular insurrection, which happened at The Hague, 1785, furnished the states of Holland with a pretext for removing the Stadtholder from the command of that place, which was entrusted to a council. This blow, struck at a prerogative which was regarded as inherent in the Stadtholdership, induced the Prince of Orange to quit The Hague and fix his residence in the province of Guelders, the states which were most particularly devoted to him. An attack which the prince made against the towns of Elburg and Hattem for refusing to execute the orders which he had intimated to them in the name of the states of Guelders, exasperated the minds of the Dutch. It added to the strength of the patriotic party and encouraged the states of Holland to make a renewed attack on the Stadtholdership, and even to go so far as to suspend the prince from the functions of Captain General of that province. The court of Berlin had taken measures, both with the States General and the province of Holland, to facilitate an accommodation between the two parties. Frederick William II, who succeeded his uncle Frederick the Great, 1786, sent to The Hague with this view the Count de Gortz, his Minister of State, while Monsieur Gerard de Ravenel was ordered to repair thither on the part of France. A negotiation was opened between these two ministers and the principal leaders of the patriotic party, but without effect. Their animosities rather increased, and the patriots broke out into every kind of violence. They dismissed the magistrates of the chief towns by force, and replaced them by their own adherents, a step which obliged the aristocrats to coalesce with the Stadtholder's party in order to withstand the fury of the Republicans. A civil war seemed to all appearance inevitable. In this state of matters, the Princess of Orange took the resolution of repairing in person to The Hague, with the design, as she alleged, of endeavoring to restore peace. She was arrested on her route by a detachment of the Republican Corps of Gouda, June 28, 1787, and conducted to Schönhoven, when she was obliged to return to Nijmegen, without being able to accomplish the object of her journey. The King of Prussia demanded satisfaction for this outrage offered to his sister. The states of Holland, not feeling disposed to give it in the terms which the king demanded, he sent a body of 20,000 men to Holland under the command of the Duke of Brunswick, who in the space of a month made himself master of the whole country, and even obliged the city of Amsterdam to submit. All the former resolutions which had been taken for limiting the power of the stadtholder were then annulled, and the prince was re-established in the plenitude of his rights. Although the subsistence of the alliance between France and the Republic was obviously connected with the cause of the Patriots, the former took no steps to support that party or to oppose the invasion of the Prussians. France had even the weakness to negotiate with the court of London for disarming their respective troops, declaring that she entertained no hostile intentions relative to what had passed in Holland. The politics of the States General from that time underwent a complete revolution. Renouncing their alliance with France, they embraced that of Prussia and Great Britain. By the treaties which were signed at Berlin and The Hague, April 15, 1788, these two powers undertook to guarantee the resolutions of 1747 and 1748, which made the stadtholdership hereditary in the House of Orange. France thus shamefully lost the fruits of all the measures which she had taken, and the sums which she had lavished for attaching Holland to her federative system in opposition to England. The troubles which we have now just mentioned were soon followed by others, which the innovations of the Emperor Joseph II had excited in the Austrian Netherlands. The different edicts which the prince had published since the 1st of January 1787 were introducing a new order of administration in the government, both civil and ecclesiastical, of the Belgic provinces, were regarded by the states of that country as contrary to the established constitution and incompatible with the engagements contracted by the sovereign on his accession. The great excitement which these innovations caused induced the emperor to recall his edicts and to restore things to their ancient footing. Nevertheless, as the public mind had been exasperated on both sides, disturbances were speedily renewed, the emperor having demanded a subsidy which was refused by the states of Brabant and Anhalt. This circumstance induced him to revoke the amnesty which he had granted, to suppress the States and Sovereign Council of Brabant, and to declare that he no longer considered himself bound by his inaugural contract. A great number of individuals and several members of the states were arrested by his orders. The Archbishop of Mechlin and the Bishop of Antwerp were suspected of having fomented these disturbances and saved themselves by flight. Two factions at that time agitated the Belgic provinces, where they fanned the flame of civil discord, the one headed by Vonk, an advocate and supported by the Dukes of Ursel and Aremberg, inclined to the side of Austria. These limited their demands to the reformation of abuses and a better system of representation in the states of the Netherlands. The other, under the direction of Van der Noot and the pensionary Van Lupen, while adhering to the support of the ancient forms, pretended to vest in the states that sovereignty and independence of which they wished to deprive the House of Austria. The partisans of Vonk hoped to effect by their own measures the reforms which they had in view, while the adherents of Van der Noot founded their hopes on the assistance of foreigners, especially of Prussia, who would not fail, they supposed, to seize this occasion of weakening the power of Austria. This latter party had undertaken to open an asylum for the discontented immigrants of Brabant, in the territory of the United Provinces in the neighborhood of Breda. The two parties acted at first in concert. Vandenberg, a native of Menin in Flanders and formerly a colonel in the Austrian service, was proposed by Vonk and received as general by both parties. A body of the insurgents under the command of Vandenberg marched to Terhout in Brabant and repulsed the Austrians who had come to attack them under the orders of General Schroeder. This first success gave a stimulus to the insurrection, which spread from Brabant over the other Belgic provinces. The Austrians abandoned by degrees all the principal towns and places and retired to the fortress of Luxembourg. Van der Noot made his triumphant entry into Brussels. The states of Brabant assembled in that city and proclaimed their independence December 29, 1789. The Emperor Joseph II was declared to have forfeited the sovereignty by having violated the engagements which he had come under his inaugural compact. The example of Brabant was soon followed by other provinces. An assembly of deputies from all the Belgic provinces was formed at Brussels January 11, 1790. They signed an act by which these provinces joined in a confederacy under the title of the United Belgic States. The rights of sovereignty, in as far as regarded their common defense, were vested in a Congress composed of deputies from the different provinces, under the name of the Sovereign Congress of the Belgic States. Each province preserved its independence and the exercise of the legislative power. Their union was declared permanent and irrevocable. They meddled neither with religion nor the Constitution, and they admitted no other representatives than those who had been already nominated. This latter determination highly displeased General van der Noot and all those of Blanque's party, who had as much horror for an oligarchy in the states as for the despotism of the court of Vienna. The party of the states prevailed nevertheless by the influence of Van der Noot and the instigations of the priests and monks. Van der Noot and all the zealous partisans of reform were removed from the management of affairs. The former was even arrested and General Schoenfeld put in his place. Ruinous impeachments and imprisonments were the consequence of this triumph of the aristocratic faction. These divisions, added to the death of Joseph II, which happened in the meantime, produced a change favorable for the interests of the court of Vienna. Leopold II, who succeeded his brother on the throne of Austria, seemed disposed to terminate all these differences, and the Belgic Congress, seeing they could not reckon on the assistance of foreign powers, were also desirous of coming to an accommodation. The court of Berlin had refused its protection to the Belgians, and that of London was decidedly opposed to their independence. These two courts, conjunctly with the United Provinces of the Netherlands, interposed their mediation for allaying these disturbances. The Emperor Leopold solemnly engaged, under the guarantee of the three mediating powers, to govern the Netherlands agreeably to the Constitution, laws, and privileges which had been enforced under the Empress Maria Theresa, never to do anything to their prejudice, and to annul whatever had been done to the contrary under the reign of Joseph II. A declaration published by Leopold, November 1790, enjoined all his Belgic subjects to take anew the oath of allegiance. That prince granted a general and unconditional pardon to all those who should lay down their arms within a given time. All the provinces in succession acknowledged their allegiance. Brussels opened her gates to the Austrian troops, December 2, 1790, and the patriots Van Eupen and Van der Noot took refuge in Holland. The animosity which had for a long time subsisted between Russia and the Porte occasioned a new war between these two powers in 1787. The Turks could not endure the humiliating conditions which the late treaties with Russia had imposed on them. The high tone which the court of St. Petersburg used in their communications with the Porte wounded the pride of the Ottomans, and the extraordinary journey of the Empress to Cherson and the Crimea, May 1787, in which she was accompanied by the Emperor Joseph II, created alarm even in the city of Constantinople. The inhabitants of that capital thought they could perceive in that journey a premeditated design in the courts of St. Petersburg and Vienna to annihilate the Ottoman Empire and divide the spoil between them. The court of London, supported by that of Berlin, dexterously fanned the spark which lay concealed under these ashes. They wished to be avenged on the court of St. Petersburg for the difficulties which he had thrown in the way of renewing their treaty of commerce, as well as the advantageous conditions which he had granted to France by the commercial treaty concluded with that power. The great activity with which Russia had carried on her commerce in the Black Sea, since she had obtained entire liberty by her treaties with the Porte, excited likewise the jealousy of England, who was afraid that the commercial connections which he maintained with that power through the Black Sea might thereby be destroyed. The Turks, moreover, had to complain of the Russian consul in Moldavia, who, as they alleged, sought every means to interrupt the peace and good understanding between the two empires. They demanded that he should be recalled, and moreover that the empress should renounce the protection of Prince Heraclius and withdraw her troops from Georgia. Finally, they wished that all Russian vessels that passed the straits should be subjected to an examination in order to prevent contraband trade. These demands were no sooner made than the Divan, without waiting for an answer from the court of St. Petersburg, determined to proclaim war, August 18, 1787, by sending the Russian minister, M. de Beauregard, to the castle of the Seven Towers. On the news of this rupture, the Empress dispatched a considerable force against the Turks. Her troops extended from Kazmiak in Podolia to Balta, a Tartar village on the frontiers of Poland, between the Dniester and the Bog. Prince Potemkin, the commander-in-chief of the army, had under him Suvorov, Revkin, Kamenskoy, and others. The Emperor Joseph II, after having for some time supported the character of mediator between the Turks and Russians, engaged in the war as the ally of Russia. February 9, 1788. He attacked the Turks in Moldavia and on several points of Hungary. Marshal Laudon undertook the siege of Belgrade, of which he made himself master October 8, 1789. It was obvious, however, that the progress of the Austrians did not correspond either to the ability of their generals or the superiority of their arms. Another enemy of Russia appeared on the stage. Gustavus III, King of Sweden, listened to the insinuations of the cabinets of London and Berlin, and made a diversion in favor of the Porte. That prince, after renewing his alliance with the Porte, commenced the war against Russia at the very instant when the whole of her forces were turned against the Turks. A land army was formed by his orders in Finland, while a Swedish fleet consisting of 20 ships of the line and 10 frigates advanced on Kronstadt and threw the city of St. Petersburg into a state of great terror. An engagement between the two fleets took place near the Isle of Hoogland, May 30th, 1789. Both sides fought with equal advantage, but an unforeseen event disconcerted the measures of the Swedish monarch. After he had made his dispositions for attacking the city of Frederikshavn in Finland, several officers of his army refused to march, alleging as a reason that the constitution of the kingdom would not permit them to be accessory to an offensive war, which the Swedish nation had not sanctioned. The example of these officers occasioned the defection of a great part of the troops. The expedition to Finland failed, and the Russians thus gained time to put themselves in a state of defense. The Empress, thus attacked by the King of Sweden, claimed the supplies which Denmark owed her, in virtue of the alliance which subsisted between the two states. The Danes fitted out a squadron and marched a body of auxiliary troops into the government of Bohus, which they soon conquered 1788. From Bohus, they marched to West Gothland and laid siege to Gothenburg. The King of Sweden hastened in person to the defense of that place, one of the most important in his kingdom. It would certainly have fallen, however, but for the powerful intervention of the cabinets of London and Berlin, who obliged the court of Copenhagen to conclude the different truces with Sweden, 1789, and to adopt a perfect neutrality even with the consent of the court of St. Petersburg. The war between the Swedes and the Russians was thence confined to naval operations. the success of which in the campaigns of 1789 and 1790 was nearly equal on both sides. The defeat with the Swedish fleet sustained in the Gulf of Libreville, July 3, 1790, was compensated by the victory which the King of Sweden gained in person, July 9th, 10th, at Svensksund, under the Russian fleet, commanded by the Prince of Nassau-Siegen. This action, which cost the Russians many men and a great number of their ships, tended to accelerate the peace between the two powers. The King of Sweden being deserted by the courts of London and Berlin, who had drawn him into the war, was terrified lest the Russians should take advantage of the discontents that prevailed among the Swedish nobles to penetrate into the interior of his kingdom. He willingly accepted the equitable conditions which the Empress of Russia proposed to him. Peace was concluded in the plain of Verla, near the river Hehman, August 14, 1790, between the advanced posts of the two camps, and the limits of both states were re-established on the footing of former treaties. As to the events of the war between Russia and the Porte, they were entirely in favor of the former power. A body of Russian troops, in conjunction with the Austrian army, made themselves masters of Gioachin. September 1788, Prince Potemkin undertook the siege of the important fortress of Ozakov, December 17th, and carried the place by assault in spite of the courageous defense made by the Turks. The whole garrison was put to the sword, and a great part of the inhabitants met with the same fate. Suvorov and the Prince of Coburg beat the Turks near Foksani in Moldavia, July 21, 1789. The same general, with the assistance of that prince, gained a brilliant victory over the Turks near Martinesti, on the banks of the Rhine, September 22nd, which gained him the epithet of Rymensky. The taking of the fortress of Bender was an immediate consequence of that victory, besides the province of Oskafov, the whole of Moldavia and Bessarabia, with Tulsa, Azagi, Kilia, and Ishmael, and the fortress of Sujikali in Turkish Cuban, fell successively into the hands of the Russians. The taking of Ishmael by Suvorov occasioned prodigious slaughter. It cost the lives of 30,000 Ottoman, without reckoning the prisoners, who amounted to the number of 10,000. These victories stirred up the jealousy of the British ministry, who fitted out an expedition to make a new diversion in favor of the Porte, and engaged their ally, the King of Prussia, to dispatch a body of troops to the frontiers of Silesia and Poland. Not confining himself to these operations, the prince concluded a formal alliance with the Porte, in which he agreed to declare war against the Austrians as well as the Russians in the course of next spring. The Emperor Leopold II, yielding to these menaces and being desirous of restoring peace to his subjects, concluded an agreement at Reichenbach, July 27, 1790, with the court of Berlin, by which he granted an armistice and consented to make a special peace with the Porte on the basis of the status ante bellum. This peace was signed in Sistova, in Bulgaria, August 4, 1791, under the mediation of Holland and Prussia. The Emperor restored Belgrade, and in general, all that he had taken from the Turks during the war. He agreed to retain Gioachin no longer than the conclusion of the peace between the Russians and the Turks, only they promised him a more advantageous frontier on the left bank of the Una, and on the side of Wallachia, the river Terzna was adopted as the boundary between the two empires. The Empress of Russia, having resolved not to receive the proposals which the two allied courts offered her, then continued the war alone against the Porte, and her generals signalized themselves by new exploits. At length the British ministry, being convinced that this princess would never yield, thought fit to abandon the terms which, in concert with the court of Berlin, they had demanded, as the basis of the peace to be concluded between Russia and the Porte. Besides, they were desirous of making up matters with Russia, at the time when she detached herself from France by renouncing the engagements which she had contracted with that power by the Treaty of Commerce of 1787 with the Court of Berlin. The British ministry agreed never to assist the Turks should they persist in refusing the equitable conditions of peace which the Empress had offered them. A negotiation was opened at Glatz on the Danube. The preliminaries between Russia and the Porte were signed there, and the definitive peace concluded at Jassy in Moldavia, January 9, 1792. This treaty renewed the stipulations of all former treaties since that of Kalnagri. The Dniester was established as a perpetual frontier between the two empires. The Turks ceded to Russia the fortress of Osakov, with all the country lying between the bog and the Dniester. The cession of the Crimea, the Isle of Taman, and part of the Kuban, lying on the right bank of the river of that name, was confirmed to Russia. The Porte likewise engaged to put a stop to the piracies of the Barbary corsairs, and even to indemnify the subjects of Russia for their losses, should they not obtain reparation within a limited time. Russia likewise restored all her other conquests, only stipulating for certain advantages in favor of Moldavia and Wallachia. It had been agreed between the plenipotentiaries of the two empires that the Porte should pay a sum of 12 million of piastres to indemnify Russia for the expenses of the war. But immediately after the conclusion of the treaty, the Empress gave intimation that she would renounce this payment in favor of the Porte, a piece of generosity which excited the admiration of the Ottoman plenipotentiaries. The Peace of Jassy gave new energy to the commerce of the Russians on the Black Sea, and the Empress founded the town and port of Odessa, which is situated on the bay of the Black Sea, between the bog and the Dniester, about 9 leagues distant from Osakov. End of section 46.
Section 47 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schurl. Section 47. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, A.D. 1787 to 1815, Part 1. The period of the French Revolution on which we are entering does not comprehend more than 25 years, but that short space contains more lessons of important instruction than the 2 centuries which preceded it. In course of that time the condition of Europe was entirely changed. The political system, which it had cost the combined labor of 300 years to rear, was overturned from its basis, burying kingdoms and whole nations in the ruins. It was an era fertile in examples both of virtues and vices. It displayed the extremes of suffering and violence, of meanness and magnanimity. Kingdoms rose and disappeared by turns. New principles in morals and politics flourished for a day and were quickly superseded by others. Europe was subdued and enslaved, first in the name of liberty and equality, and afterwards to gratify the ambition of a conqueror. At length an end was put to this reign of despotism, and the nations of the continent were delivered from a usurpation which they had too long supported with patience. The system of political equilibrium, invented in the 15th century and established by the treaties of Westphalia and Utrecht, was totally overthrown by France during the period of which we speak. 2 causes accelerated its downfall. The first was the violation of its fundamental principles by the 3 powers who dismembered Poland, an act which made justice and equity yield to convenience, and set an example that might prove dangerous to their own security. The other was the general belief which prevailed in the cabinets of Europe, that the project of founding an universal monarchy was forever hopeless and visionary, a persuasion which had lulled them into a state of fatal repose. This project, however, which they thought impracticable, was actually carried into execution, though it appeared under a new form. The daring individual who conceived the design gave it the name of the federative system. By his plan, the different states on the continent were to preserve an apparent independence, whenever this did not thwart his own views. But their policy was to be entirely subservient to his interest, and to be regulated according to his direction. In this manner he undertook to conquer the whole world, with the aid of the federal states, who were obliged to espouse his quarrels, and to make common cause with him against every power that refused to submit voluntarily to his sway or to that of his family, whom he placed as his vassals on some of the most ancient thrones of Europe. To this was added another, which he called the continental system. Its main object was to exclude Great Britain from all commerce with the other European states. By this means he hoped to deprive her of the command of the sea, of which she was now undisputed mistress, to annihilate her commerce, cut off the sources of her wealth, ruin her marine, and even to overthrow the Constitution, which had so long been the boast and happiness of the English nation. Had it been possible to carry this project into execution, the continent must necessarily have been impoverished and ruined. The 25 years of which we are now to give a brief outline are so crowded with events that for the sake of perspicuity it would be necessary to divide them into separate periods. In the history of France, the natural divisions are the 5 following. 1. From the opening of the States General, May 5, 1789, until the abolition of monarchy and the constitutional government, August 10, 1792. 2. The Reign of Terror, from August 10, 1792, till October 26, 1795, when the Convention ceased to govern France. 3. The Republican government, from October 26, 1795, till May 18, 1804, when Bonaparte was declared emperor. 4. The reign of Napoleon Buonaparte, from May 18, 1804, till March 30, 1814, when the Allies entered Paris. 5. The restoration of the Bourbon dynasty, after an exile of more than 20 years. These divisions point out the most remarkable changes that occurred in France during this period. Nevertheless, as we must notice the events which took place in the rest of Europe, a more convenient division will be as follows. 1. From the commencement of the French Revolution till the Peace of Amiens, March 27, 1802. 2. From the Peace of Amiens till the year 1810, when the power of France was at its greatest height. 3. From the end of the year 1810 till the Treaty of Paris in November 1815, which includes the decline and fall of the French Empire under Bonaparte, and the restoration of a new political system in Europe. After giving a sketch of the various events which happened in France, we shall shortly advert to the revolution which the different states of Europe underwent during the same time. The affairs of other parts of the world can only be taken notice of as they may happen to be connected or interwoven with those of Europe. We now return to the first of these periods, commencing with the origin of the French Revolution, May 1789, and ending with the Peace of Amiens. The primary and elementary causes of the revolution in France must be traced back to the disordered state of her finances, which began under Louis XIV, to the general immorality which prevailed under the Regent Orléans, to the maladministration of the government in the reign of Louis XV, and finally, to the new doctrines, both religious and political, which had become fashionable after the middle of the 18th century. It is not to be denied that there were many abuses in the existing government of France that required to be corrected. The royal prerogative at that time may be called arbitrary rather than despotic, for the monarch had, in reality, greater power than he exercised. The persons and properties of the subject were at the disposal of the crown, by means of imposts, confiscations, letters of exile, etc., and this dangerous authority was resisted only by the feeblest barriers. Certain bodies, it is true, possessed means of defense, but these privileges were seldom respected. The noblesse were exempted from contributions to the state, and totally separated from the commons by the prohibition of intermarriages. The clergy were also exempted from taxation, for which they substituted voluntary grants. Besides these oppressive imposts, the internal administration was badly organized. The nation, divided into 3 orders, which were again subdivided into several classes, was abandoned to all the evils of despotism and all the miseries of partial representation. The noblesse were divided into courtiers, who lived on the favor of the prince, and who had no common sympathies with the people. They held stations in the army for which they were not qualified, and made a trade of all appointments and offices of trust. The clergy were divided into two classes, one of which was destined for the bishoprics and abbacies with their rich revenues, while the other was destined to poverty and labor. The commons scarcely possessed a third part of the soil, for which they were compelled to pay feudal services to the territorial barons, tithes to the priests, and taxes to the king. In compensation for so many sacrifices, they enjoyed no rights, had no share in the administration, and were admitted to no public employments. Such was the condition of France when Louis XVI ascended the throne. This order of things could not continue forever, but with proper caution and skillful management, many salutary improvements might have been introduced without plunging the nation into rebellion and anarchy. Louis XVI had just views and amiable dispositions, but he was without decision of character, and he had no perseverance in his measures. His projects for regenerating the state encountered obstacles which he had not foreseen, and which he found it impossible to overcome. He was continually vacillating in the choice of his ministers, and his reign up to the assembling of the States General was a complication of attempted reforms, which produced no beneficial result. Maurepas, Turgot, and Malesherbes had been successively entrusted with the management of affairs, but they found it impossible to give satisfaction to any party. Their efforts for retrenchment displeased the courtiers, while the people were discontented at the continuation of existing abuses. The exhausted state in which the American war had left the finances of the kingdom, and the unskilfulness of the ministers, one of whom, the celebrated Necker, could contrive no other method of repairing these losses than by means of forced loans, which augmented the national debt and added to the other embarrassments of the government. The plan of M. de Calonne, another of the ministers, was to assemble the notables, or respectable and distinguished persons of the kingdom, February 23, 1787, with the view of obtaining through their means those new imposts which he could not expect to be sanctioned by the Parlement of Paris. But this assembly seemed little disposed to second his designs. They discovered with astonishment that within a few years loans had been raised to the amount of 1,646 millions of francs, and that there was an annual deficit in the revenue of 140 millions. This discovery was the signal for the retirement of Calonne. His successor, Cardinal Brienne, the Archbishop of Toulouse, tried in vain to overcome the resistance of the Parlement, who declared by a solemn protestation, May 3, 1788, that the right of granting supplies belonged to the States General alone. Louis XVI, yielding to this expression of the public opinion, promised to assemble the deputies of the nation. A second meeting of the notables, held at Versailles, November 6th, deliberated as to the form and constitution of the States General. M. Necker, who was recalled to the ministry, counseled the king to prefer the advice of the minority, who had espoused the popular side, and proposed to grant to the tiers-état, or third order, a double number of representatives in the States General, which advice was followed. The States General were summoned to meet at Versailles on the 27th of April, 1789. The number of deputies was 1,200, 600 of whom were of the tiers-état, 300 of the noblesse, and 300 of the clergy. The king opened the assembly in person, May 5, 1789. It was accompanied with great solemnity and magnificence. The clergy occupied the first place, next came the noblesse. The tiers-état followed last. These individuals comprehended the choice of the nation, but the greater part of them were entirely inexperienced in state affairs, and not a few of them were imbued with the principles of the new philosophy. The majority proposed to regenerate the government according to their own speculative notions, while others secretly entertained the hope of overturning it, to gratify their own antipathies, or to satiate their avarice and ambition. A difference immediately arose on the question whether they should sit according to their orders. Conciliatory measures having been tried in vain, the deputies of the tiers-état resolved to declare themselves a National Assembly. The king having ordered them to suspend their sittings, they changed their place of assembly to a tennis court, where, in opposition to the royal authority, they took an oath never to separate until they had achieved the regeneration of France. The majority of the clergy and some of the nobles joined this tumultuous assembly. Louis XVI, by a royal session, June 23rd, condemned the conduct of this meeting, abrogated its decisions, and published a declaration containing the basis of a free constitution. But the authority of the king had now ceased to be respected. The National Assembly refused to accept from him as a boon what they were preparing to seize by force. Alarmed at this opposition, Louis commanded the nobles and the clergy to join the popular party, or tiers-état, as a measure for conciliating the public mind. The prime agent in this revolution was Mirabeau, a man of an ambitious and turbulent spirit, who inflamed the assembly by his violent harangues. A demagogue from interest, and of good abilities, though immoral in character, he was resolved to build his fortune on the public troubles, and to prevent by all means in his power the first symptoms of a return to subordination and tranquillity. The Duke of Orleans supplied money to corrupt the troops and excite insurrections over all parts of France. In the meantime the king assembled an army at Versailles, under the command of Marshal Broglio, and banished Necker, July 11, with whom he had some just reasons to be displeased. This was the signal for a popular commotion. Paris was in a state of the greatest fermentation. The press inflamed the public mind. The people discussed in the open air those questions which were agitated in the assembly. A table served the purpose of a rostrum, and every citizen became an orator, who harangued on the dangers of his country and the necessity of resistance. The mob forced the Bastille, July 14th, seized on the depots of arms, mounted the tricolored cockade, which was the distinctive banner of the city of Paris, and became that of the Apostles of the Revolution. Bailly, the academician, was appointed mayor. The citizens formed themselves into a national guard under the command of the Marquis Lafayette. The king, placed in so critical a situation and surrounded with danger, consented to withdraw the troops collected in the capital and in the neighborhood. He recalled M. Necker, July 17, and repaired to Paris to intimate his good intentions to the Assembly, declaring that he identified himself with the nation and relied on the affection and allegiance of his subjects. The National Assembly had usurped the whole legislative power, and undertaken to draw up a new constitution. Their charter commenced with a Declaration of the Rights of Man. Such was the ardor of their revolutionary enthusiasm that they abolished, without discussion, and at one nocturnal sitting, the feudal regime, the rights and privileges of provinces and corporations, the tithes, and the greater part of the seigneurial prerogatives. It was decreed, August 4th, that the legislative power should be exercised by a single chamber, and that the king could not refuse his sanction to these decrees longer than 4 years. As the revolution did not proceed with a rapidity equal to the wishes of the Orléans faction, they took care to stir up new insurrections. The mob of Paris attacked Versailles, October 6th, invested the chateau, committed the most horrible excesses, and conducted the king and his family prisoners to Paris, where they were followed by the National Assembly. These legislators decreed the spoliation of the clergy by placing their benefices at the disposal of the nation. They ordered the division of France into 83 departments, the sale of the crown lands and ecclesiastical property, the proceeds of which to be pledged for the redemption of the paper money which was ordered to be issued under the name of assignat, the admission of Jews to the rights of citizens, the prohibition of monastic vows, the right of the National Assembly to declare war in consequence of a proposition from the king, a secular constitution which rendered the clergy independent of the head of the church and gave the people a right to nominate their bishops, the abolition of the noblesse, and the establishment of a tribunal at Orléans for judging crimes of high treason against the nation. Occupied with these decrees, 1790-91, the National Assembly left the king no authority to repress the crimes and excesses which were multiplying every day within the kingdom, nor did they adopt themselves any measures for putting a stop to them. The king, indeed, according to the plan of their constitution, was to be the depository and supreme head of the executive power, but he had been stripped of the means necessary to the effective exercise of any authority whatsoever. He had neither places to grant nor favors to bestow. He was left without any control over the inferior parts of the administration, since the men who filled these posts were elected by the people. He was not even allowed the pomp of a throne or the splendor of a crown. The Assembly seemed to think it a part of their glory to divest their monarch of his most valuable prerogatives. They imagined that a monarchy could subsist when its authority was reduced to a phantom, that the throne could stand secure amidst the ruin of ranks, exposed to all the waves of faction, and when every sentiment of respect and affection was destroyed. Such was the idea of royalty entertained by the French legislators. By abolishing the gradations of society, they sapped the very foundations of that frail and imaginary majesty which they had modeled and fashioned according to their own ideas. Thousands of noble families, finding their lives insecure, resolved to abandon the country. The king himself made an attempt to escape from the captivity in which he was held. He did escape in disguise, but was recognized and arrested at Varennes by the National Guard, June 25, reconducted to Paris, and suspended from his functions. Monsieur, the king's brother, was more fortunate. He arrived at Brussels. The Comte d'Artois, the younger brother, had quitted France the year before. The Orléans party undertook to compel the National Assembly to pronounce the deposition of the king. A large assemblage, which had met in the Champ de Mars, July 17, 1791, was dispersed by an armed force, by the order of Bailly, and commanded by Lafayette. The moderate party in the National Assembly had gained the ascendancy. The constitutional articles were revised in some points, and digested into a systematic form. The king accepted this new code, September 13th, and there was every reason to believe that he was resolved to carry it into execution. The Constituent Assembly, after having declared Avignon and Venaissin annexed to France, separated, September 30th, to make way for a legislative assembly. The royal brothers and most of the emigrants, having fixed their residence at Coblentz, published addresses to all the courts of Europe to solicit their assistance in restoring the king and checking the revolutionary torrent which threatened to inundate Germany. The princes of the empire, who had possessions in Alsace, found themselves aggrieved by the decrees of the Constituent Assembly in respect to those rights which had been guaranteed to them on the faith of existing treaties. They accordingly claimed the intervention of the emperor and the empire. The electors of Mayence and Trèves had permitted the French noblesse to organize bodies of armed troops within their estates. After the arrest of the king at Varennes, the Emperor Leopold had addressed a circular to all his brother sovereigns, dated from Padua, July 6th, in which he invited them to form an alliance for restoring the king's legitimate authority in France. Accordingly, an alliance was concluded at Vienna a few days after, between Austria and Prussia, the object of which was to compel France to maintain her treaties with the neighboring states. The two monarchs, who met at Pillnitz, August 27, declared that they would employ the most efficacious means for leaving the King of France at perfect liberty to lay the foundation of monarchical government. But after Louis had accepted the constitution of the Assembly, the Emperor formally announced, November 12th, that the cooperation of the contracting powers was in consequence suspended. In a moment of unreflecting liberality, the Constituent Assembly had formerly declared that none of its members could be elected for the first Legislative Assembly. This new assembly, which met October 1, 1791, was composed of men altogether deficient in experience and hurried on by the headlong fanaticism of revolution. It was divided into two parties. On the right hand were those who hoped to preserve the monarchy by maintaining the Constitution with certain improvements and modifications, and on the left those who proposed that they should proceed in their revolutionary career. This latter party, in which the deputies of the Girondists had the ascendancy, had conceived two methods for overturning the Constitution. One, to bring the king into disrepute by obliging him to make use of his suspensive veto against those decrees which appeared most popular, and two, to involve the nation in war, that they might find employment for the army, who seemed pleased with the new order of things. The party on the right, who formed the majority, had not the courage to oppose the execution of this plan. The Assembly issued severe decrees against the king's brothers, as well as against the emigrants and the priests, who had taken no share in these leveling projects. They deprived the king of his bodyguard and subjected him to every species of annoyance and humiliation. This assembly, however, was by no means in the enjoyment of entire liberty. It was under the influence of those popular societies, known by the name of Jacobins, so called from their meeting in a convent in Paris, formerly belonging to that religious order. These societies, who had overspread all France, were affiliated with each other, and all under the control and direction of the parent society in the metropolis. It was there that they prepared to pass those laws which they compelled the National Assembly to pass, and concocted their plots against the royal authority. They had an immense number of emissaries in every country who propagated their doctrines and prepared the way for the triumph of their principles. In order to provoke a declaration of war, and thereby get rid of the army, the deputies on the left never ceased to inveigh from the public tribunals against the conduct of foreign powers, and to represent the king as secretly leagued with them in their designs. His most faithful servants had been the object of their calumnies. The ministry resigned their office, and the king reconstructed a cabinet composed of Jacobins, March 17, 1792, the most conspicuous of whom were Dumouriez, who became minister for the foreign department, Clavière and Duanton, who were entrusted with the finance, and Roland, who was promoted to the administration of the interior. The Emperor Leopold, with whom they were on terms of negotiation, demanded redress for the grievances of those princes who had possessions in Alsace. Instead of giving him satisfaction, the new French cabinet induced the king to propose to the Assembly, April 20, that they could answer his demands in no other way than by a declaration of war. This proposition passed with little deliberation, and was hailed with enthusiasm. 7 members only had the courage to oppose it. The Assembly continued to issue their revolutionary decrees, which were both repugnant to the conscience of the king and dangerous to the security of the throne. Louis, who had been recently offended by the dismissal of his guards, declared he could no longer submit to the insolence of these new ministers, 3 of whom he discarded with indignation. Their accomplices, the Jacobins, and Pétion, the mayor of Paris, then organized an insurrection of the armed populace of the faubourgs, or suburbs. The mob then repaired to the Tuileries, June 20, to force the king to sanction the decrees of the Assembly and recall the patriot ministers. The king saved his own life and that of his queen by repelling those factious demagogues with firmness and courage. He constantly refused to grant what they demanded of him by violence, while the National Assembly displayed the most shameful pusillanimity. They even carried their cowardice so far as to replace Pétion and Manuel in their functions, whom the king had suspended for having failed to perform their duty. Pétion and those who ruled at their pleasure the sections of Paris, where no royalist dared to appear, then demanded the dethronement of the king, and in order to compel the Assembly to pronounce sentence against him, the conspirators publicly organized a new insurrection. The populace rose in arms and attacked the castle of the Tuileries, August 10th. The king refused the assistance of those faithful citizens who had flocked round his person. Misled by unwise or perfidious counsels, he repaired with his family to Paris, and entering the National Assembly addressed them in these words: "Gentlemen, I am come here to avoid the commission of a great crime. I shall always consider myself and my family in safety when I am among the representatives of the nation." The populace having assailed the castle, the faithful Swiss guards defended it with courage and perished in the performance of their duty. The greater part of those found in the Tuileries were massacred by the rabble. The representatives of the nation, who were during this time in a state of the greatest alarm, decreed in presence of the sovereign and on the proposal of Vergniaud that the king should be suspended and a national convention assembled. End of section 47. Section 48 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Wilhelm, translated by Maximilian Schell. Section 47. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, AD 1789 to 1815, Part 2. Some days after, Louis, with his queen, the Dauphin, Madame Royale, and Madame Elisabeth, the king's sister, were imprisoned in the temple under a guard of the municipality of Paris, composed of partisans of the Revolution. This municipality and the ministers appointed by the embassy exercised a most tyrannical authority. The prisons were crowded with priests and nobles. Danton, the minister of justice, and a most violent revolutionist, entered into arrangements with the Commune for the massacre of these innocent men. The cruel work of butchery continued for 3 days without remorse, September 2, 3, and without the Legislative Assembly daring to interpose. A few days after, the prisoners who had been sent to the tribunal at Orléans were conducted to Versailles and put to death by the hands of relentless murderers. At length, the Legislative Assembly dissolved, September 21, to make way for the National Convention. The war had commenced in the month of April 1791. Luckner, Rochambeau, and Lafayette commanded the French armies, but their operations were without success. The Austrians had merely acted on the defensive. In virtue of an alliance concluded at Berlin, February 7, between the Emperor and the King of Prussia, an army of 50,000 Prussians, to which were added 6,000 Hessians and a body of emigrants, all under the command of the Duke of Brunswick, and an Austrian army, commanded by Clerfayt, entered France by way of the Ardennes. Longwy and Verdun opened their gates to the Prussians, August 13, but their progress was arrested by the maneuvers of Dumouriez, who had succeeded Lafayette in command of the army, as well as by sickness and the want of provisions. After cannonading Valmy, September 20, which was commanded by General Kellerman, the combined army retired towards the Rhine and into the Duchy of Luxembourg. The Girondists, reformed by all the enthusiasts in France, formed the National Assembly, September 21, 1792. The very day of their meeting they voted the abolition of royalty on the proposition of the comedian Collot d'Herbois and proclaimed the Republic. Like the assemblies which had preceded it, this was divided into two parties, the one composed of the Girondists and their friends, who wished for the restoration of order, the other, called the Mountain, had an interest in continuing the revolution. Political dominion was the object of contest which from the beginning engaged these two parties, but they assumed the pretext of honest design, to conceal their main purpose from the eyes of the vulgar. The deputies of the Montanists, as they could not charge their adversaries with the reproach of royalism, exhibited to the people as federalists, a reproach which was afterwards fatal to the party, and in order to have a rallying word, Talleyrand decreed, September 5, that the Republic was one and indivisible. To detail all the laws and acts which the Convention published during the 3 years which it oppressed France would be to unfold a disgusting catalogue of crimes and extravagances. We must be content with merely adverting to such of its operations as were distinguished by their enormity or produced any durable effect. One of its first degrees was to banish all emigrants forever, and to order those to be put to death who should return to their native country. Soon after they made a tender of their assistance to all subjects who might be inclined to revolt against their legitimate sovereigns, and in the countries which were occupied by their own armies they proclaimed the sovereignty of the people and the abolition of the established authorities. The moderate party, or more properly speaking, the less furious party of the Convention, were willing to spare the king's life. This, however, was one reason for the Montanists to put him to death. The Convention accordingly decreed, December 3, 1792, that a trial should be instituted against Louis Capet, as they called him, and combining in the most absurd manner the functions of accusers, judges, and legislators, they assumed the right of pronouncing as to his culpability. Twice they compelled him to appear at their bar, December 11, 26, where Desèze, Malesherbes, and Tronchet undertook his defense. The demeanor of the king was full of candor and dignity. Of 720 voters, 683 declared him guilty, January 15, 1793. 37 refused to vote on different grounds, some of which were honorable, but the assembly did not contain a single man who dared positively to pronounce the innocence of their victim. 2 only of those who refused to vote declared they did not think themselves entitled to sit as judges of the king. The minority in vain had flattered themselves that they might rescue the king from death, provided they referred the punishment to the nation itself, but in this they were disappointed. Of 718 voters, 424 objected to the appeal to the people. 283 admitted it, and 11 had voted from interested motives which could not be sustained. Nothing now remained but to pronounce the punishment to be inflicted on the king. Of 721 voters, 361 were for an unconditional sentence of immediate death, and among these the Duke of Orleans, January 17. The partisans of Louis interposed and appealed from this sentence to the nation. In vain did the Girondists support this petition. Of 690 voters, 380 decided that his execution should take place within 24 hours. Louis heard his sentence of death with composure and Christian resignation. He had already made his will a monument at once of his piety and the purity of his heart. He died the death of a martyr, January 21, 1793. At the moment when the executioner's axe was ready to strike, the Abbé Edgeworth, his confessor, addressed him in these sublime words, "Son of Saint Louis, ascend to heaven." The whole inhabitants of Paris, who viewed this foul deed with horror, were under arms. A mournful silence reigned in the city. All governments agreed in condemning the conduct of the regicides, but the voice of general detestation did not check the career of the sanguinary faction. The crime with which the Convention had stained themselves presaged the ruin of the Girondists, though they retarded their downfall by a struggle of 4 months. An insurrection of the sections of Paris, June 2nd, organized by Hébert, procureur of the Commune, and by the deputies Marat, Danton, and Robespierre, decided the victory. The Girondists were proscribed for the crime of federalism. The victorious party honored themselves with the title of sans-culottes, and commenced what has been called the Reign of Terror. The Convention was now nothing more than an assembly of executioners and a den of brigands. To hoodwink and deceive the people, they submitted for their approbation the plan of a constitution, drawn up by the Hérault de Seychelles, June 24, according to which the primary assemblies were to exercise the sovereignty and deliberate on all legislative measures. After the 2nd of June, the whole power was in the hands of the Committee of Public Safety, which was formed in the Convention. Danton, the chief of the Cordeliers, a popular assembly more extravagant than the Jacobins themselves, had the most influence for a time, but he was soon supplanted by Robespierre. The Constitution of the 24th of June had been adopted in the primary assemblies, but Robespierre decreed that it should be suspended, August 28, and the Republic was in a state of revolution until its independence was acknowledged. Under this title they organized a government, the most tyrannical and most sanguinary which history ever recorded. Robespierre was at the head of it. All France swarmed with revolutionary committees. Revolutionary armies were dispersed everywhere, dragging the wealthy and well-affected to punishment. A law with regard to suspected persons changed all the public edifices into prisons, and filled all the prisons with victims devoted to destruction. To remedy the fall of the assignats, the Convention fixed an assessment, called the maximum, on all articles of consumption, a measure which reduced the country to a state of famine. The Queen, Maria Antoinette, was accused before this revolutionary tribunal and brought to the scaffold October 16. Many of the Girondist deputies were arrested on the 2nd of June and met with the same fate. The Duke of Orléans, who was become an object of execration to all parties, perished there in his turn, November 7. Nobody pitied his fate. Over all the provinces of the kingdom, the blood of the innocent flowed in torrents. The revolutionists did not stop here. To their political crimes they added acts of impiety. They began by abolishing the Gregorian calendar and the Christian era, and substituted in its place the era of the Republic, to commence on the 22nd of September, 1793. In a short time, Hébert and Chaumette, two chiefs of the Commune, got the Convention to decree the abolition of the Christian religion, November 10. The worship of reason was substituted in its place, and the church of Notre Dame at Paris was profaned by being converted into a temple of atheism. Gobel, the constitutional bishop of Paris, and several other ecclesiastics publicly apostatized from their faith. Plunder and sacrilege of all kinds were committed in the Catholic churches. The departments in the west of France had remained faithful to the king. In Poitou, Maine, Brittany, and Normandy, a civil war arose, known by the name of the Vendéan War, which was on the point of overturning the Republic. The Vendéan insurgents took the title of the Catholic Army, which was commanded in the name of Louis XVII, who still remained a prisoner in the Temple after his father's death, by a council which sat at Châtillon. Monsieur d'Elbée was commander-in-chief. He had under him Artus de Bonchamp, the Marquis de Lescure, the La Roche-Jacquelin, Catalino, Charette, and Stofflet. This insurrection had broken out on account of a levy of troops which the Republic had ordered. The war was carried on with violence and cruelty. Among the most remarkable of its events that happened in the year 1793 were the Battle of Saumur, June 9, after which all the towns on the Loire, except Nantes, declared for the king. The Battle of Châtillon, where the Royalists were repeatedly defeated by the army of Mayence, which the Convention had sent against them. The passage of the Loire, August 17, 19, by 100,000 of the Vendéans, including old men, women, and children, who were eager to approach the coast where they expected the supplies promised by England to arrive. The defeat of the army of Mayence at Château-Gontier, the taking of Mans by the Republicans, and their victory at Savenay, the taking of Noirmoutier, where the brave Delbé fell into the hands of the enemy, January 2, 1794, and in the last place the defeat of Charette at Machecoul. The troops of the Convention were commanded in succession by Biron, Conclos, Westermann, Kléber, Béasser, Léchelle, Marceau, and Rossignol. The deputy Carrier de Nantes covered the whole country with slaughter, and exerted his ingenuity to invent new methods of massacre. Other insurrections arose in the south of France after the Revolution of the 2nd of June. Bordeaux, Lyon, Marseille, and Toulon declared themselves against the Convention. Bordeaux was speedily subdued, August 25, 1793. General Carteau took possession of Marseille with the assistance of the populace. Toulon proclaimed Louis XVII, August 29, and threw themselves under the protection of Admirals Hood and Langara, who were cruising off their coast with the English and Spanish fleets. Kellerman had orders to besiege Lyon, a task which was afterwards entrusted to Dopé. This city surrendered after a vigorous resistance, October 9. It became the scene of the most atrocious actions. Its finest buildings were entirely ruined and demolished by order of the Convention. Carteau took Toulon by assault, December 24. It was during the siege of this place that a young officer distinguished himself by his courage and afterwards by his enthusiasm for the Revolution. This youth was Napoleon Buonaparte, a native of Ajaccio in Corsica. The very same day on which the Convention met, the Duke of Saxe-Teschen, at the head of the Austrian army, had commenced the siege of Lille, but he was obliged to raise it in about 20 days. The Legislative Assembly had declared war against the King of Sardinia, September 10, 1792. General Montesquieu took possession of Savoy, and Anselme made himself master of Nice. Some months after, the Convention declared these provinces to be annexed to France. While the Allies were retiring from Champagne, Custine took Mayence by a coup de main, October 21, assisted, as it afterwards appeared, by treachery. Dumouriez, with a superior force, beat the Duke of Saxe-Teschen at Genappe, November 6, and soon achieved the conquest of the Belgic provinces. The Convention having declared war against England and the Stadtholder of the Netherlands, February 1, 1793, as well as against Spain, a powerful coalition was formed against them, of which England and Russia were the prime supporters, the one by her ammunitions, the other by the subsidies which she furnished. They were joined by all the Christian sovereigns in Europe, with the exception of Denmark. Dumouriez undertook the conquest of Holland, and penetrated as far as Meerdyk, but he was obliged to abandon his object in consequence of the defeat of Miranda, who had laid siege to Maestricht, by the Austrian army under the command of the Duke of Saxe-Coburg. Dumouriez was himself defeated at Nerwinden, March 18, after which he retired toward the frontier of France. Being determined to put an end to the tyranny of the Convention, and to re-establish the Constitution of 1791, he concluded an armistice with the Austrians, and delivered up to them the commissioners which the Convention had sent to deprive him of his office. But the army having refused to obey him, he escaped to Tournai, where General Clerfayt then was. The young Duke of Chartres accompanied him in his flight. During the rest of the campaign, success was divided between the two parties. The Austrians, who were conquerors at Famars, May 24, took Condé, Valenciennes, and Quesnoy, July. The Duke of York, who commanded the English army, was beat by Houchard at Onscot, September 8th. Jourdan compelled General Clerfayt, by means of the Battle of Vatignies, to raise the siege of Maubeuge. On the side of the Pyrenees, the Spanish generals, Ricardos and Ventura Caro, gained several advantages, the former having taken Bellegarde, Couillard, and Port-Vendre. On the Rhine, the Allies had the best of the campaign. After an obstinate siege, Mayence surrendered to the Prussians, July 22, who beat Moreau at Pirmasens, September 14, though they failed in the siege of Landau. An army of the Allies, 80,000 strong, commanded by Wurmser and the Duke of Brunswick, forced the lines at Wissembourg, October 13, and penetrated nearly as far as Strasbourg. But General Pichegru, who had taken the command of the French army, obliged Wurmser to repass the Rhine, December 30. The Prussians maintained themselves on the left bank of that river between Oppenheim and Bergen. In France, the revolutionists were divided into three parties. The Committee of Public Safety, at the head of which was Robespierre, supported by the Club of Jacobins, governed with an absolute power. Hébert, Chaumette, and Narcisse Clootz, a native of Prussia, and the other members of the Commune of Paris formed a second party, more violent than the first, but contemptible from the character of the individuals who composed it. The third comprehended Danton, Desmoulins, Hérault de Sechelles, and others who stood in awe of Robespierre and were terrified by the extravagant fury of these bandits. The faction of the Commune was the first that was annihilated by the temporary union of the other two parties, March 24, 1794. After that, Robespierre found little difficulty in sending Danton and his friends to the scaffold, April 5, but in a short time some of the members of the Committee of Public Safety and the remains of the Girondist party conspired against him. In order to please the people, he abolished the worship of reason, May 7, and caused the convention to proclaim the existence of a supreme being, June 8. He introduced a new religion, that of deism, of which he created himself high priest. The power of Robespierre was now in its apogee, and his downfall approached. As the Revolutionary Tribunal was not sufficiently expeditious in dispatching those whom he had marked out for destruction, he passed a decree, June 10, by which an unlimited authority was vested in that tribunal. This opened the eyes of his enemies in the convention, and, not doubting that they were doomed to death, they conspired in the ruin of the tyrant. Tallien and Billaud-Varennes were the first that attacked him before the tribunal. Having repeatedly attempted to defend himself, he was prevented by the voice of the assembly crying, "Down with the tyrant!" At length, repulsed and dispirited, he allowed himself to be arrested. Having found means, however, to escape from the guard, he saved himself in the midst of the Commune, which was composed of those who had adhered to him after the fall of Hébert. Both sides took to arms. Robespierre and his faction were outlawed, but they showed little courage. Finding themselves undone, they endeavored to escape the swords of the enemy by dispatching themselves. Robespierre attempted self-destruction, but he only broke his jawbone with a pistol shot. He was executed with 21 of his accomplices, July 28, 1794. 83 others met the same fate in the course of the 2 following days. From that time the reign of terror was at an end, and thousands of innocent persons were liberated from the prisons. His dominion, however, was not yet discontinued, and the career of this convention, from its beginning to its dissolution, was marked by a series of cruelties and oppressions. The end of Section 48. Section 49 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch, translated by Maximilian Schurl. Section 49. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, A.D. 1789 to 1815, Part 3. The campaign of 1794 was triumphant for the French arms. Pichegru commanded the army of the north, and Jourdan that of the Sambre and Meuse. The Duke of Coburg had at first the command of the Austrian army, but towards the end of the campaign he transferred it to Clerfayt. The King of Prussia became disgusted with the war, had threatened to withdraw his grand army from the Rhine, and to leave only his contingent as a prince of the empire, and the 20,000 men which he was bound to furnish Austria in virtue of the alliance of 1792. But England and Holland being engaged, by a convention signed at The Hague, to furnish him with supplies, he promised to retain 62,400 men under arms against France. They were under the command of Field Marshal Mellendorf. The taking of Charleroi by Jourdan, and the Battle of Fleurus, which he gained over the Duke of Coburg, June 26, decided the fate of the Netherlands. After some movements in conjunction with the army of the Upper Rhine under the command of the Duke of Saxe-Teschen, movements which had but little success from the want of an agreement among the generals, Clerfayt, at the head of the Austrian army, retired about the end of the year on the right bank of the Rhine, followed by Mellendorf, whom the French had never been able to bring into action. The army of the Pyrenees, under the command of Dugommier, gained a splendid victory at Céret over General La Union, April 30, and retook Bellegarde. The two generals of the army were slain at Montenero, where, after a battle of 3 days, the Spaniards were repulsed by Perignon, November 27. The French took Figueres, February 4, and Rose about 2 months after. The western army of the Pyrenees, under the command of Muller, entered Spain, took Fontarabia and San Sebastian, August 1 and 11, beat the Spaniards at Pampeluna, November 8, and spread terror to the very gates of Madrid. After the reduction of Toulon, the English fleet under Admiral Howe, being invited into Corsica by Paoli, took possession of that island, June 18, which submitted to Britain as an independent kingdom. The French fleet, under Admiral Villaret-Joyeuse, was defeated off Ushant by Admiral Howe, June 1. Most of the French colonies had already fallen into the power of the English. General Pichegru, favored by the rigor of winter, and the intrigues of the party opposed to the House of Orange, had made himself master, almost without striking a blow, of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, January 1795, where the patriots had re-established the ancient constitution, such as it had been before the year 1788, the office of stadholder being again abolished, as the Prince of Orange, after being deprived of all his functions, had fled to England. France concluded a treaty with this republic at The Hague, May 16, where the independence of the latter was formally acknowledged. She entered also into an alliance against England, paid 100 millions of florins, and ceded a part of her territory. It was at this time, June 8, 1795, that the royal infant Louis XVII, only son of Louis XVI, died in the Temple in consequence of the bad treatment which he had endured incessantly for nearly 3 years. His uncle, who had assumed the title of regent about the beginning of 1793, succeeded him in his right to the throne. That prince, who then resided at Verona, took the title of Louis XVIII. After the battles of Mans and Savenay, and the taking of Noirmoutier, the Vendéans had found themselves greatly exhausted, but at the time of which we now speak, they formed themselves into bands of insurgents in Brittany and Normandy under the name of Chouans. After the death of La Roche-Jacquelin, Charette and Sapineau concluded a peace with the Convention at Jaunay, February 17, 1795. Cormartin, the leader of the Chouans, did the same at Mabillé, but a few weeks after, the Convention caused him to be arrested and shot, with 7 other chiefs. This was the signal for a new insurrection. The English government at length resolved to send assistance to the Royalists. A body of emigrants and French prisoners of war were landed in the Bay of Quiberon, June 18. But the whole of the expedition was badly managed and had a most disastrous result. General Hoche attacked the troops on their debarkation. The greater part might have saved themselves on board the vessels, but the Marquis de Sombreuil and 560 young men of the best families were taken and shot by order of Tallien, June 21, in spite of the opposition of General Hoche, who declared that he had promised to spare their lives. In the National Convention, 2 parties were contending for the superiority: the Thermidorians, or moderates, and the terrorists. The inhabitants of Paris, reduced to despair by the dearth which the Maximum had caused, and instigated by the Jacobins, had several times revolted, especially on the days of the 12th Germinal, April 1, and the 1st Prairial, May 20. The moderate party, strengthened by the accession of many of the deputies proscribed since the 2nd June 1793, gained the victory and purged the Convention by banishing or putting to death the most execrable of the terrorists. They even conciliated in some respects the opinion of the public by drawing up a new constitution, June 23, which might appear wise and judicious compared with the maxims which had been disseminated for several years. Its fundamental elements were a legislative body composed of 2 elective chambers, one of which was to have the originating of the laws, and the other, composed of men of judgment and experience, was to be invested with a veto. The executive power was to be lodged in the hands of a council of 5 persons, clothed with an authority greater than that which the Constitution of 1791 had given to the king. The Convention passed several other laws which indicated a desire to return to the principles of morality. They also resolved to exchange Madame Royale, the only remains of the family of Louis XVI, for the deputies delivered up by Dumouriez. But they lost again the affections of the people by their laws of the 5th and 13th Fructidor of the year 3, August 22 and 30, 1795. Premonished by the fault which the Constituent Assembly had committed in prohibiting its members from entering into the legislative body, and wishing at the same time to escape punishment for the many crimes they had committed, they ordained that 2/3 of the members then composing the Convention should, of necessity, become a part of the new legislation, and that if the primary assemblies did not reappoint 500 of the ex-conventional deputies, the newly elected members should themselves complete the quota by adding a sufficient number of their ancient colleagues. The new constitution had been submitted for the approbation of the people, which they doubted not it would receive, as it was to deliver France from the revolutionary faction. The convention took advantage of this disposition of the people to compel the sections likewise to accept the 2 decrees, by declaring them an integral part of the Constitution. But this attempt was the occasion of new troubles. The sections of Paris wished to vote separately on the Constitution, and on the decrees which in that case would have been rejected over all France. The moderate party of the Convention, if we can honor them with that name, joined with the terrorists. Perceiving the storm to be gathering, they now sought assistance and support from the troops whose camp was pitched under the walls of Paris. They armed a large body of men, at the head of which was Bonaparte, who gained a sanguinary victory over the Parisians on the 13th Vendémiaire in the year 3, October 5th, 1795. The desire to restore the Bourbons had been the secret motive with the chiefs of the insurrection. A new legislative body assembled, which might be regarded as a continuation of the Convention, so long at least as the 500 deputies of the Convention were not excluded, who sat in consequence of the annual renewals of 1/3 of its members. The executive directory, appointed by the Council of the Ancients from a list presented by the Council of 500, consisted of La Réveillère Lepot, Rubel, Barras, Le Tourneur, and Carnot, who had replaced Sieyès, this member having declined to make one of the directory, the whole 5 being regicides. The forms of terrorism were mitigated in some respects, but the morals of the administration gained nothing by the change. The reign of the Directory was an era of corruption and dissoluteness, whose effects were long felt. An unbounded avarice seized the nation, and the Directory encouraged and fed that shameful passion by lending itself to the most infamous traffic. Men coveted the nobility of riches rather than that of honor and birth. The Directory had to struggle against 2 inconveniences. The one was the spirit of rebellion, which induced the terrorists to form a conspiracy among themselves, such as that of Drouet and Babeuf, May 10, 1796, and that which is known by the name of the conspiracy of the camp at Grenoble, September 9. The other inconvenience was still more serious, namely the embarrassed state of the finances. The quantity of assignats thrown into circulation amounted to 18,933,500,000 francs. To reduce this sum, they decreed a loan of 600 million in specie. This measure proving ineffectual, the assignats were replaced by another sort of paper money, rescriptions, and finally by mandates. But both of these were discredited, the former after being issued, and the latter even before they were put into effective circulation, on the ground that it would be found necessary to withdraw them altogether from circulation. The state thus became bankrupt for 39,000 millions of francs. It then became necessary to have recourse to a system of regular imposts, which the people had not been accustomed to pay. The executive directory had succeeded in putting an end to the war in La Vendée. This success was owing to the firmness and moderation of General Hoche. Stofflet was betrayed and shot at Angers, February 25, 1796. Charette, who had fallen into the hands of the Republicans, met with the same fate at Nantes soon after. His death put an end to the war, March 29. The Comte d'Autichamp and the other Vendéan generals signed a treaty of peace with Hoche. Georges Cadoudal, the leader of the Chouans, fled to England. At first, from the accession of a third of the members of the two legislative councils, the moderate party gained the ascendancy. On M. Berthellemy's being appointed to the Directory, there arose a schism between La Réveillère, Lepaut, Rebel, and Barras, who were called the Triumvirs, and Carnot and Berthélemy, who were inclined for peace and for putting an end to the measures of the Revolution. The triumvirate lost the majority in the council, where Pichegru had put himself at the head of the moderate party, who hoped to restore the monarchy. Royalism, assisted by the liberty of the press which France then enjoyed, had made such progress as frightened the triumvirs. They thought themselves sure of the army, so easy to be seduced when they are allowed to deliberate, and especially of Bonaparte. They then performed the exploit, which is known by the name of the Revolution of the 8th Fructidor, September 4th. 65 deputies and the two directors, Berthélemy and Carnot, were condemned to transportation, and such of them as were apprehended were banished to the deserts of Sinamari in Guiana. The last named deputies of the two councils were expelled, and the moderate laws issued 3 months before were superseded by revolutionary measures. The authors, editors, and printers of royalist or moderate journals were also transported. The liberty of the press was abolished, and continued so in France from that time until 1814. Merlin, a lawyer of Douai, was appointed to the place of one of the exiled directors, and the poet François, a native of Neufchâteau in Lorraine, to that of another. Here it will be proper to take a retrospect of the events of the war. The Grand Duke of Tuscany was the first that set the example of a reconciliation with France, which was signed at Paris, February 9, 1795. The King of Prussia, whose finances were exhausted, entered into a negotiation with Berthélemy, the Republican ambassador, which was concluded at Basel by Baron Hardenberg, April 5. Prussia not only abandoned the coalition, she even guaranteed the neutrality of the north of Germany, according to a line of demarcation which was fixed by a special convention, May 17. The Landgrave of Hesse-Cassel likewise made peace at Basel, August 28. The retreat of the Prussians on the one hand, and the scarcity which prevailed in France on the other, had retarded the opening of the campaign of 1795. Field Marshal Bender having reduced Luxembourg after a siege of 8 months, and a plentiful harvest having once more restored abundance, the army of the Sambre and Meuse, commanded by Jourdan, and that of the Rhine and Moselle under Pichegru, passed the Rhine. The former, being beat at Hoche by Clerfayt, October 11, repassed that river in disorder, and Mayence, then under siege, was relieved. Pichegru, who had taken Mannheim, September 22, retreated in like manner, and General Wurmser retook that city. An armistice was concluded on the last day of the year. In Italy, the French were expelled from Piedmont and the states of Genoa, which they had invaded, but the victory which Scherer gained over Devin at Levano, November 23, was a prelude to greater advantages, which they gained in course of next year. In Spain, Moncey gained the battle of Ormea and occupied Bilbao. But the peace which the Chevalier Iriarte signed at Basel, July 6, put an end to his conquests. The King of Spain ceded to the Republic his part of the island of St. Domingo. Lord Bridport defeated the French fleet off Lorient, June 23, 1795, which intended to oppose the debarkation of the emigrants at Quiberon. The coalition, which the retirement of Prussia and Spain had threatened to dissolve, gained fresh strength by several new alliances, such as that of Vienna, between Austria and Great Britain, May 20, and the Triple Alliance of St. Petersburg, September 28. The campaign of 1796 was glorious for the French arms in Italy. Napoleon Buonaparte was there, at the head of an army destitute of everything except courage. By a series of victories which he gained at Montenotte, Dego, Millesimo, Ceva, and Mondovi, over the Austrian General Beaulieu and the Sardinian General Colli, he obliged the King of Sardinia to sign a truce at Cherasco, April 28, by which he surrendered up 3 fortresses. Bonaparte passed the Po at Placentia, granted a truce on very disadvantageous terms to the Duke of Parma, and forced the passage of the bridge of Lodi, May 9. The fate of Lombardy was decided. Cremona and Pizzighettone opened their gates to the conqueror, May 14, who soon made his entry into Milan. the Duke of Modena obtained a suspension of arms. The King of Sardinia agreed to sign a peace at Paris, by which he surrendered Savoy and the district of Nice. The terror of the French arms was so great that the King of Naples promised to remain neutral by a convention which he concluded at Brescia, June 5. The Pope also obtained neutrality by the Armistice of Bologna, June 28, but on conditions exceedingly severe. Though the war had ceased in Tuscany, a body of French troops occupied Leghorn, June 28, to seize the English merchandise in that port. The court of Vienna was resolved to make every effort to save Mantua, the only place which remained to them in Italy. At the head of 50,000 fresh troops, Wurmser marched from the Tyrol, broke the French lines on the Adige, July 31, and compelled Bonaparte to raise the siege of Mantua. The latter general encountered the Austrians and beat them at Castiglione, without, however, being able to prevent Wurmser from throwing fresh supplies into Mantua. This place was invested a second time, and a second time the Austrian army marched to its relief. While Bonaparte was engaged with Davidovich at Roveredo, September 4, and Massena pushing on as far as Trent, Wurmser marched in all haste towards Mantua. Bonaparte suddenly directed his course against him, vanquished him in several battles, and compelled him to throw himself, with the wreck of his army, into the fortress. September 15. After this event, the King of the Two Sicilies and the Duke of Parma signed a definitive peace at Paris, and the Republic of Genoa concluded a treaty, August 9, by which it retained at least the appearance of independence. Austria tried a third time to relieve Mantua. Two armies under the command of Alvinzi and Davidovich marched, the one from Friuli and the other from the Tyrol. The former was encountered by Bonaparte, who defeated them in a sanguinary action at Arcole, November 17. Immediately he directed his march against the other, and beat them at Rivoli, November 21. While matters were thus passing in Italy, the army of the Sambre and Meuse, commanded by Jourdan, had several engagements with the Archduke Charles, brother of the Emperor, on the Sieg and the Lahn. Moreau, at the head of the army of the Rhine and Moselle, passed the Rhine at Strasbourg, and gained several advantages over the army which Wurmser had commanded at the beginning of the campaign. He concluded truces with the Duke of Württemberg, the Margrave of Baden, and the Circle of Swabia, who supplied him with money and provisions, July, and penetrated into Bavaria, the elector of which was also obliged to submit to very rigorous conditions, September 7, to obtain a suspension of arms. Jourdan, on his side, having also passed the Rhine, marched through Franconia as far as the Upper Palatinate. The Archduke Charles, who since the departure of Wurmser for Italy had been at the head of all the Austrian armies in Germany, retired before so great a superiority of numbers, and drew near to the quarter whence he expected the arrival of reinforcements. He immediately fell on the undisciplined army of Jourdan, defeated them at Amberg, August 24, and Würzburg, September 3, and put them so completely to the rout that they were obliged to repass the Rhine, September 19. This disaster compelled Moreau to make his retreat, in effecting which he displayed the talents of a great general. After a number of engagements, in which he was more frequently the conqueror than the conquered, he brought back his army to Hunningen, October 26, where they passed the Rhine. That fortress and Kiel were the only points on the right bank of the Rhine which remained in the possession of the French. The Cabinet of London, finding that Spain had declared war against her, August 19, according to the Treaty of St. Ildefonso, which allied her strictly with France, and moreover seeing Ireland threatened with an invasion, ordered the British troops to evacuate the island of Corsica, October 21, of which the French took possession. Lord Malmesbury was sent to Lille to negotiate a peace, which he was not able to obtain, because the conditions were not agreeable to the three directors who formed the majority. The attempts which the French made to land in Ireland, December 22, under Admiral Morad de Gaulle and General Hoche, proved unsuccessful. In 1797 the Austrians made a fourth attempt to save Mantua. Alvinzi arrived with 80,000 men, but after several bloody engagements this army was dispersed, and old Wurmser was compelled to surrender Mantua by capitulation, February 2. Bonaparte, who had broken his truce with the Pope, invaded the ecclesiastical states, but being menaced in the rear by a new Austrian army, he again made peace with His Holiness at Tolentino, February 19. The Pope, besides renouncing Avignon and the Venetian, ceded also Ferrara, Bologna, and Romagna. The new Austrian army in Italy was commanded by the Archduke Charles, but not being able to cope with that of Bonaparte in pitched battle, the Archduke retired through the Tyrol and Carinthia into Styria, where he was followed by the French general. This precipitate march threw the French army into a situation highly perilous, since, besides the want of provisions, they were menaced in the rear by an insurrection of the Tyrol and the arms of the Venetian Republic. Bonaparte then offered peace, which was accepted by the Cabinet of Vienna and signed at Leoben, April 18, 1797, the same day that Hoche passed the Rhine at Neuwied, and 2 days after Moreau had passed that river at Strasbourg. The preliminaries at Leoben were honorable for Austria. She renounced, it is true, Belgium and all her possessions in Italy as far as the Oglio, but she was indemnified by a considerable part of the Venetian territory, as well as by Istria and Dalmatia, for which the Republic were to receive Bologna, Ferrara, and Romagna. Peschiera and Mantua were to be surrendered to the Emperor. France recognized the principle that the integrality of the empire was to be the basis of a pacification with the Germanic body. Immediately after the Peace of Leoben, Bonaparte, without having received orders, overturned the Venetian Republic and caused his troops to occupy that city, May 16th. He united the provinces of Lombardy, which Austria had ceded, into a republic on the model of that of France, June 29, and this new state was called the Cisalpine Republic. He obliged the Genoese to change their government and to constitute themselves into the Ligurian Republic, June 6. The end of section 49. Section 50 of History of Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. Section 50. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, AD 1789 to 1815, Part 4. The negotiations for a definitive peace were long in coming to a conclusion. Bonaparte regretted having promised the restitution of Mantua, and the 3 Jacobin members of the Directory, who were displeased with the terms on which the peace with Germany was to be founded, began to intrigue for the cession of the left bank of the Rhine, and with this view to protract the conclusion of the peace until the revolution of the 18th Fructidor should gain their party the ascendancy. The negotiations with Lord Malmesbury were immediately broken off, and Bonaparte threatened to resume hostilities unless Austria would accept the conditions dictated by the new Directory. Peace was at length concluded at Campo Formio near Udine, October 17, by Bonaparte and Count Louis de Cobenzl. The 2 parties divided between them, it is said, the whole territory of the Republic of Venice, so that the Adige should be the frontier on the continent of Italy, while the Venetian islands on the coast of Albania and Turkey should belong to France. Austrian Lombardy, with Peschiera and Mantua, the Modenois and the Venetian territory to the west of the Adige, and the 3 legatines of Bologna, Ferrara, and Romagna were to form the Cisalpine Republic. A congress for a treaty of peace with the empire was to be opened at Rastatt. By certain secret articles, the emperor consented eventually to the perpetual and complete cession of the left bank of the Rhine, and stipulated for himself the possession of Salzburg, in case of a partial cession, and greater advantages provided the whole left bank of the Rhine were abandoned to France. The states of Germany, who might suffer loss by the partial or total cession of the left bank of the Rhine, were to receive indemnification in Germany as was expressed in the treaty. A compensation was to be allowed to the Prince of Orange, but this was not to take place in the neighborhood of the Batavian Republic, nor in that of the Austrian possessions. Prussia was to preserve her provinces on the left bank of the Rhine, but she was to claim no new acquisitions in Germany. The Directory were not equally satisfied with all the articles of this treaty, but they durst not disavow the negotiator, who had assisted in accomplishing the revolution of the 18th Fructidor. The French government were displeased with the increase of power granted to Austria, and especially with the dismemberment of Bavaria, which Rubel, who piqued himself on his political abilities, regarded with reason as contrary to the interests of France. Moreover, the articles relative to Prussia and the Prince of Orange were in direct opposition to the Convention of Berlin, 1794, which was the basis of the existing unanimity between Prussia and France. By that convention the bishopric of Munster was made over to the king by way of reimbursement for his possessions beyond the Rhine, while the House of Orange was to have Würzburg and Bamberg. These circumstances obliged the Directory to conceal from the court of Berlin the secret articles of the Treaty of Campo Formio, and this constraint greatly embarrassed them by the mistrust which it excited on the part of Prussia. General Bonaparte, with Trilhard and Bonnier, members of the convention, were appointed to negotiate at Rastatt with the deputation of the Empire. Bonaparte made only a short stay there to sign a secret convention with Count Louis de Compensel, December 1, according to which Mayence was to be restored to the troops of the French Republic in fulfillment of what had been resolved on at Campo Formio. The object which the French negotiators proposed was to obtain the entire cession of the left bank of the Rhine, free from all charges, and to obtain it without being obliged to purchase it at the price which Bonaparte had promised to Austria. The means for attaining the object were to secure the consent of the majority of the deputation, and the agreement of Prussia, and then to prevail with the latter to object to the dismemberment of Bavaria, a measure which would compel France to reveal the secret negotiations at Campo Formio. The first proposition on which these ministers demanded the cession of the whole left bank of the Rhine became the subject of a tedious negotiation, alternately promoted and thwarted by 1,000 intrigues. At length the deputation admitted it, March 1798, but under restrictions which the ministers were determined to reject. The latter then proposed as a second basis the indemnification of the princes in possession of the left bank of the Rhine, which was adopted without much difficulty, March 15. The third demand referred to the manner of carrying the fundamental articles into execution. On this ground the French advanced a multitude of pretensions, each more unjust and more ridiculous than the other. Until then the negotiations, in all probability, were serious on the part of Austria and France, as the former, supported by Russia, hoped to obtain the consent of Prussia to the dismemberment of Bavaria, while France on her side vainly anticipated a strict alliance with the cabinet of Berlin, which would have enabled the Directory to have dictated its own conditions of peace. But, towards the middle of the year, war had become inevitable, in consequence of the numerous aggressions which the Executive Directory had committed in different countries. To them, war had become necessary to occupy their armies. The continuation of the Congress at Rastatt, therefore, served merely to gain time to prepare for hostilities. If the court of Vienna had flattered themselves that the Cisalpine Republic would form an independent state, they were undeceived by the treaty of alliance with France, which that republic was obliged to accept, in spite of the determined refusal of the Council of Ancients. It was in reality a treaty of subjection, by which, among other articles, it was stipulated that there should always be 25,000 French troops in the Cisalpine states, for the support of which they should pay 18 millions per annum. A tumult having happened at Rome, in which one of the French generals was killed, the Directory made this a pretext for invading the ecclesiastical states. General Berthier proclaimed the Roman Republic, February 15, 1798, and Pope Pius VI was carried captive to France, where he died, August 29, 1799. The Directory, from no just motive, excited a revolution in Switzerland, and under pretense of being invited by one of the parties, they sent troops into that country, January 26, overturned the existing order of things, and under the title of the Helvetic Republic, they established a government entirely subject on their authority, April 11. A piece of imprudence committed by the French ambassador at Vienna was the cause of a popular commotion there, in consequence of which he quitted his situation. This event made a great noise. It gave rise to the conferences which took place at Seltz in Alsace, April 13, between the ex-director François and Count de Compensel, in which France and Austria tried, for the last time, if it were possible, to come to a proper understanding regarding their mutual interests. These conferences had no other effect than to convince the court of Vienna that they must turn the current of their politics into a new channel. A French fleet, commanded by Admiral Breuil, sailed from Toulon, May 19, with General Bonaparte and 40,000 men. When they arrived off Malta, Bonaparte got possession of that island by means of a capitulation, signed in name of the Order of St. John, June 12th, by some of the knights who had disclaimed all submission to the Grand Master and the Assembly of the States. From Malta the French fleet sailed with a fair wind for Egypt, and landed at Alexandria, July 2, to undertake the conquest of that country, although France was then at peace with the Porte. The English fleet, however, under Admiral Nelson, which had gone in quest of the French, joined them off Alexandria and defeated them in an action which was fought in the Bay of Aboukir, August 1, and which lasted 36 hours. Charles Emmanuel IV, King of Sardinia, insulted in every kind of way by the French generals, and by his neighbors the Cisalpine and Ligurian republics, resolved to shelter himself from these annoyances under the protection of the Directory. He had concluded an alliance, offensive and defensive, with France, April 5, 1797, but the latter having demanded a new pledge of his friendship, he concluded a convention at Milan, by which the French government granted him their protection, on condition that he would surrender to them the citadel of his capital. The events which we have now detailed gave rise to a second coalition against France, which was entered into by Great Britain, Russia, Austria, the Porte, and the two Sicilies. The two first of these powers promised to support the rest, Britain furnishing supplies and Russia auxiliary troops. Before taking up arms, the cabinet of Vienna attempted to conciliate that of Berlin, with the view of compelling France to moderate some of her claims. Negotiations were accordingly entered into at Berlin, at first between the two powers alone, and afterwards under the mediation of the Emperor Paul of Russia. But in order to obtain a mutual cooperation, it was necessary to begin by establishing mutual confidence. This was impossible, as each of the cabinets had its own secret, which it would not communicate to the other. Prussia had her own treaty of the 1st of August 1796, and Austria her secret articles of Campo Formio. The circumstance which determined the Emperor Paul to take a part in the war against France was the indignation which he felt at the spoliation of the Knights of Malta, whom he had taken under his protection, and afterwards accepted the office of Grand Master of the Order. This coalition was formed by treaties of alliance between the several parties respectively. Russia agreed to send an army of 60,000 men under Suvorov to the Danube and to furnish Prussia with 45,000 to be paid by Great Britain. After the revolution of the 18th Fructidor, the executive directory of the French Republic had to struggle against the general discontent, as well as against the disordered state of finances, and the intrigues of the Jacobins, whose influence they had imprudently augmented, hoping by their means to annihilate the party of the opposition. That faction would infallibly have effected a counter-revolution in France had not the Directory, by a stretch of arbitrary power, annulled the elections of 1798. The want of funds, which was always growing worse, had retarded the renewal of the war, but when it broke out, the Directory adopted a measure which we ought not to pass in silence, as it has exercised a lasting influence on all the states of Europe, who were obliged to follow the example. We allude to the law which introduced the military conscription, September 5, 1798, and which was the work of General Jourdan. The coalition was not yet consolidated, and Austria had not yet finished her preparations for war, when the King of the Two Sicilies, instigated by a party who wished to urge the cabinet of Vienna to greater dispatch, commenced hostilities by expelling the French from Rome, November 24. That enterprise failed of success. The Neapolitan troops, who were commanded by a foreigner, General Baron de Mack, showed neither discipline nor courage. After this first repulse, the king took shelter in Sicily. His capital became a prey to the most frightful anarchy. Mack, to save his life, deserted to the enemy. The Lazzaroni defended Naples against the French army, and it was not till after a battle of 3 days that Championnet, who was at their head, succeeded in getting possession of the city, after which he proclaimed the Parthenopean Republic, January 25. General Joubert took possession of Turin, and when the new campaign opened, the whole of Italy was in the hands of the French. The Executive Directory made these hostile preparations of the King of the Two Sicilies a pretext for declaring war against the King of Sardinia, December 6, 1798, who was in alliance with France. General Joubert having already advanced into Piedmont, Charles Emmanuel IV signed an act, drawn up by General Clausel, by which he renounced the exercise of all power, and commanded his subjects to obey the provisional government which the French were about to establish. He afterwards retired into Sardinia, where he protested against the violence which he had experienced. The Congress of Rastatt had continued their sittings. On the 6th December 1798, the French plenipotentiaries gave in their ultimatum on the third proposition relative to the mode of carrying into execution the two fundamental articles agreed to, with a threat to quit Rastatt unless it was accepted within 6 days. The majority of the deputation, who were not initiated into the secrets of great cabinets, and who were importuned by a crowd of princes, nobles, and deputies, under the influence either of interest or terror, accepted this ultimatum, against which Austria, Saxony, and Hanover voted. The plenipotentiary of the Empire ratified it, probably because the court of Vienna, who were on the point of abrogating everything that had passed at Rastatt, did not think it necessary to enter into any discussion on that subject. This finished the operations of the Congress. From that moment the French plenipotentiaries did nothing but complain of the march of the Russian troops, who in effect had penetrated into Galicia and were approaching the Danube. The deputation, whose distinctive character was pusillanimity, confirmed these complaints in presence of the Emperor, January 4, 1799, who, however, eluded giving any positive answer until the whole of his measures were organized. A French army, commanded by Jourdan, passed the Rhine between Strasbourg and Basel. The Congress, nevertheless, continued to sit until the 7th April, when it was dissolved by Count Metternich, who annulled all its decisions. The 28th of April was a day memorable in the annals of modern history. Some of the Austrian hussars, within a quarter of a league of Rastatt, assassinated the French ministers Bonnier, Debris, and Robergeot, who were on their return to Paris. That deed was not authorized by the Executive Directory, although it was attributed to them because they had artfully turned it to their advantage, by exciting the public mind, which had already declared itself against the war. Neither was it authorized by any cabinet or commander of the army. Its real author has never been officially made known. The French Republic had already declared war against the Emperor and the Grand Duke of Tuscany, March 12, 1799, without any apparent motive. But before this declaration was made, the campaign had already opened in Switzerland, where General Massena had dislodged the Austrians from the country of the Grisons, which they had occupied in consequence of a treaty with the Republicans, concluded at Corps, October 7, 1798. The Archduke Charles, at the head of the main Austrian army, acquitted himself gloriously. He defeated Jourdan in several pitched battles at Pullendorf and Stockach, March 20 and 25, and compelled the army of the Danube, as it was called, to repass the Rhine. The remains of Jourdan's army were then united to that of Massena. In Italy, while General McDonald, who had succeeded Championnet in the command, was covering Rome and Naples, General Gautier occupied Florence. Scherer, at the head of the army of Italy, was defeated by Cray at Legnago, March 25, Rocco, 30, and Verona, April 5. It was at this time that Suvorov arrived in Italy with the Russians and took the chief command of the combined army. Moreau, who with a noble resignation had taken on himself the interim command of the French army in its present discouraging circumstances, was defeated at Cassano, April 27, and retired to Alessandria. It was of great importance for Suvorov to prevent MacDonald, who had arrived at Naples, from joining Moreau. But the two French generals maneuvered so dexterously that this junction took place, although MacDonald had been attacked by Suvorov near the Trebia, June 17, where he sustained a considerable loss. The whole of Lombardy fell into the hands of the Allies. Mantua likewise capitulated. Joubert, who had been appointed general of the army of Italy, had scarcely arrived when he offered battle to Suvorov near Novi, August 15, but he was slain near the commencement of the action. Moreau, who had continued with the army as a volunteer, could not prevent the general rout. Championnet, who succeeded Joubert, was not more fortunate. Coni, the last place in their possession, having been taken December 3, the French retired within the Apennines. The Archduke Charles having marched into Switzerland, Massena took up a strong position on the Aar and the Reuss. The hopes which they had entertained of bringing over Prussia to the coalition having entirely failed, it was agreed between Great Britain and Russia, June 29, that the army of 45,000 men, which the latter had eventually promised to place at the disposal of the King of Prussia if he became a party in the war, should henceforth be employed against France in Switzerland. Accordingly, these troops, who were commanded by Prince Korsakov, having arrived on the Limmat, the Archduke joined to them 30,000 Austrians, while with the rest of his troops he marched towards the Rhine, where a new French army had occupied Heidelberg and Mannheim. The Archduke compelled them to repass the river and took Mannheim by assault, September 18. After the Battle of Novi, Suvorov quitted Italy with the Russians, whose number was now reduced to 24,000 men, to march on the Limmat and take the command of the Allied army in Switzerland. Massena, who was anxious to prevent this junction, attacked Korsakov and defeated him near Zurich, September 24, which obliged him to evacuate Switzerland. Suvorov, whose march across the Alps had now become very dangerous, accomplished it nevertheless with boldness and celerity, and although he had to encounter Lecourbe, who wished to intercept him, and afterwards Massena, who was in pursuit of him, he crossed the small cantons of the Grisons and effected a union with the remains of Korsakov's army. The Roman and Parthenopean republics had fallen to pieces after the departure of McDonald. Ancona, where he had left a body of troops, did not surrender until the 29th of November. The combined fleets of the Turks and Russians, about the end of the year 1798, had taken possession of the French islands that had formerly belonged to the Venetians. Corfu held out until the 1st of March 1799. The Archduke Charles, having advanced on Switzerland after the defeat of Korsakov, Lecourbe, who had been called to the command of the army of Alsace, passed the Rhine, but he was soon after compelled to return to the left bank of that river. In virtue of a convention which was concluded at St. Petersburg, June 22, the Emperor Paul, in addition to the 105,000 men which he had already dispatched, engaged to furnish 17,500 more. These, with 12,000 English under the command of the Duke of York, attempted to make a descent on Holland, and landed at Helder. This expedition proved a total failure. The Duke of York, after having been worsted in several engagements with General Brune, evacuated the country, in consequence of a capitulation signed at Alkmaar, October 18, 1799. These disasters were but feebly compensated by the taking of Suriname, August 16, the last of the Dutch colonies which fell into the hands of the English. End of section 50. Section 51 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph de Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. Section 51. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, A.D. 1789 to 1815, Part 5. While these events were transacting in Europe, Bonaparte had subdued the greater part of Egypt, but he was less successful in the expedition which he undertook against Syria. Being obliged to raise the siege of Acre, May 19, after sustaining considerable losses, he returned to Egypt with the feeble remains of his army. Shortly after, July 15, a Turkish fleet appeared off Abukir, and landed a body of troops, who took possession of that fort. Bonaparte directed his march against them, beat them, and almost totally annihilated them, July 25, but being displeased at the Directory, who had left him without support, and having heard of their disorganization, he resolved to return to Europe. He embarked secretly, August 23, and landed at Fréjus on the coast of Provence, October 9, 1799. At the time of his arrival, France was in a state of the most violent commotion. The Council of 500 was become more and more Jacobinical in consequence of new elections. Sieyès, Gauhier, Roger Ducos, and Moulin, with Barras, director of the Ancients, formed the government. The revolutionary measures which were adopted by the council seemed a prelude to the return of terror. Such was the law which authorized the Directory to take hostages among the relations of the emigrants, July 12th, and the loan of 100 millions, which was decreed August 6th. In the West, the Chouans had organized a new insurrection under the conduct of George Cadoudal and the Comte de Frotté, d'Autingchamp, and de Beaumont. Disturbances had broken out in other provinces. The government had fallen into contempt. A general restlessness had taken possession of the public mind. Barras and Sieyès were perfectly conscious that this state of things could not continue. Each of them separately had contrived the plan of a new revolution, and each of them endeavored to make a partisan of General Bonaparte, who had just arrived in Paris, and on whom the hopes of France seemed at that time to depend. The general deceived Barras, and entered into a conspiracy with Sieyès and the more powerful members of the Council of Ancients. On the 18th Brumaire, November 9, 1799, the council nominated Bonaparte commandant of the troops, abolished the Directory, and ordered the Legislative Assembly to be transferred to Saint-Cloud. The meeting which took place next day was a scene of great turbulence. Bonaparte ineffectually attempted to defend himself in the Council of 500, when the firmness of his brother Lucien and the grenadiers of the guard alone secured his safety. The council was dissolved, and the constitution of the year 3 abolished, November 11. A provisional government was established, consisting of Sieyès, Roger Ducos, and Bonaparte. A legislative commission of 25 members were charged to draw up the plan of a new constitution. The new constitution was announced on the 22nd of Frimaire of the year 8, 13th December 1799. The republican forms were preserved, and the government in appearance was entrusted to a council of 3 persons, appointed for 10 years, and decorated with the title of consuls, namely Bonaparte, Cambassière, and Lebrun, but in reality to the first only, on whom they conferred a power truly monarchical. The other constituted bodies were a conservative senate, contrived by Sieyès, to be the guardian of the public liberties, a tribunal of 100 members, whose business it was to discuss such forms of law as the government laid before them, and a legislative body of 300 members, who gave their vote without any previous debate. Bonaparte seized the reins of government with a firm hand. He abrogated several of the revolutionary laws, amalgamated its different parts into a system, and by degrees organized the most complete despotism. He consolidated his power by quashing the insurrection in the West. By his orders, Generals Brun and Hédouville concluded a peace, January 18, 1800, first with the Vendéens at Montfaucon, and afterwards with the Chouans. He gave a most striking example of perfidy by causing the brave Frotté to be shot a few days later. But he conciliated the affection of his subjects by a restoration of religion, which he established by means of a concordat with the court of Rome, July 15, 1801. Bonaparte was no sooner placed at the head of the government than he proposed to make peace with England, by means of a letter, December 26, 1799, not written, according to etiquette, by one of his ministers to the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, but in his own hand, and addressed to King George III, whom he complimented for his patriotic virtues. He stated the necessity for peace, and trusted that 2 nations so enlightened as France and Great Britain would no longer be actuated by false ideas of glory and greatness. This step, made in so unusual a form, could not possibly have a successful result, especially as Mr. Pitt was determined to employ all the resources of England to overthrow the revolutionary despotism which the first consul was endeavoring to establish in France. That great statesman endeavored, by the treaties of subsidy which we have already mentioned, to repair the loss which the coalition had just suffered by the retirement of Paul I, who, being mortified with the bad success of the Russian arms, which he ascribed to the Allies themselves, had recalled his troops at the beginning of the year 1800. General Melas, who commanded the Austrians in Italy, opened the campaign of 1800 in the most splendid manner. In consequence of the victory which he gained over Massena at Voltri, April 10, the latter was obliged to throw himself into Genoa, where he sustained a siege of 6 weeks with great courage. Melas made himself master of Nice, May 11, and Suchet passed the Var on his march to Provence. But in a short time Bonaparte, at the head of a new army which collected at Dijon, passed the Alps and took possession of Milan June 2nd, while Melas was not yet aware that his army was in existence. Fortunately for the latter, Massena was obliged to surrender Genoa at that very time, June 5th, which placed the corps of General Ott at his disposal. He had found it difficult, with his small garrison, to preserve order among the inhabitants, of whom 15,000 are said to have perished by famine or disease during the blockade. General Ott was defeated by Berthier at Montebello, June 9. Melas himself engaged General Bonaparte at Marengo, June 14. Victory was already within his grasp when the arrival of the brave Desaix with his division disappointed him of the triumph. The defeat had a most discouraging effect on General Melas, and cost Austria the whole of Lombardy. A truce which was concluded at Alessandria, June 16, put Bonaparte in possession of that town, as well as of Tortona, Turin, Placentia, Coni, Genoa, etc. The Austrians retired beyond the Mincio. Moreau, at the head of a French army, had passed the Rhine, April 25th, and defeated Kray in several engagements. The Austrians then retired within the Upper Palatinate. Moreau had already made himself master of Munich when he received the news of the truce at Alessandria. He then concluded an armistice at Parsdorf, July 15. The Comte Saint-Julien, who had been sent by the Emperor Francis II to Paris, having signed the preliminaries of peace without sufficient authority, the court of Vienna refused to ratify them, as they had engaged not to make peace without the consent of England. Hostilities were to recommence in Germany in the month of September, but the Archduke John, who commanded the Austrian army in Bavaria, having requested that the armistice should be prolonged, General Moreau consented on condition that Philipsburg, Ulm, and Ingolstadt should be given up to him. This arrangement was signed at Hohenlinden, September 20, and France immediately demolished the fortifications of these two places. Hostilities having recommenced about the end of November, General Moreau defeated the army of the Archduke John at the memorable Battle of Hohenlinden, December 3, after which he marched in all haste on Vienna. Austria, being released from her engagements by the Cabinet of London, then declared that she was determined to make peace, whatever might be the resolutions of England, on which a new armistice was concluded at Steyr, December 25. Braunau and Würzburg were delivered up to the French. General Brune, who commanded in Italy, renewed the truce of Alessandria by the Convention of Castiglione, September 29, and thus gained time to take possession of Tuscany, which they had forgot to include in the truce. Being reinforced by the army of McDonald, who had arrived in Lombardy, he passed the Brenta, after traversing by a perilous march the lofty mountain of Splugen. In virtue of a new truce signed at Treviso, the French obtained the recovery of Peschiera, the forts of Verona, Legnaro, Fermo, and Ancona. Meantime, negotiations for peace had been entered into at Luneville between Joseph Bonaparte and Count Louis de Cobenzl. The first consul having refused to ratify the armistice of Treviso because it had left Mantua in the hands of the Austrians, the imperial plenipotentiary at Luneville signed an additional convention by which that place was delivered over to the French. Peace between Austria and France was signed a few days after, February 9, and Francis II at the same time made stipulations for the empire. He ceded the Belgic provinces, the county of Falkenstein, and Frickthal. In Italy, the frontier line between Austria and the Cisalpine Republic was traced, so that the Adige should separate the two states, and the cities of Verona and Porto Legnago should be divided between them. The other two conditions were that the Grand Duke of Modena should have Brisgau in exchange for his duchy, that the Grand Duke of Tuscany should renounce his Grand Duchy and receive a free and competent indemnity in Germany, that the Empire should give up all the left bank of the Rhine, that the hereditary princes, who lost their territories in consequence of these cessions, should receive compensation from the Empire, and lastly, that the Germanic body should ratify the peace within the space of 30 days. By a secret article, Salzburg, Berchtesgaden, Passau, the bishopric and city of Augsburg, Kempten, and 12 other immediate abbeys, besides 19 imperial cities in Swabia, including Ulm and Augsburg, were secured to the Grand Duke of Tuscany. The Empire showed great anxiety to ratify this peace, which was the precursor of its annihilation. The English had compelled General Vaubois to surrender the Isle of Malta. After the flight of Bonaparte from Egypt, Kléber had taken command of the French army, which was then reduced to 12,000 men. A convention was concluded at El Arish with the Grand Vizier, who had arrived from Syria at the head of a formidable army, by which the French general engaged to evacuate the country. The English government, having refused to ratify this treaty, unless Kléber would surrender himself prisoner of war, that general immediately attacked the Grand Vizier and defeated him at El Hanka, March 20, after which he again subdued Cairo, which had raised the standard of revolt. The English government were willing to ratify the convention of the 24th January, but General Menou, having succeeded Kléber, who had fallen by the dagger of a Turkish fanatic, was determined to maintain himself in Egypt in spite of an evident impossibility. Sir Ralph Abercrombie, the English commander, who arrived with a British force, effected his landing at Aboukir, March 8, 1801. Menou was defeated in the Battle of Ramanneh, near Alexandria, March 21, which cost General Abercrombie his life. But the French soon saw themselves assailed on all hands by the Turks and the English, who had been recalled from the East Indies and had disembarked on the shores of the Red Sea. General Belliard, who had the command at Cairo, concluded a capitulation, June 27th, in virtue of which he was sent back to France with the troops under his orders. Menou found himself obliged to follow his example, and capitulated at Alexandria to General Hutchinson, August 30, who consented to the safe conveyance of the French troops to their native country. Thus ended an expedition which, had it proved successful, must have become fatal to the British Empire in India, and given a new direction to the commerce of the world. Various treaties were concluded between the Peace of Lunéville and that of Amiens, which put an entire end to the war. 1. General Murat, who commanded the army in Italy, having shown some disposition to carry the war into the kingdom of Naples, Ferdinand IV concluded an armistice at Foligno, February 18, which he afterwards converted into a treaty of peace at Florence. He gave up the state of Presidi and his share of the island of Elba and the principality of Piombino. By a secret article, he agreed that 16,000 French troops should occupy the peninsula of Otranto and part of Abruzzo until the conclusion of peace with England and the Porte. 2. Portugal, since the year 1797, had wished to withdraw from the First Coalition, and even concluded a peace with the Executive Directory at Paris, August 10, but the English squadron of Admiral St. Vincent having entered the Tagus, the Queen refused to ratify that treaty. Portugal thus continued at war with France until 1801. The French army, which was already in Spain, having shown some disposition to enter Portugal, peace was concluded at Madrid between Lucien Bonaparte and Monsieur Frère, September 29, the ministers of the two states at the court of Spain. Portugal shut her ports against the English and regulated the frontiers of Guiana so as to prove advantageous to France. 3. In Russia, Bonaparte had succeeded to a certain extent in conciliating the goodwill of the Emperor Paul. Nevertheless, at the death of that prince, October 8, 1801, there existed no treaty of peace between Russia and France. A treaty, however, was signed at Paris in the reign of Alexander by Count Marcof and Talleyrand, October 11, and followed by a very important special convention by which, among other things, it was agreed that the two governments should form a mutual agreement as to the principles to be followed with respect to indemnifications in Germany, as well as to determine respecting those in Italy, and to maintain a just equilibrium between the houses of Austria and Brandenburg, that France should accept the mediation of Prussia for the pacification with the Porte, that the integrality of the kingdom of the two Sicilies should be maintained, according to the treaty of the 28th March 1801, and that the French troops should evacuate the country as soon as the fate of Egypt was decided. That a friendly disposition should be shown to the interests of the King of Sardinia, and that the Elector of Bavaria and the Duke of Württemberg should be compensated for their losses by a full indemnity in Germany. 4. Immediately after General Menon had signed the capitulation of Alexandria, The preliminaries of peace between France and the Porte were concluded at Paris, October 9, but they were not confirmed into a definitive peace until after the preliminaries were signed at London, June 25, 1802. The free navigation of the Black Sea was secured to the French flag. When Mr. Pitt had quitted the English ministry, France and England came to terms of better accommodation. The first advances were made on the side of the latter power. The preliminaries were signed at London between Lord Hawkesbury and Monsieur Otto, including their respective allies, October 1, 1801. Of all her conquests, Great Britain was to retain only the island of Trinidad and the Dutch possessions in Ceylon. Malta was to be restored to the Knights of St. John, under the protection of a third power, and Egypt was to belong to the Porte. The French troops were to abandon the kingdom of Naples, and the English to quit Porto Ferrajo. France was to acknowledge the Republic of the Seven Islands, which was composed of Corfu and the 6 other islands formerly belonging to the Venetians. For carrying out these preliminaries into execution, a congress was opened at Amiens, where Joseph Bonaparte appeared for France, Lord Cornwallis for England, the Chevalier Azara for Spain, and Monsieur Schimmelpenninck for the Batavian Republic. Some unexpected difficulties arose with regard to Malta, as Great Britain had repented of having given it up in the preliminary treaty. They found means, however, to remove these obstacles, and the Peace of Amiens was finally signed after a negotiation of 6 months, March 27, 1802. We shall only take notice here in what respects these articles differed from the preliminaries. With regard to the stipulation respecting the surrender of Malta to the Knights of St. John, several modifications were added, namely, as to the election of a new Grand Master, the suppression of the French and English Langres, or class of knights, the institution of a Maltese Langres, the time for its evacuation, and the future appointment of the garrison. Finally, it was said in the treaty that the independence of that island and its present arrangement were placed under the guarantee of France, Great Britain, Austria, Spain, Russia, and Prussia. It may be mentioned that Russia and Prussia declined to undertake that guarantee unless certain modifications were added. This refusal furnished England with a pretext for refusing to part with that island, and the war, as we shall soon find, was recommenced rather than give up that important possession. One article of the Treaty of Amiens having promised the Prince of Orange a compensation for the losses he had sustained in the late Republic of the United Provinces, both in private property and expenses, another convention was signed at Amiens between France and the Batavian states, importing that compensation should in no case fall to the charge of the latter. There is one essential observation which we must make on the Peace of Amiens. Contrary to the general practice, the former treaties between France and Great Britain were not renewed by that of Amiens. It is not difficult to perceive the cause of this silence. At the time when the Peace of Utrecht was concluded, Great Britain had an interest in having the principle of free commerce for neutral states held sacred, and she had consequently announced it in the Treaty of Navigation and Commerce, which was concluded in 1713. All the following treaties, until that of 1783 inclusive, having renewed the Articles of Utrecht, the silence on this subject at Amiens placed Great Britain, in this respect, on the footing of a common right, which, according to the system of the English, would not have been favorable to the principle of free trade, a doctrine which it was for their interest to suppress, since they had then the command of the sea. We have now brought down the history of the French Revolution from its commencement to the year 1802, when the French power began to preponderate in Europe. The influence of the Republic was enormously great. The Netherlands and a flourishing portion of Germany, as well as Geneva, Savoy, and Piedmont, were incorporated with the territories which had been governed by Louis XVI. The Dutch and the Cisalpine states, including the Milanois, a considerable part of the Venetian territories, the duchies of Mantua, Modena, and Parma, besides some of the ecclesiastical provinces, had bowed their neck to the yoke of the First Consul. The Swiss, enslaved by the Directory, had not been able to recover their ancient independence. Tuscany and the Ligurian Republic durst not presume to dispute the will of the conqueror, while Spain, forgetful of her ancient dignity, was reduced to a state of subservient and degraded alliance. It will now be necessary, according to the plan of this work, that we take a survey of the more remarkable events which happened in the course of the preceding 13 years in other states of Europe. Portugal had been a co-partner in the first coalition against France, and had furnished a body of 6,000 troops to Spain and some ships of war to England. We have already related how Mary I was prevented from disengaging herself from the Treaty of 1797. The Prince of Brazil, who had assumed the regency, July 15, 1799, in consequence of the infirm state of his mother's health, took a more decided part in the second coalition by signing an alliance with Russia, September 28. This alliance drew him into a war with Spain. The Duke of Alcudia, usually styled the Prince of Peace, seized several cities in Portugal without much difficulty, as her army was in as bad condition as her finances. A peace was speedily concluded at Badajoz, June 6, 1801. Portugal agreed to shut her ports against English vessels, and ceded to Spain Olivencia and the places situated on the Guadiana. The engagement respecting English vessels was renewed by the Peace of Madrid, September 29, which reconciled Portugal with France. In Spain, Charles IV had succeeded his father Charles III, December 13, 1788. Philip, the eldest son, having been declared incapable of reigning on account of his deficiency of intellect. That prince, who had no pleasure but in the chase, gave himself up entirely to that amusement. He was the jest of the Queen and her favourites, to whom he abandoned the cares of government. In 1790, a difference which had arisen with England respecting the right of property to Nootka Sound in North America was on the point of interrupting the repose of this indolent monarch. But matters were adjusted by a convention signed at the Escurial, October 28, 1790, by which Spain renounced her rights over that distant possession. The chief favourite since 1790 had been Don Manuel Godoy, created Duke of Alcudia, a weak minister, under whom everything became venal and the whole nation corrupt. The revolutionary principles which had taken root there after the expulsion of the Jesuits, as sufficient care had not been taken to supply the place of these fathers with other public instructors of youth, were readily propagated under so vicious an administration, especially after the publication of the famous Memoir of Jovellanos, 1795, on the improvements of agriculture and the agrarian law, a work which was composed by order of the Council of Castile and written with clearness and simplicity. The author, no doubt, deserved credit for the purity of his sentiments, but in his enthusiasm for the objects which he recommended, he overlooked all existing laws, encouraged the spoliation of the Church, the Crown, and the community, as well as the suppression of corporations and conditional legacies or life rents, in short, a total and radical subversion of the institutions of the country. This work may be said to have produced a revolution in Spain, for the Cortes of Cadiz did no more than carry into execution the schemes of Jovellanos. The end of section 51. Section 52 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. Section 52. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, A.D. 1789 to 1815, Part 6. If the Prince of Peace failed in conducting the administration of the interior, he was not more successful in making the crown of Spain respected abroad. By the Peace of Basel, July 22, 1795, Charles IV renounced the Spanish part of San Domingo. By the alliance offensive and defensive of St. Ildefonso, August 19, 1796, Spain identified herself with the French system. The war with Great Britain ruined her marine. Admiral Jervis defeated the Spanish fleet off Cap St. Vincent, February 14, 1797, commanded by Admiral Cordova. It was in this engagement that Captain Nelson, afterwards so famous, established his fame by the courage and conduct which he displayed. Admiral Hervé conquered the important island of Trinidad, February 18. General Stuart, without much difficulty, took possession of Minorca, November 7, 1798. The alliance of Spain with France was also the reason why the Emperor Paul declared war against her after his accession to the coalition, July 27, 1799. The Porte followed the example of Russia, October 1, 1801. After the Peace of Lunéville, a reconciliation with the former power was signed at Paris, October 4. The war which Spain was obliged to wage with Portugal procured her the city of Olivencia, which was ceded by the Peace of Badajoz, June 9. By the treaty signed at St. Ildefonso, Spain surrendered Louisiana to Bonaparte, and eventually the state of Parma, October 1, 1800. She also surrendered to him 5 ships of the line, besides a considerable sum of money which she paid him, and all this on the faith of his promising to procure the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, with the title of royalty, to the king's son-in-law, the Infant of Parma. These stipulations were more clearly established by the treaty which Lucien Bonaparte and the Prince of Peace afterwards signed at Madrid, March 21, 1801. The Peace of Amiens cost Spain no other sacrifice than the island of Trinidad, which she was obliged to abandon to England, entirely on the decision of Bonaparte, who did not even ask the consent of Charles IV. Spain had lost all sort of respect or consideration, both from the universal and contemptible weakness of her government, and because she had voluntarily placed herself under dependence to France. From the very commencement of this period, Great Britain had been preserved from the influence of the revolutionary principles which had a great many partisans in that kingdom, by the firmness of her Prime Minister, William Pitt, and the splendid eloquence of Edmund Burke, a member of the House of Commons. Pitt consolidated the system of finance by extending the sinking fund which he had created in 1786. He gave vigor to the government by obtaining the suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act, and by means of the Alien Bill, January 4, 1793, which allowed the magistrate an extensive authority in the surveillance of foreigners. The greatest number of malcontents appeared in Ireland, and these consisted chiefly of Catholics, although an act passed in 1793 had rendered the Catholics eligible to almost all official employments. That island, nevertheless, was the theatre of several conspiracies, the design of which was to render it independent. Their leaders acted in unison with the French, who made attempts at different times to effect a landing in that country. 15,000 troops, accompanied by 18 sail of the line, embarked for that purpose from Brest harbor in the month of December. But this formidable armament had scarcely put to sea when they were overtaken by a storm. 8 of these vessels reached the Irish coast and appeared off Bantry Bay, but they were forced from that station by another tempest when they returned to France with the loss of 2 ships of the line, some frigates having narrowly escaped falling in with 2 squadrons of the English navy. At length, as a remedy for this political mischief, the union of Ireland with Great Britain was effected, so that both kingdoms should have one and the same parliament, and George III assumed the title of King of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, July 2, 1800. Great Britain was the moving principle of the first 2 coalitions against France, although she fought rather with money than with troops. She succeeded in ruining the marine and the commerce of both France and Spain, and obtained the complete command of the sea. A short time before the death of Paul I, she was involved in a war with the powers of the north. The resentment of that prince against the Cabinet of London for refusing to put him in possession of Malta, which the English troops had seized, was the true cause of hostilities, although a litigated question of public right was made the pretext. The point at issue was whether the convoy granted to the merchant ships of neutral states by their sovereign protected them from being searched by those of the belligerent powers or not. Denmark, with whom the discussion first arose, maintained the affirmative, and England the negative, although it was not till the end of the year 1799 that she maintained this doctrine. At that time there had been some misunderstanding between Admiral Keith, the commander of the British forces in the Mediterranean, and Captain von Dockum, who was convoying a fleet of Danish merchantmen. In the month of July following, the Danish frigate La Freya, which had attempted to defend her convoy against a search of the English cruisers, was taken and carried into the Downs. These acts of violence gave rise to a very warm discussion between the courts of London and Copenhagen. The former having sent a fleet to the Sound, commanded by Admiral Dixon, Denmark was obliged to yield to the tempest, but in a manner very honorable. By a convention which was signed at Copenhagen, August 29, 1800, the decision of the question was remitted for further discussion. The English government released the Freya, and the King of Denmark promised to suspend the convoys. This accommodation did not meet with the approval of the Emperor Paul. That prince, who entertained lofty ideas, but who yielded too often to his passions, had determined to revive the principles of the armed neutrality, according to the Treaty of 1780, and to compel England to acknowledge them. He invited Denmark and Sweden, in so very peremptory a manner, to join with him for this purpose, that these states could not refuse their consent without coming to an open rupture with him. This agreement with the courts of Copenhagen, Sweden, and Berlin was finally settled by the conventions signed at St. Petersburg, December 16 and 18. As Great Britain could not find a more convenient occasion than that of her maritime preponderance for declining those questions on which she had maintained silence in 1780, war was declared, and hostilities commenced in course of a few months. A body of Danish troops occupied Hamburg and Lübeck. The Prussians took possession of Bremen and Hanover. An English fleet consisting of 17 sail of the line, commanded by Admirals Sir Hyde Parker and Lord Nelson, forced the passage of the Sound without sustaining much injury, March 30. A squadron under Lord Nelson engaged the Danish fleet before Copenhagen, April 3, which was commanded by Admiral Olfart Fischer. The action was spirited on both sides and added a new wreath to the fame of Nelson, and although the Danes were obliged to yield to the superiority of British valor, they acquitted themselves bravely and honorably. Within 7 days after, an armistice was concluded. Admiral Parker continued his route by the Baltic and arrived before Karlskrona, April 19, where he was on the eve of commencing hostilities against Sweden when he was apprised of the death of the Emperor Paul. That event dissolved the League of the North and put an end to the war. By a convention which the Emperor Alexander concluded at St. Petersburg, June 17, the principles of maritime law which the English had professed were recognized. The other powers of the North acceded to this convention. The Danes evacuated Hamburg and Lübeck, but Prussia continued in possession of Hanover until the conclusion of the peace between France and England. With regard to Holland, the 20 years which elapsed between 1795 and 1814 formed an era of calamities and disasters. The patriots, who comprehended the middle class of the Dutch community, had gained the ascendancy on the entrance of the French army, one consequence of which was the abolition of the stadtholdership. But that party became sensible of their error when they saw the ruin of their country. The independence of their republic was acknowledged by the Treaty of The Hague, May 16, 1795, which, by giving it France for an ally, subjected it in effect to that power, and reduced it to the condition of a province, the more neglected as it was not entirely united. The constitution which the Batavian Republic, the title which it assumed, had adopted, vacillated between two opposite systems, the adherents of which could come to no agreement, namely that of a united and that of a federal republic. While these matters were under debate, the English, who had joined the stadtholders' party, stripped the republic of its colonies, destroyed its marine, particularly in the action which Admiral Duncan fought with De Winter near Camperdown, October 11, 1797, and annihilated her commerce and her navigation by blockading her coasts, not excepting even her fisheries. The overthrow of the ancient Helvetic Confederacy is undoubtedly one of the high crimes with which history has to reproach the Executive Directory of France. The constitution, drawn up by Messieurs Auch and La Harpe after the model of that of France, which excluded the federative system, was published by the French party, May 30, 1798, in spite of the modifications which the more judicious patriots had attempted to introduce. and supported by the French army under General Schauenberg. To compel the smaller cantons to submit to this yoke, it was necessary to have recourse to fire and sword. The Grisons found means, however, to evade it by receiving an Austrian army among them, in virtue of a convention which was concluded at Coire, October 17, and it was not till after the unfortunate campaign of 1799 that they were compelled to renounce their independence. France appropriated to herself the Swiss part of the bishopric of Basel and the cities of Mulhouse and Geneva. The terms of subjection on which the Helvetic Republic was to stand in future with France were determined by an alliance, offensive and defensive, concluded at Paris, August 19. Switzerland henceforth renounced that neutrality which for centuries she had regarded as the pledge and safeguard of her liberties. The animosity which reigned between the Unionists and the Federalists caused several revolutions in the government of that republic. But as these intrigues were carried on a small scale, and have left few traces behind, it is unnecessary here to enter into any detail. If the revolution in Switzerland did not produce a single man remarkable for great talents, or of a commanding character, the religious spirit of the country, the instruction of the people, and the diffusion of knowledge at least preserved them from those crimes and excesses which stained the revolutionists in France. At the Peace of Amiens, all Italy, with the exception of a part of the Venetian territory which was united to Austria, had yielded to the dominion of France. The King of the Two Sicilies alone had still maintained a sort of independence. In no country had the revolutionary principles of the 18th century found more abettors among the higher classes than in Piedmont. The King of Sardinia was the first sovereign whose throne was undermined by their influence. Scarcely had Victor Amadeus III, who ascended the throne in 1773, joined the League against France, July 25, 1792, when the Republican armies attacked and made an easy conquest of Savoy and Nice. Great Britain granted him, by the Treaty of London, April 25, 1793, subsidies for carrying on the war with vigor. We have related above the disasters which he met with in the war against France. The Peace of Paris cost him the sacrifice of 2 provinces. In vain did his son Charles Emmanuel IV hope to save the remainder of his estates by becoming an ally of the French Directory at the Treaty of Turin, April 5, 1797. His political influence was lost. They knew they could command anything from that ally. Their first request was the surrender of the city of Turin by the Convention of Milan, June 28, 1798. The Directory afterwards declared war against that prince without any grounds, and he could not obtain permission to retire to Sardinia except by signing a kind of abdication, December 9, against which he afterwards protested. Piedmont was thus governed entirely according to the pleasure of France, and immediately after the Peace of Amiens, it was definitively annexed to her territories. Austrian Lombardy, with the exception of Mantua, the Duchy of Modena, the 3 legatines ceded by Pius VI, and a part of the Venetian territory, formed the Cisalpine Republic, which Bonaparte declared independent by the preliminaries of Leoben, June 29, 1797. He soon after, October 22, added to it the Valtelline, Chiavenna, and Bormio, which he had taken from the Grisons, and at a later period, September 7, 1800, he added a part of Piedmont, namely the Novarese, and the country beyond the Sesia. Mantua was likewise annexed to this republic at the Peace of Luneville. Its connections with France had been determined by the alliance of 1798, which were more servile than those in which the Batavian Republic, and afterwards that of Switzerland, were placed. In this pretended republic, France exercised an absolute power. She changed its constitution at pleasure, appointed and deposed its highest functionaries as suited her convenience. The victories of Suvorov put an end for some time to the existence of that state, but after the Battle of Marengo, matters were replaced on their ancient footing. The Republic of Genoa, distracted by innovations at home and threatened from abroad by England and France, hesitated for some time as to the system which they should adopt. But after the French had become masters of the Bocchetta, the Senate consented, by a treaty concluded at Paris, October 9, 1796, to give them a sum of money and shut their ports against the English. After the preliminaries of Leoben, this republic accepted a democratic constitution from the hand of Bonaparte, according to the Treaty of Montebello, June 6, 1797. It paid large sums of money and was gratified by the imperial fiefs which Bonaparte added to its territory. It then took the name of the Ligurian Republic, June 14. We have already mentioned how the Grand Duke of Tuscany was unjustly deprived of his estates, which Bonaparte made over by the Treaty of Sant Ildefonso to the hereditary Prince of Parma, son-in-law to Charles IV of Spain. This young prince was proclaimed King of Etruria August 2, 1801, and acknowledged by all the European powers, but during his brief reign he was more a vassal of Bonaparte than an independent sovereign. Pius VI had protested against the spoliation of the Church, which the Constituent Assembly of France had committed by the union of Avignon and the county of Venaissin to the Republic, November 3, 1791, and from that time he was treated as an enemy. The Truce of Bologna, June 23, 1796, cost him 21 millions of francs and many of the finest specimens of art. He consented that such statues and pictures as might be selected by commissioners appointed for that purpose should be conveyed to the French capital. Finding it impossible to obtain an equitable peace, he set on foot an army of 45,000 men, which he placed under the command of General Colli, a native of Austria, but Bonaparte, notwithstanding, compelled His Holiness to conclude a peace at Tolentino, February 19, 1797, which cost him 15 millions more, and the 3 legatines of Bologna, Ferrara, and Romagna. He renounced at the same time Avignon and the county of Venaissin. In consequence of a tumult which took place at Rome, in which the French General Dufault was killed, a French army under General Berthier entered that city, February 11, 1798, and proclaimed the Roman Republic, which, as we have noticed, enjoyed but an ephemeral existence. The government was vested in 5 consuls, 32 senators, and 72 tribunes, called the representatives of the people. Pius VI was carried captive to France and died at Valence, August 29, 1799. The conclave assembled at Venice and elected Cardinal Caramonte in his place, March 13, 1800, who assumed the title of Pius VII, and within a short time after made his public entry into Rome. Bonaparte, then elected first consul, allowed him to enjoy the rest of his estates in peace. Towards the end of 1792, a French fleet, commanded by Admiral Latouche, appeared off the port of Naples and obliged the king to acknowledge that first of all sovereigns, the French Republic. This did not prevent him from entering into the coalition, July 12, 1793, by a treaty of alliance with England, which was concluded at Naples. After the success of Bonaparte in Lombardy, Ferdinand IV averted the storm which threatened him by signing first a suspension of arms at Brescia, June 5, 1798, and the Peace of Paris a few months after, which he obtained on honorable conditions. We have already mentioned that he was one of the first sovereigns who entered into the second coalition against France, and that the precipitancy with which he then commenced hostilities proved prejudicial to the success of the war, as well as disastrous to himself. He did not regain possession of the kingdom of Naples till after the retreat of McDonald in 1799, and he purchased peace, March 28, 1800, at the expense of receiving into his kingdom 16,000 French troops, who remained there until the conclusion of the treaty between Alexander and Bonaparte. The combined fleets of Turkey and Russia had subdued the islands that formerly belonged to the Venetians, namely Corfu, Zante, Cephalonia, Samora, Ithaca, Paxo, and Terrigo. According to a convention concluded at Constantinople between Russia and the Porte, March 21, 1800, these islands were to form an independent state, although subject to the Ottoman Empire, under the name of the Republic of the Seven Islands. This republic was acknowledged in subsequent treaties by France and Great Britain. By the Peace of Basel, Germany had been divided into 2 parts, the north, at the head of which was Prussia, and the south, where Austria had the predominancy, in consequence of her armies, and by the favor of the ecclesiastical princes, for the secular states abandoned her as often as they could do so with impunity. By a convention which Prussia concluded at Basel with France, May 17, 1795, the neutrality of the north of Germany was recognized, on conditions which the princes situated beyond the line of demarcations were anxious to fulfill. Prussia afterwards concluded arrangements with these states for establishing an army of observation. This defection created no small animosity between the courts of Berlin and Vienna, which the French dexterously turned to their own advantage, especially during the sitting of the Congress at Rastatt. In vain did the Emperor Paul, who had determined to make war against the Republic, attempt to restore harmony between these two leading states. He was equally unsuccessful in his project of drawing Prussia into the coalition. Although Frederick II had been deceived by France, who, after having promised him in a secret convention concluded at Berlin, August 5, 1796, a compensation proportioned to the loss which he had sustained by ceding the left bank of the Rhine, entered into engagements directly opposite by the secret articles in the Treaty of Campo Formio. Nevertheless, Frederick William III, who succeeded his father, November 16, 1797, remained faithful to a neutrality which the state of the Prussian finances appeared to render necessary. The end of section 52. Section 53 of History of Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. Section 53. From the commencement of the French Revolution to the downfall of Bonaparte, AD 1789 to 1815, Part 7. The revolutionary doctrines which were transplanted into Germany by the French emissaries had fallen on a soil well prepared, and in which they speedily struck root. By the Peace of Lunéville, all the provinces situated on the left bank of the Rhine were incorporated with France, and the moment was approaching which was to witness the downfall of the German Empire. While the French nation, seized with a strange mania, were overturning law and order from their very foundations, and abandoning themselves to excesses which appear almost incredible in a civilized country, in the north another nation, sunk into anarchy and oppressed by their neighbors, were making a noble effort to restore the authority of the laws and to extricate themselves from the bondage of a foreign yoke. The Poles had flattered themselves that while the forces of Russia were occupied against the Swedes and the Turks, as we have already mentioned, they would be left at liberty to alter their constitution and give a new vigor to the government of their republic. An extraordinary diet was assembled at Warsaw, 1788, which formed itself into a confederation in order to avoid the inconveniences of the liberum veto and of the unanimity required in ordinary diets. The Empress of Russia, having made some attempts at that diet to engage the Poles to enter into an alliance against the Porte, she was thwarted in her intentions by the King of Prussia, who, in consequence of his engagements with England, used every effort to instigate the Poles against Russia. He encouraged them by offering them his alliance to attempt a reform in their government, which Russia had recently guaranteed. A committee of legislation appointed by the Diet was commissioned to draw up the plan of a constitution which would give new energy to the Republic. This resolution of the Diet could not but displease the Empress of Russia, who remonstrated against it as a direct infraction of the articles agreed between her and the Republic in 1775. The Poles, who thus foresaw that the changes which they had in view would embroil them with that princess, ought to have considered in the first place how to put themselves into a good state of defense. But instead of providing for the melioration of their finances, and putting the army of the Republic on a respectable footing, the Diet spent a considerable time in discussing the new plan of the Constitution which had been submitted to them. The assurance of protection from Prussia, which had been officially ratified to them, rendered the Poles too confident, and the Treaty of Alliance which the King of Prussia had in effect concluded with the Republic, March 29, 1790, began to lull them into a profound security. Stanislaus Augustus, after having long hesitated as to the party he ought to espouse, at length voluntarily joined that party in the Diet who wished to extricate Poland from that state of degradation into which she had fallen. The new constitution was accordingly decreed by acclamation, May 3, 1791. However imperfect that constitution might appear, it was in unison with the state of civilization to which Poland had arrived. It corrected several of the errors and defects of former laws, and though truly republican, it was free from those extravagant notions which the French Revolution had brought into fashion. The throne was rendered hereditary in favor of the electoral house of Saxony. They abolished the law of unanimity and the absurdity of the liberum veto. The Diet was declared permanent, and the legislative body divided into two chambers. One of these chambers, composed of deputies whose functions were to continue for 2 years, was charged with discussing and framing the laws, and the other, consisting of a Senate in which the king presided, were to sanction them, and to exercise the veto. The executive power was entrusted to the king, and a council of superintendents consisting of 7 members, or responsible ministers. The inhabitants of the towns were allowed the privilege of electing their own deputies and judges, and the burgesses had the way laid open to them for attaining the honors of nobility. The latter were maintained in all the plenitude of their rights and prerogatives. The peasantry, who had been in a state of servitude, were placed under the immediate protection of the laws and the government. The Constitution sanctioned beforehand the compacts which the landed proprietors might enter into with their tenantry for ameliorating their condition. The efforts which the Poles had made to secure their independence excited the resentment of Russia. The Empress had no sooner made peace with the Porte than she engaged her partisans in Poland to form a confederacy for the purpose of overturning the innovations of the Diet at Warsaw, and restoring the ancient constitution of the Republic. This confederation, which was signed at Targowica, May 14, 1792, was headed by the Counts Felix Potocki, Rozewski, and Branici. In support of this confederacy, the Empress sent an army into Poland to wage war against the partisans of the new order of things. The Poles had never till then thought seriously of adopting vigorous measures. The Diet decreed that an army of the line should immediately take the field, that a levy should be made of several corps of light troops. A loan of 33 millions of florins passed without the least opposition, but the Prussian minister, having been called upon to give some explanation as to the subsidies which the king his master had promised to the Republic by the Treaty of Alliance of 1790, he made an evasive answer which discouraged the whole patriotic party. The refusal of the Polish Diet to accede to a mercantile scheme by which Danzig and Thorn were to be abandoned to the King of Prussia had disaffected that monarch toward Poland. It was not difficult, therefore, for the Empress of Russia to obtain his consent to a dismemberment of that kingdom. The aversion which the sovereigns of Europe entertained for everything that resembled the French Revolution, with which, however, the events of Poland, where the king and the nation were acting in concert, had nothing in common except appearances, had a powerful effect upon the court of Berlin, and proved the cause of their breaking those engagements which they had contracted with that republic. It was then that the Poles fully comprehended the danger of their situation. Their first ardor cooled, and the whole Diet were thrown into a state of the utmost consternation. Abandoned to her own resources, and convulsed by intestine divisions, Poland then saw her utter inability to oppose an enemy so powerful as the Russians. The campaign of 1792 turned out entirely to the disadvantage of the patriotic party. After a successful career, the Russians advanced on Warsaw, when Stanislaus, who was easily intimidated, acceded to the Confederacy of Targowica by renouncing the Constitution of the 3rd May and the acts of the Revolutionary Diet of Warsaw. That prince even subscribed, August 25, 1792, to all the conditions which the Empress thought proper to dictate to him. A suspension of arms was agreed to, which stipulated for the reduction of the Polish army. In consequence of the arrangements entered into between Russia and Prussia by the Convention of St. Petersburg, January 23, 1793, the Prussian troops entered Poland and spread over the country after the example of the Russians. Proclamations were issued by the courts of Berlin and St. Petersburg, by which they declared the districts of Poland, which their troops had occupied, incorporated with their own dominions. The adoption of the Constitution of 1791 and the propagation of the democratic principles of the French were the causes of this new dismemberment of Poland. Prussia took possession of the larger part of Great Poland, including the cities of Danzig and Thorn. The town of Częstochowa in Little Poland was also adjudged to her, with its frontier extending to the rivers Pilica, Sterniełka, Jezoka, and Bzura. The left bank of these rivers was assigned to Prussia, and the right reserved to Poland. The portion awarded to the former contained 1,061 German square miles and 1,200,000 inhabitants. Russia got nearly half of Lithuania, including the Palatinates of Podolia, Polotsk, and Minsk, a part of the Palatinate of Vilna, with half of Novogorodek, Brzezek, and Volhynia, in all 4,553 German square miles and containing 3 millions of inhabitants. The Poles were obliged to yield up by treaties those provinces which the two powers had seized. The treaty between Poland and Russia was signed at the Diet of Grodno, July 13, 1793, but that with the King of Prussia met with the most decided opposition, and it was necessary to use threats of compulsion before it was consummated. On this occasion these two powers renounced anew the rights and pretensions which they might still have against the Republic under any denomination whatsoever. They agreed to acknowledge, and if it should be required also to guarantee, the constitution which should be established by the Diet with the free consent of the Polish nation. After these treaties came a treaty of alliance and union between Russia and Poland, October 16, 1793, the third article of which guaranteed their mutual assistance in case of attack. The direction of the war was reserved to Russia, as well as the privilege of sending her troops into Poland and forming magazines there, when she might judge it necessary, while Poland agreed to enter into no connection with foreign powers and to make no change in her constitution, except with the approbation of Russia. The portion that was left to the Republic, either in Poland or Lithuania, contained 3,803 square miles, with somewhat more than 3 millions of inhabitants. This state was divided into 18 palatinates, 10 of which were in Poland and 8 in Lithuania. To each of these palatinates were assigned 2 senators, a palatine, a castellan, and 6 deputies to sit in the Diet. These different treaties and the grievances of which the Poles had just cause to complain threw the public mind into a state of agitation, which in the following year broke out into a general insurrection. A secret association was formed at Warsaw. It found numerous partisans in the army, which was to have been disbanded according to the arrangements with Russia. The conspirators chose Thaddeus Kosciuszko for their chief in this projected insurrection against Russia. That general had distinguished himself in the American War under Washington. He had very recently signalized his bravery in the campaign of 1792, and after the unfortunate issue of that war, he had retired into Saxony with a few other patriots, who were ready to exert their energy in the cause of freedom. The insurgents reckoned with confidence on the assistance of Austria, who had taken no part in the last dismemberment of Poland. They flattered themselves that Turkey and Sweden would not remain mere spectators of the efforts which they were making to regain their liberty and their independence. Kosciuszko had wished that they should postpone the execution of their plan in order to gain more time for preparation, especially as a suspicion was excited among the Russians. He even retired into Italy, where he remained until one of his accomplices, who had been ordered as a propagator of sedition to banish himself from the Polish territories, informed him that his countrymen wished him to appear among them without delay, as a better opportunity might not soon arise. Madalinsky, who commanded a brigade of cavalry under the new government, when summoned to disband them, refused, and throwing off the mask, gave the signal for insurrection. He suddenly quitted his station, crossed the Vistula, and after having dispersed some detachments of Prussians whom he encountered in his route, he marched directly to Krakow, where he erected the standard of revolt. The inhabitants took arms, expelled the Russian troops who were quartered in that city, and proclaimed Kosciuszko their general. A sort of dictatorship was conferred upon him, March 24, 1794, which was to continue so long as their country was in danger. He took an oath of fidelity to the nation and of adherence to the principles stated in the act of insurrection, by which war was declared against the invaders of their rights and liberties. The Russians and Prussians immediately dispatched their troops to arrest the progress of the insurrection. The defeat of a body of Russians near Roslavice by Kosciuszko inspired the insurgents with new courage. The inhabitants of Warsaw rose in like manner against the Russians, who had a garrison there of 10,000 men under the command of General Egelstrom. It was on the night of 17th April that the tocsin of revolt was sounded in the capital. The insurgents seized the arsenal and distributed arms and ammunition among the people. A brisk cannonade took place between the Russians and the Poles. The combat continued for 2 successive days, in which several thousands of the Russians perished, while 4,500 were made prisoners. Egelstrom escaped from the city with about 3,000 men. The same insurrection broke out at Vilna, from whence it extended all over Lithuania. Several Polish regiments, who had entered into the service of Russia, changed sides and enlisted under the banners of the insurgents. In spite of their first success, it was soon perceived that Poland was deficient in the necessary resources for an enterprise of such a nature as that in which they were engaged. The great body of the citizens were neither sufficiently numerous nor sufficiently wealthy to serve as a center for the revolution which they had undertaken, and the servitude in which the peasantry were kept was but ill calculated to inspire them with enthusiasm for a cause in which their masters only were to be the gainers. Besides, the patriots were divided in opinion, and the king, although he appeared to approve their efforts, inspired so much mistrust by his weakness and timidity that he was even accused of secretly abetting the interests of Russia. Lastly, the nobles, who alone ought to have shown courage and energy, were found but little disposed to give any effectual support to the cause of liberty. Every contribution appeared to them an encroachment on their prerogatives, and they were as much averse to a levy en masse as to the raising of recruits which deprived them of their tenantry. They were, moreover, afraid of losing those rights and privileges which they exclusively enjoyed. Under these considerations, Kosciuszko was convinced that it was impossible for him to organize an armed force equal to that of the Russians and the Prussians, who were acting in concert to defeat the measures of the insurgents. After some inferior operations, an important engagement took place on the confines of the Palatinates of Seradia and Krušavia, June 8, 1794, where he sustained a defeat, in consequence of which the King of Prussia made himself master of Cracow. That prince, supported by a body of Russian troops, undertook in person the siege of Warsaw. The main forces of the insurgents were assembled under the walls of that city. They amounted to about 22,000 combatants, while the enemy had more than 50,000. The siege of Warsaw continued nearly 2 months, when a general insurrection, which had spread from Great Poland into western Prussia, obliged the king to retire, that he might arrest the progress of the insurrection in his own dominions. The joy of the insurgents on account of this incident was but of short duration. The court of Vienna, which till then had maintained a strict neutrality, resolved also to dispatch an army into Poland. This army was divided into 2 columns, one of which marched on Brzezinski and the other on Dobno. On the other hand, the Russians under the command of Suvorov advanced into Lithuania and pursued a body of the insurgents who were commanded by Sierakowski. Kosciuszko, who now saw the great superiority of the enemy, made a last effort to prevent the junction of the army of Suvorov with that of Baron de Fersen, the Russian general. Directing his march towards the latter, he fought a bloody battle with him near Machowitz, October 10, 1794. The action continued from sunrise till beyond midday. 6,000 of the Polish army perished on the field, and the rest were made prisoners. Kosciuszko was himself dangerously wounded, and fell into the hands of the conqueror. He had endeavored to escape by the swiftness of his horse, but was overtaken by some of the Cossacks, one of whom, without knowing him, run him through the back with his lance. Falling senseless from his horse, he was carried to a monastery, when it was intimated by one of his officers that he was the commander-in-chief. Surgical aid was immediately administered to him, and he was soon afterward conveyed to St. Petersburg. This disaster quite dejected the courage of the Poles. Their generals, Dombrowski and Madalinsky, who were carrying on the war in Prussia and Great Poland, abandoned these provinces and marched with their troops to the relief of Warsaw. Suvorov likewise directed his march towards that capital, and was there joined by a considerable body of Prussians under Dorfelden and Fersen, in conjunction with whom he commenced the blockade of that city, November 4. The Russians, who amounted to 22,000 men, prepared for an attack of the entrenchments of Praga, one of the suburbs of Warsaw. The Poles, who had a body of between 8,000 and 10,000 men, made a courageous defense, but nothing could withstand the ardor and impetuosity of the Russians, who were burning with rage to avenge the blood of their countrymen who were massacred at Warsaw. 3 batteries had been erected in the night, and the 2 first divisions, though harassed by a vigorous fire in every direction except the rear, bravely surmounted every obstacle. In the space of 4 hours they carried the triple entrenchment of Praga by main force. Rushing into the place, they pursued their adversaries through the streets, put the greater part of them to the sword, and drove 1,000 into the Vistula. In this scene of action a regiment of Jews made an obstinate defense, and at length were totally extirpated. 13,000 of the Poles, it is said, were left dead on the spot, 2,000 were drowned in the Vistula, and between 14,000 and 15,000 were made prisoners. The suburb of Praga was pillaged and razed to the foundation. Terror seized the inhabitants of Warsaw, and they determined to capitulate. Suvorov made his triumphant entry into that capital, and was presented with the keys of the city, November 9. The Polish troops laid down their arms, the insurrection was quelled, and the greater part of those who had distinguished themselves in it were arrested by the Russians. The King of Poland retired to Grodno, and the final dismemberment of that country was agreed upon by the 3 allied powers. The court of Berlin, having signified their intention of retaining Krakow and the neighboring country, of which their troops had just taken possession, Austria, who was also desirous of procuring that part of Poland, took advantage of the discontent which the conduct of Prussia during the campaign of 1794 and her retreat from the ensuing coalition had excited in the Empress of Russia, and entered into a separate negotiation with the court of St. Petersburg. They arranged privately between themselves as to the shares which were to fall to each. An act in the form of a declaration was signed at St. Petersburg between these 2 courts, January 3, 1795, purporting that the Cabinet of Berlin should be invited to accede to the stipulations therein contained, in consideration of the offer which the 2 courts made to acquiesce in the reunion of the remainder of Poland with the Prussian monarchy, and the engagement which they entered into to guarantee that acquisition. A negotiation was afterwards set on foot with the court of Berlin, which was protracted to a great length, as that court, who were ignorant of the engagement which Catherine had come under to secure Krakow to Austria, had always entertained the hope of being able to retain it themselves. It was only when the act of the 3rd January was communicated to them that they agreed to a special convention with the court of Vienna, which was signed at St. Petersburg, October 24, 1795. The city of Krakow was abandoned to Austria, who on her side resigned in favor of the King of Prussia a portion of the territory which the declaration of the 3rd January preceding had secured to her. It was settled that the limits of the Palatinate of Krakow should be regulated between these 2 powers under the mediation of the court of St. Petersburg. Stanislaus had then no other alternative left than to resign his crown into the hands of the Empress of Russia. The act of his abdication was dated at Grodno, November 25, 1795. It was by these different conventions that Russia obtained all that remained of Poland and Lithuania, as far as the Niemen and the confines of Breshki and Novgorodek. She likewise obtained the greater part of Samogitia, with the whole of Courland and Semigalia. She had besides in Little Poland that part of the territory of Chelm, situated on the right bank of the Bug, and the remainder of Volhynia, in all containing about 2,000 square miles, with 1,200,000 inhabitants. To Austria were assigned, in addition to the principal part of Krakow, the whole palatinates of Sandomir and Lublin, with part of the district of Chelm, and the palatinates of Brzezki, Podolakia, and Masovia, which lay on the left bank of the Bug, comprising in all about 834,000 German square miles, with about 1 million of inhabitants. To Prussia was assigned part of the palatinates of Masovia and Podolakia, lying on the right bank of the Bug. In Lithuania she had part of the palatinate of Troki and of Samogitia, which lies on this side of the Niemen, as well as the small district in Little Poland, making part of the palatinate of Krakow, the whole consisting of about 1,000 German square miles, with a population of 1 million. Finally, by a subsequent convention which was concluded at St. Petersburg, January 26, 1797, the three co-participant courts arranged among themselves as to the manner of discharging the debts of the King and the Republic of Poland. They agreed by this same convention to allow the dethroned monarchy an annuity of 200,000 ducats. At the commencement of this period it was not yet perceived of what importance it was for Russia to get possession of the Crimea, and it was not until the agriculture and industry of that country had begun to prosper under a wise administration that they began to apprehend it might one day have a powerful influence on the balance of trade. The Empress Catherine, who had been flattered in her youth by the eulogies of the philosophers so as to become a disciple of their new doctrines, was the first to perceive this danger. She then declared herself a most implacable enemy to the French Revolution, and would gladly have armed all Europe to exterminate the Republic. Nevertheless, she did not take up arms herself, and only joined the first coalition in an indirect manner, and by concluding treaties purely defensive, such as that of Drottningholm with Sweden, October 19, 1791, and that of St. Petersburg with the King of Hungary and Bohemia, July 12, 1782, and that which was concluded August 7 in the same city with Prussia. Nevertheless, when Frederick had retired from the list, she resolved to send into the field the 60,000 men which England was to take into pay. The treaty was on the eve of being signed when the Empress was suddenly cut off by death, November 17, 1796. Paul, her successor, refused to sanction that treaty. We have already noticed the active hand which that monarch took in the War of 1799 against France, and we have already mentioned the unsuccessful attempt which he made to revive the principles of the armed neutrality. This emperor, who wanted steadiness and consistency, published at his coronation, April 5, 1797, a fundamental law regarding the order of succession to the throne. This law, intended to prevent those revolutions which the unsettled state of the throne had produced in Russia, established a mixed lineal succession, agreeably to the order of primogeniture, admitting females only in the case of the total extinction of the male descendants of the male line of Paul, and defining with the most scrupulous exactness the order in which females and their descendants should succeed to the throne. But being weak and narrow-minded, and incapable of discharging his imperial functions, he entailed upon himself the hatred of both the nobility and the people. He met with a violent death, having been murdered by a party of daring conspirators, March 24, 1801. Alexander, who succeeded his unfortunate father, lost no time in restoring peace to his dominions, by entering into an arrangement with Great Britain, June 17, by which he abandoned the principles of free trade for neutral vessels, admitting that even a convoy should not protect these from being subjected to a search or visitation when ordered by the captain of a vessel belonging to the public navy of a belligerent state. He likewise concluded peace with France and Spain, October 4 and 8. Sweden had extricated herself without loss from the war which Gustavus III had imprudently commenced. That prince had succeeded in extending the royal prerogative, and making the Diet adopt the Fundamental Act of Union and Security, March 29, 1792, vesting in himself the right of making war and peace, which, according to the former order of things, he could only exercise with the concurrence of the states. Being endowed with an ardent and heroic character, He had proposed to march at the head of the armies which Louis XVI had set on foot, but he fell the victim of a conspiracy formed by the discontented nobles, leaving his son a minor. The regency of the Duke of Sudermania during the minority of Gustavus IV was infested by jealousies and intrigues, while the finances, which were under bad management, fell gradually into a state of disorder. The policy of the regent was decidedly for the maintenance of peace. The young king himself assumed the reins of government, November 1, 1796. Although he had entered into the League of the North, formed by Paul I for the maintenance of the maritime rights of neutral states, he acceded shortly after to the opposite system, to which Alexander I had declared himself favorable. Christian VII had reigned in Denmark since 1766, but for the last 20 years the Prince Royal and Count Bernstorff had been at the head of his councils. Under their administration the kingdom flourished in profound peace, which had not for an instant been interrupted, except in 1800, by the vexatious treatment which the Danish ships had met with on the part of England. Denmark was the first of the European powers that abolished the African slave trade, May 16, 1796. The end of section 53.
Section 54 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schell. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 1. In the period on which we are now entering, and which comprehends 8 years, we shall find Napoleon Bonaparte devoting his unremitting efforts to a threefold project, the object of which was to secure for himself the empire of the world. The first of these was to render the monarchical government hereditary in his family, preparatory to the introduction of a universal dominion. The next was to extend the boundaries of France, and the last to surround that country, not with a multitude of republics as the Directory had done, but with a number of petty monarchies, the existence of which should be so amalgamated with his own dynasty that they must stand or fall with it. We shall find him keeping these projects incessantly in view, so that every step which he took towards the accomplishment of the one was calculated at the same time to advance the other two. Before the end of the year 1801, a council composed of 450 deputies of the Cisalpine Republic was assembled at Lyons in order to deliberate as to the changes to be made in the Constitution, which was assimilated more and more to the monarchical form. In the meantime, the presidency of the Republic was conferred on Bonaparte, January 26, 1802, under the title of the Italian Republic. Notwithstanding the easy triumph which the Constitution of the year 8 had gained by dissolving the legislative body of France, dissension was not long in breaking out among its members, and an opposition was formed which, condemned to silence, had no other means of manifesting itself than by secretly thwarting the views of the government. There was, however, another opposition, which appeared among the members of the tribunate, and which greatly irritated Bonaparte by openly attacking his projects of legislation. The period had now arrived when 1/5 part of the members of these two bodies were to retire, but the new convention, in settling this partial alteration, were divided as to the mode of proceeding, or rather it was the general opinion that the ex-members should be determined by lot. This temporary vacancy furnished Bonaparte with the pretext for getting rid of all those whose presence had laid him under any sort of restraint. A decree of the Conservative Senate of the 22nd Ventos in the year 10, March 13, 1802, turned out 20 of the tribunes and 60 of the legislators, and supplied their places with members taken from the lists formed by the electoral colleges of the departments. Having thus discovered what advantages might accrue to him from an institution which Sayus had contrived for balancing the authority of the government, from that moment he converted the Senate into an instrument of sanctioning his own measures. A notification from the French ambassador in Switzerland announced that the Valais should henceforth form an independent republic, April 3rd. The inhabitants had not requested this favor. It was granted to them because Bonaparte wished to get possession of the Simplon, preparatory to the union of that country with France. The second decree of the new constitution of the 6th Floreal, April 26, granted a general amnesty to all emigrants who shall return within the space of 3 months and take the oath of allegiance. All their property that had remained unsold was restored to them, except the forests. About 1,000 individuals were accepted from this act of justice, which strengthened the authority of Bonaparte by conciliating the public opinion in his favor. Immediately after this, Bonaparte submitted to the tribunate and the legislative body a plan for the institution of a Legion of Honor, May 10th. This legion was to be composed of 15 cohorts of dignitaries for life. The first consul was the chief of the legion. Each cohort was to be composed of 7 grand officers, 20 commandants, 30 officers, and 300 legionnaires. The object of Bonaparte evidently was to establish a new aristocracy, but the minds of the council were so little prepared for this proposition, and so contrary was it to the republican ideas with which they were still imbued, that it passed but by a very small majority, and the first consul thought proper to delay carrying it into execution. For some time the first consul had been in negotiation with Pope Pius VII on the affairs of religion. He had adjusted a concordat with His Holiness, subjecting public worship to the superintendence of 10 prelates of the highest rank and 50 bishops. His famous concordat was signed at Paris July 15th and ratified at Rome August 15, 1801. It was afterwards submitted for the acceptance of the French nation and adopted by a very great majority. The Sabbath and the 4 grand festivals were restored, and from this date the government ceased to follow the decennary system. This was the first abandonment of the republican calendar. Bonaparte hoped to attach to himself the sacerdotal party, the order most disposed for passive obedience, and in this manner to balance the clergy against the royalists and the Pope against the interests of the coalition. The concordat was ratified with great pomp in the Church of Notre Dame by the Senate, the legislative body, the tribune, and public functionaries. The first consul appeared in the ancient court carriage, with all the circumstances and etiquette of royalty. Another law, the Constitution of the 30th of Floreal, May 20th, sanctioned the slave trade in the colonies restored to France by the Treaty of Amiens, and in the French colonies situated beyond the Cape of Good Hope. By this law, however, slavery was not restored in Santo Domingo. That colony was under the dominion of the Negroes, who, after having massacred the whites and committed barbarities which surpassed even those of the French Revolution, had succeeded in establishing their independence. After the preliminaries signed at London, Bonaparte had sent an expedition to that island, having on board 40,000 men, commanded by his brother-in-law General Leclerc. On their arrival at Santo Domingo, the French took possession of the town of Cape Francois, which was the seat of government, as well as of several other places. Toussaint Louverture, originally a slave and raised to be the chief of the blacks, submitted to the French, but General Leclerc, having afterwards arrested him, had him conveyed to France, where he died. This circumstance excited the blacks to a new revolt under the command of Christophe, the relative and friend of Toussaint, and after a bloody war, France lost this valuable colony, together with a numerous army and many commercial advantages. After the conclusion of the Peace of Amiens, the tribunate, purged of its republican members, signified a wish that some pledge of national gratitude should be offered to General Bonaparte. The conservative Senate then nominated him first consul for 10 years. When this decree of the Senate was announced to him, he could not conceal his chagrin, and that he might not be compelled to accept a favor which he disdained. He demanded that the decision of the Senate should be submitted for the sanction of the people. The two other consuls were resolved to consult the nation, and this was the only occasion on which they ever acted on their own authority, not as to the decree of the Senate, but on the question whether Bonaparte should be elected consul for life. Out of 3,577,379, of which the primary assembly was composed, 3,568,885 voted in the affirmative, and only 8,494 in the negative. Agreeable to this expression of the public voice, the Senate proclaimed Bonaparte first consul for life, August 2, 1802. 2 days after, the third decree of the Senate of the 16th Thermidor brought the government still nearer the monarchical form by granting to the first consul great influence over the electoral assemblies, with the power of ratifying treaties, granting pardons, nominating senators without presentation, appointing the presidents of the electoral assemblies, adding to the number of their members, and even proclaiming his own successor. The tribunate, which still appeared somewhat formidable, was reduced to 50 members. Such, in the space of 2 years, was the progress of arbitrary power. In the course of 1802, the union of 3 different countries to France was either accomplished or in a state of preparation. The first was that of the island of Elba, of which the kings of Naples and Sardinia had resigned their rights. The second was that of Piedmont, which France had occupied since 9th December 1798. And lastly, on the death of Ferdinand, Duke of Parma, his estates were taken possession of by France, as having devolved to her in virtue of the Treaty of Madrid, March 21, 1801, although they were not annexed to that country till 1808. These acquisitions were made on the political principle avowed by Bonaparte, which allowed everything to be done that treaties did not expressly forbid. The Peace of Campo Formio and Louisville had recognized the right of Switzerland to form a constitution for herself, and Alloy Reading, happening to be in Paris about the end of 1801, had obtained the consent of the first consul for the re-establishment of democracy in the petty cantons. From that time, 2 parties rose who had long been kept down by force, and Switzerland experienced a series of revolutions, in which the Unionist or aristocratic party and the Federalist or Democratic alternately had the ascendancy. At length, the new constitution, more aristocratic in its principles, was submitted for the approbation of the people. It was accepted by 72,453 citizens and rejected by 92,423. But as 167,172 individuals who had a right to vote had disdained to exercise that privilege, the Helvetic Senate thought proper to reckon all the absentees among the acceptors, and the new constitution was introduced July 3rd, as having been sanctioned by a majority of the people. Bonaparte had given the Swiss to understand that he relied on their willingness to be united to France, but as the Helvetic government made a pretense of not comprehending that invitation, he withdrew his troops from Switzerland, July 20th. This was the signal for a civil war. The democratic cantons, who were assembled at Schweitz, restored the ancient confederation to which most of the old cantons succeeded. The central government, having no other support than the new cantons, and seeing themselves attacked even in their own territories, importuned the assistance of the first consul. A French army, under the command of Ney, entered Switzerland and re-established the government which was recommended by the first consul. Bonaparte constituted himself as arbiter between the 2 parties and summoned a Helvetic council at Paris, February 19, 1803, and proclaimed the Constitution of Switzerland, known by the name of the Act of Mediation. Switzerland thus became a federative republic, composed of 19 sovereign cantons. The constitution of each was more or less democratic, but the equality of the citizens formed the basis of them all. Once a year, a diet was to assemble in one of the 6 principal cities in Switzerland in rotation. In these, the Landamman, or chief magistrate of the district, was to preside. The first Landamman, Monsieur Louis de Fay, was nominated by Bonaparte. Bonaparte played a conspicuous part in the negotiations for indemnifying those princes who had lost a part of the whole of their possessions by the cession of the left bank of the Rhine. He, in concert with the Emperor Alexander, was the principal arbiter in this important affair. Without here entering into the details of these negotiations, we shall merely observe that the main obstacle which had impeded the negotiations of Ratisbon, being removed by the treaties which France concluded on this occasion, the deputation came to a final conclusion, known by the name of the recess, or resolutions of the deputation, February 25, 1803, by which the arrangement regarding indemnities and territorial exchanges was brought to a determination. The war between France and Great Britain was renewed in 1803. Public opinion in England had declared against the Peace of Amiens, which was by no means favorable to her. Considering the sacrifices which she had made, the British ministry repented having agreed to the surrender of Malta and the Cape of Good Hope. They delayed the restoration of Malta under pretext that the guarantees had not been granted without restriction. The arbitrary and violent acts which Bonaparte had committed since the peace, and above all, the annexation of Piedmont to France, furnished a second motive for not evacuating an island so important from its position. After a very spirited negotiation, Great Britain offered to restore Malta to its own inhabitants and to acknowledge it as an independent state, only for the term of 10 years, however, and on condition that the King of Naples would cede Lapidosa. The French troops were to evacuate the Batavian and Swiss republics. On these terms, England would recognize the Italian and Ligurian republics and the King of Etruria. His Majesty of Sardinia was to receive an adequate territorial provision in Italy. The first consul having rejected this ultimatum, war was declared May 18, 1803, and all the English who were traveling or residing in France arrested and detained as hostages. Charles IV, King of Spain, by the Treaty of St. Ildefonso, had ceded Louisiana to France. When this news arrived in America, it spread consternation in the Republic of the United States. President Jefferson felt great reluctance in consenting to oppose, by a military force, the entry of the French into a country which would give them the command of the Mississippi. To prevent this and from other motives, he directed the American minister in Paris to enter into a negotiation with the French government for the purchase of Louisiana, which was effected at Paris September 30, 1803. A French army which was assembled in the Batavian Republic under the command of General Mortier was dispatched immediately after the declaration of war to occupy the electorate of Hanover, the patrimonial dominions of the King of Great Britain. The government of that country concluded a capitulation at Sulligan, June 3rd, in virtue of which the native troops retired beyond the Elbe, while the French army were to occupy the country and its fortresses, and be maintained by the inhabitants. They likewise took possession of Cuxhaven and Retzebuttel, belonging to the city of Hamburg. The German Empire, which had the mortification of seeing its interests regulated by 2 foreign powers, did not even protest against this violation of its territory. Bonaparte, deceived in his expectation of rendering the Cabinet of London compliant, annulled the capitulation of Solingen, and ordered Mortier to attack Count Valmoden, who commanded the Hanoverian army. The latter, however, laid down their arms in consequence of a convention, which was signed at Artlenburg, July 5th. After these proceedings, the mouths of the Elbe and Weser were immediately blockaded by an English squadron, which prevented the invaders from benefiting by the navigation of those rivers. England had generously offered to acknowledge the neutrality of Holland, provided she could get the French troops to evacuate her territory. This measure, however, proved disastrous in its result for the Republic. Bonaparte laid them under obligation to retain a body of 34,000 men, both French and Batavians, and to furnish 5 ships of war and 5 frigates, with a number of transports and sloops of war, for conveying to England 61,000 men and 4,000 horses. After the conclusion of peace with the Emperor of Russia, October 8, 1801, Bonaparte had withdrawn his troops from the Kingdom of Naples, but by a forced interpretation of the Treaty of Florence, he pretended that he had a right to send them back whenever he should happen to be at war with England. Ferdinand IV was obliged to succumb, and in consequence of an arrangement with General St. Cyr, June 25, 1803, the French again took possession of Abruzzi. The loss of Trinidad and the selling of Louisiana to the United States of America had created no small coolness between the court of Madrid and Bonaparte. Already had he brought an army near to Bayonne, which, under the command of General Augereau, threatened Spain. She, however, succeeded in evading the storm, as it was of much importance for her to avoid war with England, and on the other hand, as Bonaparte had more need of money than of ships, especially considering the nature of the attack which he meditated upon England. It was agreed by a secret treaty signed at Madrid October 30th that Charles IV should substitute money, instead of the succors which the nature of his former engagement bound him to furnish. The amount of this subsidy is not officially known. The hopes which this monarch had entertained of escaping from the war were sadly disappointed. He was dragged into it towards the end of the following year. Portugal likewise purchased her neutrality by a convention which was signed between General Lannes, Bonaparte's minister at Lisbon, and Don Manuel Pinto, the contents of which are not known with certainty. From the breaking of the Peace of Amiens to the Second War with Austria, Bonaparte had employed himself about a project for effecting a landing in England, for which he had made immense preparations. All the ship carpenters throughout France were put in requisition for the equipment of a flotilla intended to convey the armies of the Republic to the English shores. A multitudinous army, called the Army of England, was assembled on the coasts. Extensive camps were formed and convoys prepared for protecting the transportation of these invaders. In England, under the ministry of Mr. Pitt, vigorous measures of defense were adopted by setting on foot a regular army of 180,000 men. The English admirals frequently harassed the French shipping and bombarded the towns situated upon the coasts. But from this there did not happen any result of importance. St. Lucia, St. Peter, Miquelon, and Tobago, as also the Dutch colonies of Demerara, Essequibo, and Berbice, fell into the hands of the English in the beginning of the year 1803. General Rochambeau, who had succeeded Leclerc, concluded a capitulation at Santo Domingo, with Dessalines, the Black Chief, for the evacuation of Camp Francois. But as the English Admiral Duckworth blockaded it by sea, he was obliged to surrender with his whole army, which was transported to England. Dessalines, thus relieved from the French, proclaimed the independence of Santo Domingo, or the island of Haiti, of which he assumed the government under the title of Governor-General for life. Meantime, the plan of Bonaparte for disengaging himself from those political restraints which fettered his ambition was growing to maturity. 3 parties divided France: the Royalists, the systematic Republicans, and the Jacobins. Of the two first, the one had always entertained hopes that Bonaparte would recall the Bourbons, and the other that the moment was approaching when true liberty would take the place of despotism. General Moreau was regarded as the head of this party. If his character had at all made him a proper person to play an active game in public affairs. Bonaparte, who desired neither king nor republic, was convinced that he could only arrive at his purpose by attaching to himself the Jacobin party. In order to inspire them with confidence, he felt that it was necessary to give them a pledge. This was to be continually at variance with the other two parties, which they equally detested. Bonaparte resolved to ruin Moreau, whom he mistrusted. Pichegru, Georges Cauderel, and other royalist chiefs secretly entered France, believing that the time was now come for re-establishing royalty, and that Moreau would place himself at the head of the enterprise. Pichegru twice saw his old friend Moreau, who refused to take any part in a plot against the government, but he was reluctant to betray this excellent man, whom Bonaparte hated, and who had been accepted by name from the general amnesty. His silence was sufficient to entangle him in a pretended conspiracy, with which the tribunals resounded. Pichegru kept himself secreted in Paris for some days, but through the treachery of a friend he was at length discovered, arrested, and committed to prison, where he was found dead on the morning of April 7th, a black handkerchief being twisted around his neck, and tightened by the twisting of a stick. No proof appeared against Moreau of taking any part in the conspiracy, but his own confession that he had seen Pichegru twice was deemed sufficient by his judges to justify his condemnation. For a high, although not capital crime, he was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment, which, by the intercession of his friends, was commuted for the same period of exile. This distinguished general made choice of America as his place of exile. End of section 54. Section 55 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Schell. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 2. At this time, another occurrence took place, which much ever formed the darkest chapter in the history of Bonaparte, the arrest, condemnation, and execution of the Duc d'Enghien. This prince was living in retirement in the castle of Etiam, in the Duchy of Baden, a neutral territory. On the evening of the 14th of March, a troop of French soldiers passed the frontier, surrounded the castle, and seized the prince and all his attendants. He was immediately conveyed to Strasbourg, and from thence, after confinement of 3 days, to Paris, where he was kept for a few hours in the Temple, and then removed to the neighboring castle of Vincennes. On the night of the 20th, he is charged by a military court, of which General Holland was president, with having fought against France, being in the pay of England, plotting against the internal and external safety of the Republic, and having conspired against the life of the chief consul. The court pronounced him guilty. The decision was immediately dispatched to Bonaparte, and the sentence condemned to death, which was written on the back of it, carried into execution at 6 o'clock the following morning. The charges alleged against him were unsupported by any evidence, but he persevered in declaring that he would ever sustain the rights of his family, and that, as a Condé, he could never enter France but with arms in his hands. This last act paved the way for Bonaparte to ascend the throne. France had scarcely recovered from the stupor in which she had been plunged by the judicial murder of a Bourbon, when the conservative Senate, who had perceived that the best way to please Bonaparte was not to wait till he should make his wishes known to them, presented an address inviting him to complete the institutions necessary for tranquilizing the state, March 27th. At this signal of flattery, many of the orders of the state were eager to express their desire that the power which was vested in Bonaparte should be conferred on him by hereditary title. 1 month was allowed to elapse for preparing the public mind for the result. It was then that the first consul, in replying to the address of the Senate, desired these orders to explain themselves more clearly. The tribunate took the merit of anticipating this explanation by voting the re-establishment of hereditary monarchy in favor of Bonaparte and his family, April 30th. The Senate, not wishing to be behind in complacence, acceded to the desire, and a decree of that body declared Bonaparte Emperor of the French, May 18th, conferring on him the imperial dignity to be hereditary in himself and his lawful or adopted sons, to the exclusion of his daughters, and failing the males, to his brothers Joseph and Louis, and their male descendants. The same decree of the Senate made several important changes in the Constitution, with the view of rendering it perfectly monarchical. Bonaparte accepted the dignity which had been conferred on him. He only asked that the nation should be consulted upon the question of hereditary right. Wishing to legalize this attempt in the eyes of the people, he invited the sovereign pontiff to Paris to crown him. This ceremony took place in the Church of Notre Dame, December 2nd, 1804, and contrary to the general custom, Bonaparte put the crown on his own head, after which he placed it upon that of his spouse. Some weeks afterwards, in opening the session of the legislative body, he solemnly declared that as he was satisfied with his grandeur, he would make no more additions to the empire. The base transaction of 21st March was followed up by an exchange of very violent letters between the Russian ambassador at Paris and the minister of Bonaparte, in addition to the indignation which that event had excited in Alexander, and which the prevailing tone of the notes of the French minister were not calculated to diminish. There was a dissatisfaction on account of the non-execution of many of the conditions agreed to in the Treaty of 10th October 1801. Alexander demanded that the French troops should be withdrawn from the Kingdom of Naples, that Bonaparte should concert with him as to the principles upon which the affairs of Italy were to be regulated, that without delay he should indemnify the King of Sardinia and evacuate Hanover, July 27, 1804. To these, Bonaparte only replied by recriminations when the two courts recalled their respective ambassadors. The emperor had not waited for this opportunity to employ means for setting bounds to the ambition of Bonaparte. By the declarations interchanged betwixt the courts of St. Petersburg and Berlin, May 3rd and 24th, it was agreed that they should not allow the French troops in Germany to go beyond the frontier of Hanover, and that, should this happen, each of these two courts should employ 40,000 men to repel such an attempt. The Prussian declaration added, moreover, that there should be no dispute as to the country situated to the west of the Weser. Not content with having thus provided for the security of the north of Germany, the Emperor Alexander immediately concerted measures with Austria, with the view of opposing a barrier to the usurpations of France. Declarations in the shape of a convention were exchanged between these two courts before the end of the year, and they agreed to set on foot an army of 350,000 men. The maritime war, like that of 1803, was limited to threats, and immense preparations on the part of Bonaparte and on the part of Sir Sidney Smith to attempt preventing the union of the French fleet or burning their shipping in their own ports. The English took possession of the Dutch colony of Suriname, May 4th, and towards the end of the year commenced hostilities against Spain. The first 6 months of the year 1805 was marked by new aggrandizements on the part of Bonaparte in Italy. 1. A decree of the Estates of the Italian Republic assembled at Paris, March 18th, proclaimed Napoleon Buonaparte King of Italy, and it was stipulated that he should remit that crown to one of his legitimate or adopted sons, so soon as the foreign troops should have evacuated the kingdom of Naples, where there were no foreigners except the French troops, the 7 islands, and Malta, and that henceforth the crowns of France and Italy should never be united in the same person. Bonaparte repaired to Milan May 26th, where he was crowned with the Iron Crown of the Emperors of Germany, who were kings of Italy. Eugene Boharnas, the son of the Empress Josephine, was appointed his viceroy. 2. He conferred the Principality of Piombino, under the title of hereditary fief of the French Empire, on Eliza Gioachin, his sister, and her male descendants, May 25th. This completed the spoliation of the House of Buoncompagni, to whom that title and estate belonged, together with the greater part of the Isle of Elba. 3. The Senate and people of the Ligurian Republic demanded voluntarily, as is said, to be united to the French Empire. Their request was agreed to June 5th, and the territory of that republic was divided into 3 departments. 4. The Republic of Lucca demanded from Bonaparte a new constitution and a prince of his family. By a constitutional statute, June 23rd, the republic was erected into a principality under the protection of France, and conferred as a hereditary right on Felix Gioachin and his wife Eliza Bonaparte. 5. The states of Parma seemed destined to be given up by way of compensation to the King of Sardinia, together with the victory of Genoa. But Bonaparte, finding himself involved with the Emperor Alexander, caused them to be organized according to the system of France. It was impossible for the sovereigns of Europe not to unite against a conqueror, who seemed to apply to politics that maxim of the civil law, which makes everything allowable that the laws do not forbid. We have already seen that Russia and Austria had concerted measures for setting bounds to these usurpations, but it was William Pitt, who was restored to the British ministry in the month of May 1804, that conceived the plan of the Third Coalition. Disdaining the petty resources which the preceding ministry had employed for harassing France, he conceived the idea of a grand European League for the purpose of rescuing from the dominion of Bonaparte the countries which France had subdued since 1792, and for reducing that kingdom within its ancient limits. With regard to the territories which were to be taken from France, he proposed arrangements, by means of which they might form a barrier against her future projects of aggrandizement, and finally, to introduce into Europe a general system of public right. In fact, the plan of Mr. Pitt, which was communicated to the Russian government June 19, 1805, was the same as that which, 10 years afterwards, was executed by the Grand Alliance. If this plan failed in 1805, it was only because they calculated on the participation of Prussia as an indispensable condition, which they did not give up when that power had declared a resolution to preserve her neutrality. By the Treaty of April 11th between Russia and Great Britain, it was agreed that the Emperor Alexander should make another attempt for arranging matters with Bonaparte, so as to prevent the war. Monsieur de Nozelov, one of the Russian ministers, was sent to Paris. On his arrival at Berlin, he received the passports which the cabinet of Prussia had procured for him at Paris. But at the same time, he received an order from St. Petersburg not to continue his journey. The annexation of the Ligurian Republic to France, at the moment when they were making conciliatory overtures to Bonaparte, appeared too serious an outrage for the emperor to prosecute farther negotiations. War was consequently resolved on. The preparations for the invasion of England had been carried on for some time with extraordinary vigor. Everything seemed to announce that Bonaparte meant to attempt that perilous enterprise. Part of his troops had already embarked, August 27th, when all of a sudden the camp at Boulogne was broken up and the army directed to move towards the Rhine, which had passed within a month after. Austria had set foot 3 armies. The Archduke Charles commanded that of Italy, where it was expected a decisive blow was to be struck. The Second Army, under the command of the Archduke John, was stationed in the Tyrol to maintain a communication with the Third Army on the Inn, which was commanded nominally by the Archduke Ferdinand, the Emperor's cousin, but in reality by General Mack. The First Russian Army, under the command of General Kutuzov, had arrived in Galicia and was continuing its march in all haste. It was followed by another under Michelson. The Russian troops in Dalmatia were to attempt a landing in Italy. The army of Mack passed the Inn September 8th. They had reckoned on the cooperation of the Elector of Bavaria, but that prince, who was always distrustful of Austria, abandoned the cause of the Allies and retired with his troops into Franconia. The electors of Württemberg and Baden were desirous of concluding treaties of alliance with Bonaparte after he had passed the Rhine. These treaties were signed at Ludwigsburg and Ettingen, October 4th and 10th. The plan of Bonaparte was to cut off the army of Mack, who had entered into Swabia, from that of Kutuzov, which was marching through Austria. In this he succeeded by presuming to violate the Prussian territory. Marmont, who had come by way of Mayence, and Bernadotte, who had conducted the army into Franconia, where they were joined by the Bavarians, traversed the country of Ansbach, and came thus on the rear of the Austrian army, October 6th. From that date, scarcely a day passed without a battle, favorable to the French. Several divisions of the Austrians were obliged to lay down their arms. Mack, who had thrown himself into Ulm, lost all resolution and signed a capitulation October 17th, by which he promised to surrender if assistance did not arrive within 8 days. He did not, however, wait for this delay. By a second capitulation 2 days after, he surrendered on the spot with 25,000 men. The army of Mack was totally destroyed, except 6,000 cavalry, with which the Archduke Ferdinand had opened himself a passage through Franconia, and 20,000 others with which Wehmeyer had retired to Braunau, where he was met by the vanguard of Kutuzov. These 2 generals continued their retreat. The Russian army repassed the Danube near Grine, November 9th, and directed their march towards the Moreau. A few days after, November 13th, Vienna, the capital of Austria, fell into the hands of the French. They passed the Danube near that city and pursued the Russians. In the meantime, General Buxhoden, with the Second Russian Army, having joined Kutuzov at Olmütz on the same day that the Emperor Alexander arrived in the camp, they conceived themselves strong enough to encounter the enemy and immediately discontinued their retreat. The Battle of Austerlitz, which Bonaparte fought December 2nd, with the combined army of the Austrians and Russians, decided the campaign in his favor. Meantime, Bonaparte found himself in a position which might become dangerous. When the Archduke Charles had perceived that the French had concentrated their forces on the Danube, he sent supplies to General Mack and commenced his retreat from Italy, that he might be nearer the center of hostilities. This retreat he could not effect except by hazarding several engagements with Messina, which continued the pursuit. When near Scilly, he formed a junction with the Archduke John, who had retreated from the Tyrol November 27th. The united armies of these 2 princes amounted to 80,000 men, with whom they marched toward Vienna, while the Hungarians rose en masse to defend their sovereign. The next day after the Battle of Austerlitz, the Russian army received a reinforcement of 12,000 men. An army composed of Prussians, Saxons, and Hessians were on the point of penetrating into Franconia, and some corps of Prussians, Russians, Swedes, Hanoverians, and English had joined the Second Army in the north of Germany, ready to invade Belgium. Moreover, the English and the Russians were preparing to effect a landing in the Kingdom of Naples. It was in this critical moment that the Cabinet of Vienna signed an armistice at Austerlitz, by which they engaged to send back the Russian army and to quell the insurrection in Hungary. Within 20 days after, peace was signed at Pressburg between Austria and France, December 26th. The former acknowledged all the claims of Bonaparte and ceded to him to form a part of the Kingdom of Italy. The ancient states of Venice, with Dalmatia and Albania, and to his allies the Elector of Baden and the new kings of Bavaria and Württemberg, the Tyrol and all her hereditary possessions in Swabia. The violation of the Prussian territory in Franconia had excited the most lively indignation at Berlin. The king resolved, sword in hand, to avenge this outrage against his royal dignity. The Prussian troops occupied Hanover, which the French had just evacuated, and that country was restored to its legitimate sovereign. A body of Prussians, for whom they had till then vainly demanded a passage through Silesia, obtained permission to traverse that province to join the army of Kutuzov. The Emperor Alexander had himself arrived at Berlin, October 25th, as well as the Archduke Anthony, Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights. A convention was concluded at Potsdam, November 3rd, between Alexander and Frederick III of Prussia. This latter prince joined the coalition with the reservation of a preliminary attempt to obtain the assent of Bonaparte to conditions extremely equitable. In case these were rejected, Frederick promised to take the field with 180,000 men, who in fact were put in a condition to march at the earliest notice. Count Haugwitz, who had been sent to Vienna as the bearer of overtures of peace to Bonaparte, accompanied with an energetic declaration, took it into his head that it would be prejudicial to the interest of Prussia were he to press the object of his commission. He resolved, therefore, to wait the course of events. After the truce of Austerlitz, he took it upon him to change the system of his government. Without having any sort of authority, he concluded an alliance with Bonaparte at Vienna, December 15th, for the guarantee of their respective states, and for those of Bavaria and the Porte. Prussia was to cede the Principality of Ansbach to Bavaria, that of Neuchâtel to France, and that of Cleves to a prince of the empire, whom Bonaparte might name. In return, Prussia was to get possession of the Electorate of Hanover. When Count Haugwitz arrived at Berlin with the treaty, Frederick at first was inclined to reject it, but the minister having represented to him the danger to which this would expose him in the present state of affairs, the king reluctantly consented to ratify the treaty, provided a clause was added that the occupation of the provinces mutually ceded should only be announced as provisional until the King of England should give his assent by a future treaty to the cession of Hanover. It was in this manner that Prussia, in effect, got possession of that electorate, January 27, 1806. Meantime, Count Haugwitz, who had repaired to Paris, found it impossible to obtain the acceptance of Bonaparte to the ratification of the treaty so modified. He then signed a second convention, February 15th, by which Prussia engaged to declare the occupation of Hanover definitive, and to shut the rivers in the north of Germany against the English. The King of Prussia, who had already disbanded his army, found himself in a situation that obliged him to ratify that arrangement. Bonaparte had made prodigious efforts to revive the French marine. The fleet at Rochefort, commanded by Admiral Mississi, had taken the opportunity of sailing from that port January 11, 1805. They had set out with the intention of levying contributions in the Little Antilles, belonging to the English, and after throwing in supplies to General Ferrand, who still kept possession of St. Domingo, they had returned without incident to Rochefort. The fleet at Toulon, consisting of 14 vessels of the line, commanded by Admiral Villeneuve, and having on board troops under the command of General Laurie, probably destined for Ireland, had repaired to Cadiz April 9th, where they were joined by the Spanish fleet under Admiral Gravina. Next day, the two combined fleets sailed from that port, but afterwards separated. That under Villeneuve had proceeded to Bartonicio. But, being apprised of the arrival of Lord Nelson of Barbados, Villeneuve again joined the Spanish admiral when the fleet returned to Europe. An engagement took place near Cape Finisterre, July 22nd, which was honorable to Sir Robert Calder, the English admiral, who captured 2 ships of the line. Being soon after considerably reinforced and amounting to 35 ships of the line, they set sail for Cadiz, where a partial blockade was maintained for some time by Calder and Collingwood. But Nelson, who had been invested with the command of the English fleet, induced the enemy by means of a pretended retreat to leave their station. An engagement took place off Cape Trafalgar, October 21st, which cost the English admiral his life, but which ruined the combined fleet. Villeneuve was made prisoner, and Gravina fled towards Cadiz with 10 ships. This glorious victory secured to England the command of the sea. When Bonaparte had made preparations for marching against Austria, he resolved to reinforce his army in Italy by the troops which occupied a part of the kingdom of Naples. To ingratiate himself with Ferdinand IV, he concluded a treaty with that prince September 21st, by which the latter, on obtaining the evacuation of his own states, promised to remain neutral. He did not depend, however, on that monarch's fulfilling his promise. It was a part of the plan of the Allies that the Russian and English armies should land in the kingdom of Naples, the one by the way of Corfu, and the other from Malta. The plan was carried into execution, and the foreign troops were received as friends. A decree of Napoleon, dated from Schönbrunn, December 27th, had declared that the dynasty of the Bourbons had ceased to reign at Naples. After the Battle of Austerlitz, the Russians and English abandoned Italy, and Ferdinand IV found himself without defense, exposed to a French army who were approaching his capital. He embarked for Sicily when the French entered Naples, January 1806, and Joseph Bonaparte, the brother of Napoleon, was created king of the 2 Sicilies, March 30th, although his sway never extended farther than the kingdom of Naples. Those are probably in a mistake, who imagine they find in the conduct of Bonaparte the gradual development of a great plan, conceived beforehand, and springing from his head, so to speak, like the fabled Minerva from the brain of Jupiter. The circumstances in which he was placed, the success of his arms, and the weakness of foreign cabinets suggested to him one idea after another. It was when he was on his march against the Russians that he received the news of the Battle of Trafalgar, which had completely destroyed the labor of 3 years and annihilated his hopes of reducing England by planting his standard on her soil. His imagination then conceived the plan of opposing one combination of strength to another, and surrounding France with a number of states, independent in appearance, but subject to the direction of the head of the empire. After the Peace of Pressburg, he had repaired to Munich, where he adopted his stepson, Eugene Beauharnais, and declared him his successor in the Kingdom of Italy. And announcing this elevation to the Senate, January 12, 1806, he declared that he reserved to himself the right of determining the common tie, which was to unite all the states composing the federative system of the French Empire. This was the first time that this system was spoken of. In a short time after, he declared that the whole peninsula of Italy made part of the Grand Empire. Finally, a constitutional statute of the imperial family, which he published at that time, March 30th, may be regarded as the fundamental law of the federative system he had lately announced. That statute granted to the Emperor of the French an absolute supremacy over all the sovereigns of his family, and he had no doubt, had great hopes, that the time would arrive when no others would be found in any of the adjacent states. In annexing the Venetian provinces to the Kingdom of Italy, Bonaparte detached from them Massa Carrara and Carfagnana, which he bestowed on the Prince of Lucca. At the same time, he created within these provinces 12 duchies as hereditary fiefs of the empire, and 3 within the states of Parma, all of which he disposed of in favor of his generals and ministers. The Duchy of Cleves, ceded by Prussia, as well as that of Berg, which had been ceded to him by the King of Bavaria, were conferred together with the hereditary dignity of Admiral of France on his brother-in-law Gioachin Murat. March 30th. Alexander Berthier was created Prince of Neufchâtel. June 5th. At a later date, he granted the Duchy of Benevento to Monsieur Talleyrand Perigord under the title of Sovereign Principality, and the Principality of Porto-Corvo to Jean-Baptiste Bernadotte, the brother-in-law of Joseph Bonaparte. He took these 2 territories from the states of the Church under the pretext that their sovereignty was an object of litigation between the courts of Rome and Naples, an allegation which was not true. End of section 55.
Section 56 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schöll. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 3. The continuation of the history of Bonaparte presents us with a series of new usurpations and aggressions. Towards the end of January, the French troops entered into the free city of Frankfurt, where they levied 4 millions to punish the inhabitants for their connection with the English. Bonaparte was living at that time in the most perfect peace with the German Empire to which that city belonged, and which could not protect it. By the Treaty of Pressburg, the Bocca di Cataro in Dalmatia was to be restored to the French, but the Russians, whose fleet was cruising off these coasts, immediately took possession of that place, February 4, at the moment when the Austrians were about to surrender it to the French. Bonaparte made this a pretext for refusing to give up to the court of Vienna the fortress of Braunau, which he was to evacuate according to the stipulations of that same treaty, and for leaving a part of his army in Germany. He did more. He ordered General Lauriston, who commanded the French army in Dalmatia, to occupy Ragusa, May 27, a republic placed under the protection of the Porte, with whom there subsisted a treaty of peace. It was not, however, until the 13th August 1807 that Ragusa was formally united to the Kingdom of Italy. The Elector of Baden and the Princes of Nassau were obliged to make cessions to France. The former surrendered Kehl and the latter Kassel and Kostheim, opposite Mayence. Vézelay, a fortress in the Duchy of Cleves, was likewise occupied by the French troops. All these were so many violations of the Peace of Luneville and the Treaty of Vienna in 1805. In order to promote this federative system, the States General of the Batavian Republic received a hint to petition Bonaparte for a king. A treaty was in consequence concluded at Paris, March 24, by which Louis, the brother of Napoleon, was created hereditary and constitutional King of Holland, the title to descend to his male issue. The young man accepted with reluctance a crown which he had never coveted, and which he wore with much dignity. William Pitt, whom history would have been proud to call the Great Pitt, had she not already given that title to his father, had died about the beginning of the year, January 23rd. Charles Fox, his former antagonist, succeeded him in the ministry. He immediately entered into negotiations for peace between France and England. This commission on the part of the latter was entrusted first to Lord Yarmouth and afterwards to Lord Lauderdale. After the death of Fox, September 13, the negotiations ended without having produced any change in the relations between France and England. Nevertheless, they deserve to be placed among the important events of that year, as they were the immediate cause of the war with Prussia, as we shall have occasion to mention. The Emperor Alexander likewise made an attempt for a reconciliation with Bonaparte. He sent M. d'Aubreuil to Paris, who, after a negotiation of 10 days, concluded a treaty with General Clark, the French plenipotentiary, July 20th, 1806, by which it was agreed that the Russian troops should evacuate the Boca di Cataro and the French troops quit Ragusa, that the independence of the Republic of the Seven Islands should be acknowledged, as well as the independence and integrity of the port, that in 3 months the French troops should evacuate Germany, that the two parties should use their joint influence to procure a cessation of the war between Prussia and Sweden, that Bonaparte should accept the mediation of Russia in negotiating a maritime peace. A secret article secured to Ferdinand IV the Balearic Isles in compensation for the Kingdom of Naples. It thus appeared that the King of Sardinia was the greatest sufferer. The Emperor Alexander refused to ratify this treaty, whether it was that he considered the terms not altogether honorable, or that he was displeased with the conclusion of the Confederation of the Rhine, which took place at this time. The Confederation of the Rhine was undoubtedly the most important consequence of the Peace of Pressburg. That event, which entirely changed the state of Germany and placed so large a portion of that empire under obedience to Bonaparte, was prepared by the article of the peace which recognized the sovereignty of the kings of Bavaria and Württemberg and the Elector of Baden, as well as by several other irregular transactions which took place after that time. Such was the conduct of the Elector Arch-Chancellor in arrogating to himself the right of appointing his own successor and nominating Cardinal Fesch as such, who was Bonaparte's uncle. The Confederation of the Rhine was concluded at Paris, July 12, 1806, between Bonaparte and 16 of the German princes, including the Duke of Cleves, who separated from the Germanic Empire and formed a particular union among themselves, under the protection of Bonaparte. The declarations which the Minister of France and those of the Confederated Estates remitted on the same day to the Diet of Ratisbon intimated to that assembly that the German Empire had ceased to exist. The chief of the Germanic body, who had been kept ignorant of all these measures, then published a spirited declaration, August 6, by which he resigned a crown which could only appear valuable in his eyes so long as he was able to fulfill the duties and exercise the prerogatives which were attached to it. This transaction, which put an end to the Germanic Empire, had been kept a secret from Prussia. Bonaparte, in announcing to Frederick William the result which it had produced, invited him to form a similar confederation in the north of Germany. But at the same time he negotiated privately with the electors of Hesse and Saxony to prevent them from entering into that union, and declared that he could never permit the cities of Bremen, Hamburg, and Lübeck to become parties to it. In his negotiations with England, he proposed to make over these cities to Ferdinand IV, King of the Two Sicilies. He carried his stratagems even farther. He several times offered to the English plenipotentiaries the same electorate of Hanover, which, a few months before, he had almost compelled Prussia to claim as her own. And he offered to the Elector of Hesse the Principality of Fulda, which had been granted to the House of Orange, then in strict alliance with that of Brandenburg. All these underhand maneuvers opened the eyes of the cabinet of Berlin, which immediately resolved to declare war. Unfortunately for Prussia, she commenced hostilities without waiting the arrival of the supplies which Russia owed her in virtue of the alliance between the two states by the Treaty of Peterhof, July 28, 1800, and she had to take the field against an active enemy whose warlike troops were already in the heart of Germany. General Knobelsdorff, whom the King of Prussia had sent to Paris, gave in the demands, which were to be considered as his ultimatum. Bonaparte treated his propositions as extravagant and insulting, and accordingly commenced hostilities. The campaign was decided by the Battle of Jena, or rather by two battles, which were fought on the same day, October 14, 1806. Bonaparte in person gained the one near Jena over Prince Hohenlohe. Marshal Davoust gained the other near Auerstadt over the Duke of Brunswick, commander-in-chief of the Prussian army. The rout was complete. For a short time the troops retired without confusion. The approach of the enemy's cavalry, however, extinguished all remains of order, and the most precipitate dispersion of the vanquished army ensued. About 20,000 were killed and wounded in the battle and pursuit, and the prisoners formed at least an equal number. The scattered remains of the troops who united after the action were either defeated or obliged to surrender as prisoners of war. The king, with the wreck of his army, marched back to Prussia. Berlin, his capital, fell into the hands of the conqueror. The carelessness, the unskillfulness or the treachery of their commanders, and the want of means of defense were the causes why several fortresses and whole battalions of troops surrendered after a slight resistance. There were some who were even obliged to capitulate in spite of their bravery. At Erfurt, Field Marshal Mellendorf capitulated with 14,000 men, October 16. Spandau fell on the same day that the enemy entered into Berlin, October 25. Prince Hohenlohe, after a brave defense, capitulated at Prenzlau, October 29, with a corps originally consisting of 16,000 infantry and 16 regiments of cavalry. Stettin and Castrin opened their gates after a slight resistance, November 1st. At Lübeck, 21,000 men with General Blucher laid down their arms, November 7. Magdeburg capitulated next day with 22,000 men. Immediately after the Battle of Jena, Bonaparte took possession of the Principality of Fulda. He also sent a message to the old Duke of Brunswick that none of his family should ever reign after him. That prince died of the wounds he had received at Auerstadt, and his lifeless body was not permitted to be deposited among the ashes of his ancestors. The Elector of Hesse, who had remained neutral, was declared an enemy to France, and his territory seized. Bonaparte, in return, granted neutrality to the Elector of Saxony, whose troops had fought against him at Jena. The King of Prussia had tried to allay the storm which threatened his monarchy. The Marquis de Luchesini and General Sastroff entered into a negotiation with Marshal Duroc at Charlottenburg, October 30. Bonaparte refused to ratify the preliminaries which were signed there, because the idea had occurred to him in the meantime of exciting the Poles to insurrection. An armistice was then signed, November 16, on conditions extremely rigorous, by which Breslau, Glogau, Coburg, Graudenz, and Danzig were delivered up to the French. Frederick, who had resolved to throw himself on Russia, whose forces were approaching in all haste, rejected that armistice. From Berlin, Bonaparte repaired to Poznania, where he concluded a treaty with the Elector of Saxony, December 11. That prince then assumed the title of king, joined the Confederation of the Rhine, and got possession of the circle of Cottbus belonging to Prussia. By a treaty signed at the same place, December 15, the Dukes of Saxony, of the race of Ernest, were likewise received into the Confederation of the Rhine. A Russian army of 90,000 men had arrived in Prussia in the month of November. Frederick William, on his side, formed a new army of 40,000 men. Several actions took place without any decisive result, but after the Battle of Pultusk, December 26, where the victory was claimed both by the French and Russians, each party retired to winter quarters. During Bonaparte's stay at Berlin, he conceived the idea of the continental system, or at least reduced its elements into shape. The purport of this system was to ruin the commerce and by consequence the prosperity of England by excluding from the continent of Europe the importation not only of her own manufactures, but the productions of her colonies, the use of which had become, through long habit, one of the necessaries of life to all the nations of Europe, and for which, moreover, no substitute could be found in home manufactures. This chimerical scheme and the federative system, which we have already mentioned, were the two scourges which Bonaparte inflicted on the continent of Europe. The abuse, it was alleged, which the English made of their superiority by sea, had provoked Bonaparte to this measure. The right of blockade, that is, the right of a belligerent power to station a force before a hostile port sufficient to prevent any neutral vessel from entering, is founded in principle. But England pretended that if a port were declared to be under blockade, it must be considered as actually blockaded, and accordingly she had declared all the ports between Brest and the Elbe under blockade, May 16. An order issued by Bonaparte, known by the name of the Decree of Berlin, declared the whole British islands in a state of blockade by way of reprisals, November 21st. He commanded all British subjects to be arrested who might be found in the countries occupied by his troops or those of his allies. He ordered their property and every article of British or colonial produce on the continent to be confiscated, and excluded from his ports all vessels which should come directly from Britain or any of its dependencies. The development of this system we shall notice afterwards. The repose of armies did not continue longer than a month. General Bennigsen, who had the chief command of the Russians and Prussians, undertook to relieve the cities of Graudenz, Danzig, and Kolberg. After a number of petty engagements which claim no particular notice, the campaign was terminated by the Battle of Eylau in Prussia, February 8, 1807. Bonaparte, or rather Davoust, was successful against the left wing in the center of the Allies, but Lestock, the Russian general, having arrived on the field of battle near the right wing of the Prussians, which had never been engaged, marched instantly to support the left wing, which was giving way, and snatched the victory from the hands of Davoust. Bennigsen, who was in want of ammunition, retired toward Königsberg, leaving Bonaparte on the field of battle, which was covered with 30,000 of the French slain and 12,000 wounded. The Russians had lost 17,000 men. After this carnage, Bonaparte announced that he had defeated the Russians and retired behind the Passarge. Hostilities were then suspended for some months. In the month of February, negotiations for peace were renewed. Bonaparte, who was at Osterode, sent General Bertrand to the King of Prussia at Memel to try to detach him from Russia. When the king had declined this proposal, some deliberation took place as to the terms of an armistice, but the Emperor Alexander, who had also arrived at Memel, saw that this was only a maneuver of Bonaparte, who merely wished to gain time to repair his losses. The negotiations accordingly were broken off. Baron Hardenberg, who had been placed by the King of Prussia at the helm of foreign affairs, then resumed the project of Mr. Pitt, which had failed in 1805, because Count Haugwitz, the former minister, had dissuaded Frederick William from entering into the alliance. The basis of a new coalition was laid by the Convention of Bartenstein between Russia and Prussia, April 21, in which Austria, Great Britain, Sweden, and Denmark were invited to join. The same day, a convention with the King of Sweden was likewise signed at Bartenstein, in consequence of which Russia promised to send a body of troops into Pomerania. Austria was disposed to enter into this project, but before coming to decision, she tried the scheme of mediation, and in the month of March, new proposals for peace were made, which proved unsuccessful. Supplies were promised to Prussia by a convention signed at London, June 27, but which a change of circumstances prevented from being ratified. While the armies continued in a kind of inaction, Marshal Lefebvre pressed the siege of Danzig. After several attempts to blockade the place, General Kalkreuth obtained a capitulation on very honorable terms, May 24. Neisse, Kotzel, and Glatz likewise capitulated in course of the following month. These two latter places were not to be restored by the French. Hostilities recommenced in the month of June. Skirmishes were daily taking place until the Battle of Friedland decided the campaign, June 14. General Bennigsen defeated the divisions of Lanes and Mortier, when the Russians, thinking the battle was gained as they no longer saw the enemy, slackened their exertions, but towards the evening Bonaparte arrived on the field of battle with guides and the corps of Marshals Ney and Victor, and taking advantage of the confusion which appeared in the Russian army, he put them completely to the rout. In consequence of this defeat, Königsberg opened her gates to the conqueror. The Russian and Prussian armies passed the Niemen, June 18, and the next day Bonaparte entered Tilsit. Meantime, the cabinet of Vienna, with whom negotiations were still carrying on to obtain their accession to the Convention of Bartenstein, had sent General Stutterheim to the headquarters of the two monarchs, with power to sign a defensive alliance. But the war had then recommenced with new vigor. There was a party in both cabinets, and even among the allied generals, who wished to prevent this alliance, and this party succeeded in their designs. A Russian general appeared at Tilsit on the part of Bennigsen to negotiate an armistice, which was concluded on the spot, June 21st, without including the Prussian army. 4 days after, an interview took place between Alexander and Napoleon on the invitation of the latter, who wished to exert all his address to seduce the northern autocrat from the alliance into which he had entered. This memorable interview took place on a raft in the middle of the river Niemen. Each prince, accompanied by 5 generals and courtiers, reached the raft from the opposite bank at the same moment, and embraced each other with all the appearance of perfect cordiality. They conversed for 2 hours in a pavilion, and the ambitious ruler of France displayed in such glowing colors the joys of arbitrary power and unlimited dominion, and held out such an attractive prospect of the advantages which he might derive from a union of councils and cooperation, that Alexander listened with pleasure to his new adviser, and was ready to rush into a new alliance. On the same day, Field Marshal Kalkreuth signed an armistice on the part of Prussia. The next day, he had a second interview, at which the King of Prussia assisted, who, when he objected to some parts of the proposed treaty, was insulted with a hint of his not being entitled to the honor of consultation, as he had been so completely conquered. It was on this occasion that Bonaparte demanded that the Emperor Alexander should dismiss his minister Baron Bodberg and the King of Prussia, Baron Hardenberg. The Prince Gioachin and the Count de Goltz were substituted in their place. The treaty with Russia was first signed July 7. The Emperor Alexander obtained from Bonaparte the spoliation of his former ally, or according to the form which was given to it in that transaction, that the King of Prussia should recover 1/2 of his estates. The provinces which Prussia had obtained by the 2nd and 3rd Division of Poland were ceded to the King of Saxony, under the title of the Duchy of Warsaw, with the exception of the fortress of Graudenz, which remained in the possession of Prussia, and the city of Danzig, which was to regain its independence, with the exception of the department of Bialystok, which was annexed to the Russian Empire. Alexander acknowledged the kings created by Bonaparte, including the King of Westphalia. He likewise acknowledged the Confederation of the Rhine, and ceded to Bonaparte the Seigneury of Giver, which he inherited from his mother. He promised to withdraw his troops from Moldavia and Wallachia, and to make common cause with Bonaparte against England, should the latter refuse to make peace by submitting to the principles of free commerce by sea. It appears, moreover, by certain secret articles, that Alexander promised to surrender to Bonaparte the Boca di Catoro and the Isles of the Ionian Republic, which took place in the month of August following. The peace which was signed between Russia and Bonaparte 2 days after, July 9, included nearly the same stipulations. A special convention was required for executing the articles of the treaty, which related to the evacuation of the states of the King of Prussia. This was negotiated and signed at Königsberg, July 12, with unpardonable precipitancy by Field Marshal Kalkreuth, who forgot to insert certain stipulations so essential and so obvious that it must have appeared to him superfluous to mention them. Bonaparte took advantage of these omissions to ruin the provinces which were left in possession of Prussia. It may be justly said that the Convention of Königsberg did nearly as much mischief to Prussia as the Peace of Tilsit itself. It occasioned the necessity of signing a series of subsequent conventions, by each of which Prussia had to submit to some new sacrifice. Some of the more important of these we shall afterwards have occasion to mention. The King of Sweden, who was attacked in Pomerania by Marshal Mortier, had concluded an armistice at Schlattkorf, April 18. Gustavus Adolphus IV projected an attack on Marshal Brünn, while a body of 10,000 Prussians were to make a descent for blockading Coburg. To carry this project into execution, he was so eager to declare against the armistice that, on the signature of the Peace of Tilsit, he found himself alone under arms and exposing his troops to great danger. This unseasonable zeal obliged him to evacuate Stralsund and the whole of Pomerania, September 7. In erecting the Duchy of Warsaw, Bonaparte had given it a constitution modeled after that of France, without paying attention to the difference of manners, customs, and localities of the inhabitants. The King of Saxony was put in possession of that state, but the new duchy was nothing else than a province of the French Empire. The city of Danzig was again plunged into a state of the most abject dependence, and until the year 1814 it remained under the orders of a governor-general appointed by the French. The throne of Westphalia was destined by Bonaparte for his younger brother Jerome. That monarchy was composed of the greater part of those provinces ceded by the King of Prussia, of nearly all the estates of the Elector of Hesse and the Duke of Brunswick, of a district belonging to the Electorate of Hanover, of the Principality of Corvey and the County of Rittberg, containing in all about 2 millions of inhabitants. Only a small part of this kingdom was situated in Westphalia, and it is not known by what chance the name of that country was selected for the new monarchy. Deputies from that kingdom were summoned to Paris, where they received from the hands of Bonaparte a constitutional charter, November 15, in the construction of which they had never once been consulted. As to the other districts which Bonaparte had taken possession of in Germany, or of which he had deprived their rightful sovereigns, viz. The Electorate of Hanover, the Principalities of Erfurt, Fulda, Bayreuth, and Münster, with the counties of Katzeneln, Bogen, and Hanau, they were governed entirely to his own interest and disposed of at his convenience. While the armies of Bonaparte were occupied in Prussia, Spain formed the resolution of shaking off the yoke which the Emperor of France had imposed upon her. Charles IV solicited privately the mediation of the Emperor Alexander to bring about a peace with England. By a proclamation of October 30th, 1806, a levy of 40,000 men was ordered for the defense of the country, without mentioning against what enemy. This imprudent step, which they had not courage to prosecute, ruined Spain. At the commencement of 1807, a French army was assembled in the vicinity of Bayonne. A trap was laid for Charles IV, and he had the misfortune to fall into it. According to a convention signed at Fontainebleau, October 27, between his plenipotentiary and that of Bonaparte for the partition of Portugal, that kingdom was to be divided into 3 lots. The most northerly part was destined for the King of Etruria, who was to surrender up Tuscany to Bonaparte, and to be called the Kingdom of Northern Lusitania. The southern part, comprising Algarves, was to form a principality for Don Manuel Godoy. The provinces in the middle part were to be disposed of at the general peace, when the King of Spain was to assume the title of Emperor of the 2 Americas. Immediately after the signing of this treaty, Bonaparte announced to the Queen Dowager of Etruria, who was regent for her son Louis II, that the kingdom no longer belonged to him, and that a new destiny awaited him in Spain. In course of a few days, the French troops occupied Tuscany. Maria Louisa resigned the government and retired to Madrid. All this took place after Bonaparte had obtained orders that the 15,000 Spaniards who were in Etruria should be sent to the islands of Denmark. A decree of the French Senate of August 18, 1807, though not published till a month after, suppressed the Tribunate and introduced other changes intended to extinguish all traces of the Republic. By a treaty signed at Fontainebleau, Bonaparte made over to his brother Louis the Principality of East Friesland and the territory of Jever, in lieu of the city and port of Flushing. In terms of the treaty of the 27th October, 30,000 French troops, under the command of Junot, crossed the Pyrenees in 2 divisions and took possession of Pampeluna, St. Sebastian's, Figueras, and Barcelona. The 2 divisions united again at Salamanca, and being reinforced by 13,000 Spaniards, they marched upon Lisbon, while 40,000 others assembled at Bayonne, under the pretense of supporting their companions if it were necessary. The Prince Regent of Portugal embarked with all his treasures, November 29, and departed for Brazil. The whole of Portugal was taken possession of, and General Junot proclaimed that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign in Europe, but the French never executed their scheme of partition. We have already observed what progress the federative system of the French Empire had made in 1807 by the foundation of the Kingdom of Westphalia and the Duchy of Warsaw, and by the occupation of Portugal. And we shall next advert to the measures adopted during the same year by Bonaparte for consolidating the continental system, and by Great Britain for counteracting its effects. An order was issued by the British Cabinet, January 7, declaring that no neutral vessel would be permitted to trade with any port belonging to France or her allies, or occupied by their troops, or under their dependence. A decree, published at Warsaw, January 25th, ordered the confiscation of all English merchandise in the Hanseatic towns, which had been occupied by the order of Bonaparte. An order of the British Cabinet, March 11, again prescribed a rigorous blockade of the mouth of the Elbe, the Weser, and the Ems. A declaration was made by Bonaparte, October 14, in presence of the foreign ambassadors at Fontainebleau, purporting that he would permit no connection, either commercial or diplomatic, between the continental powers and England. An order of the British Cabinet, November 11, declared that all the ports and places in France and the countries in alliance with them, or any other country at war with England, as well as all other ports and places in Europe where the British flag was excluded, though not actually at war with Great Britain, and all other ports and places of the colonies belonging to her enemies should henceforth be subjected to the same restrictions as if they were really under blockade, and consequently that the vessels destined for these ports should be subjected to examination by the British cruisers, and required to stop at a British station and pay a duty proportioned to the value of the cargo. Another order of the British Cabinet, November 25th, modified the preceding declaration in favor of neutral vessels which should come to discharge either English merchandise or colonial produce in the British ports. A decree of the 17th December, called the Decree of Milan because it was issued at that place, declared that all ships which should be searched by a British vessel or pay any tax whatever at the requisition of the English government should be denationalized and regarded as English property, and having thus forfeited their original national rights, they might be lawfully captured wherever found. The same decree declared the British Isles to be in a state of blockade, both by sea and land. End of section 56. Section 57 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schöll. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 through 1810, Part 4. Having thus established the continental system, Bonaparte used every endeavor to make all the continental powers accede to it. Prussia and Russia adhered to it after the Peace of Tilsit. Denmark soon entered into this French system. Spain acceded to it January 8, Austria February 18, 1808, and Sweden January 6, 1810, so that, for some years, the continent of Europe had no other medium of communication with England than by way of Constantinople. There was one prince in Christendom who refused his accession to the continental system, and that was Pius VII. This sovereign pontiff declared that an alliance which prohibited all intercourse with a nation from whom they had suffered no grievance was contrary to religion. In order to punish His Holiness for this resistance, General Miaulus had orders to occupy Rome, February 2, 1808. This was the commencement of a series of aggressions and attacks by which Bonaparte vainly hoped to bend that great personage. To gratify his resentment, he stripped the states of the Church, by a decree issued at St. Cloud, April 2, of the provinces of Urbino, Ancona, Macerata, and Camerino, which were annexed to the Kingdom of Italy. In order to add lustre to his crown, and to attach his servants to him by the ties of interest, Bonaparte resolved not to restore the noblesse, though there was no reason known why he should not, but to create titles of nobility which should pass on hereditary succession to their descendants. These titles were those of princes, dukes, counts, barons, and chevaliers or knights. They were constituted by an imperial statute, which he transmitted to the Senate, for the decrees of the Senate were seldom used, except in declaring the union of territories or ordering levies of conscripts. The spoliation of the church appeared but a trivial violence compared with that masterpiece of intrigue and cunning by which the House of Bourbon was deprived of the throne of Spain. The Second French army formed at Bayonne passed the Pyrenees about the beginning of the year under the command of Joachim Murat and advanced slowly, as if it only waited in order to seize the capital. A popular insurrection broke out at Madrid, directed against Godoy, the Prince of Peace, and Charles IV, who, from the commencement of his reign, had been disgusted with state affairs, abdicated the crown in favor of his son, the Prince of Asturias, March 19, 1808, who assumed the title of Ferdinand VII. The intrigues of the Queen Mother, who was unwilling to quit the throne, and the plots concerted by Murat, soon embroiled the royal family in disputes. The French troops entered Madrid, March 23. Taking advantage of the inexperience of the young monarch, they inveigled him into an interview with Bonaparte at Bayonne, where Charles IV and his queen, allured by promises of favor and friendship, likewise presented themselves. This weak prince there retracted his abdication and ceded his dominions over to Bonaparte by a formal treaty, May 5. By threatening Ferdinand VII with death, they extorted from him a similar declaration, May 10. Charles IV, his queen, and the Prince of Peace were conveyed to Compiègne and afterwards to Marseilles. Ferdinand VII and his brothers were imprisoned in the castle of Valençay. Bonaparte conferred the throne of Spain on his brother Joseph, June 6, who was then King of Naples. A Spanish junta assembled at Bayonne received a constitution from the hands of Napoleon. On obtaining the crown of Spain, Joseph made over the kingdom of Naples to his brother, who in turn resigned it to Murat by a treaty concluded at Bayonne. Murat then gave up the duchies of Cleves and Berg. Bonaparte found himself deceived as to the character of the Spanish nation when he supposed they would tolerate this outrage with impunity. A tumult of the inhabitants of Madrid was quelled by Murat, who ordered his troops to fire upon the crowd, May 2, when upwards of 1,000 people lost their lives. Towards the end of the same month, a general insurrection broke out in all those parts of Spain not occupied by the enemy. This was a great annoyance to Bonaparte during the rest of his reign and prevented him from subduing that peninsula. It served as an example and encouragement to other nations to shake off his yoke. The Portuguese rose in imitation of their neighbors. The English sent supplies to both nations, and it was beyond the Pyrenees that Bonaparte experienced those first disasters which were the harbingers of his downfall. One event, more remarkable for the pomp with which it was accompanied than for the consequences which it produced, was the interview which took place at Erfurt, September 27th, between the Emperor Alexander and Bonaparte. What negotiations might have been agitated there are not known with certainty, but publicity has been given to the measures concerted in common between Bonaparte and Alexander for making overtures of peace to England, although they must have foreseen that the attempt would prove fruitless. From that time an intimate friendship subsisted for 2 years between the courts of Russia and France. The inconsiderate haste with which Field Marshal Kalkreuth had concluded the Convention of Königsberg, and the defects or omissions of that act, furnished the agents of Bonaparte with numerous pretexts for oppressing the Prussian states by perpetual aggressions, and for continuing not only to occupy the country, but to impose taxes for the service of France, without deducting their amount from the usual contribution which that kingdom had to pay. To extricate themselves from so harassing a situation, Prince William, the king's brother, who had been sent to Paris to negotiate for the evacuation of Prussia, signed a convention there, September 8, by which the king engaged to pay, at stated terms, the sum of 140 million francs. The Emperor Alexander, during the interview of Erfurt, got this sum reduced to 120 millions. In consequence of this, a new convention was signed at Berlin, November 3rd, according to which Stettin, Castrin, and Glogau were to remain in the hands of the French as security for payment of the stipulated sum. The rest of the Prussian states were evacuated. Austria was on the point of entering into the Fourth Coalition when the Peace of Tilsit was concluded. From that moment, the cabinet of Vienna resolved to prepare for war by slow and successive operations, which might appear to be merely measures of precaution, more especially by organizing her armies on better principles and training all the citizens to arms by the institution of a militia called Landwehr, that they might be in condition to act on the spur of the moment. The Archduke Charles, who was appointed Generalissimo, superintended all these preparations and succeeded in reviving the courage of the nation. Although these armaments could not escape the notice of the French agents, and although in the course of the year 1808, and especially in the beginning of the year 1809, they had several times asked for explanations on the subject, nevertheless Count Stadion, who was at the head of the Department for Foreign Affairs, and Count Metternich, the Austrian minister at Paris, dissembled so well that Bonaparte never dreamt of war till it was on the very point of breaking out. The time chosen for this was when the French armies were occupied in Spain and Portugal. Reasons, or it may be rather said pretexts, were not wanting to Austria, for undoubtedly her true motive was to raise herself from that state of abasement into which she had sunk. Violations innumerable of the Peace of Pressburg, the organizing of the Confederation of the Rhine, the compelling her to accede to the continental system, and the spoliation of the Bourbons in Spain were causes more than sufficient to justify her having recourse to arms. The war which Austria undertook in 1809 has been called the War of the Fifth Coalition. It is true that Great Britain, Portugal, Spain, and the King of Sicily were her allies, but, with the exception of the descent which the English made on Zealand, she had to support alone the whole burden of the war. On opening the campaign, she made an appeal to the German nation, which was answered by the kings of Bavaria, Württemberg, and Saxony by a declaration of war. The Austrians had divided their forces into three armies. 220,000 men, under the Archduke Charles, were destined to act in Germany. The Archduke Ferdinand of Este, with 36,000 men, was to penetrate through the Duchy of Warsaw into Prussia, where he expected to be joined by the troops of that country. The Archduke John, with 80,000 men, was to enter Italy. The campaign was opened on the part of the Austrians by the invasion of Bavaria, April 10, 1809. Bonaparte at first beat the Archduke Louis and General Hille, who commanded 2 divisions, at Ebensburg, April 20th, and thus cut them off from the grand army under the Archduke Charles. The latter was himself defeated at Eckmühl in Ratisbon 3 days after, and effected his retreat along the left bank of the Danube. Bonaparte then pursued Hille, who was defeated at Ebersberg, May 3rd, and retired to Krems on the left bank of the Danube. Vienna, in consequence, was left defenseless and surrendered by capitulation, May 13th. It was there that Bonaparte passed the Danube and fought with the Archduke of Ebersdorf, Aspern, and Essling, the 2 most sanguinary engagements, May 21st through 22nd, in which the French lost 30,000 men. He then retired to the Isle of Lobau, where his army, cut off from provisions and supplies, passed 48 hours in great distress, until they had succeeded in reconstructing the bridges which the floods of the Danube had carried away. In Italy, the Archduke John had defeated Eugene Beauharnais, who commanded the French army at Sacilay, but being informed of the defeat at Ratisbon, he commenced his retreat, and was defeated near the Piave, May 8th, after which he retired on the Raab, where he was again defeated, June 14th. Beauharnais then joined the army of Napoleon. The Archduke Ferdinand took possession of Warsaw and marched as far as Thorn, where he took from the Prussians 100 pieces of cannon. But an insurrection which happened in the rear of his army obliged him to retreat when the Polish troops took possession of Krakow, July 14th. About the beginning of July, Bonaparte passed over to the left bank of the Rhine. The Battle of Enzersdorf, where Bernadotte and the Saxons distinguished themselves, was bloody, but not decisive. Next day, July 6, the Archduke Charles was defeated at Wagram and retreated in good order into Moravia. An armistice was then concluded near Znaim, July 12th, on conditions very oppressive for Austria. But the negotiations for peace were long protracted, as both parties were waiting the result of an expedition which the English had made to Zealand, and as Austria hoped that Prussia, and perhaps even Russia, would declare in her favor. The inhabitants of the Tyrol, who were very much attached to the House of Austria, from whom they had been separated at the Peace of Pressburg, had taken up arms under the conduct of an innkeeper named Hofer. By the armistice of Znaim, Austria was compelled to abandon this brave people, whom the Bavarians and the French together had great difficulty in reducing to submission. We cannot pass in silence the bold expedition made by the Duke of Brunswick, the son and heir of him who had commanded at Jena. At the head of a body of volunteers which he had formed in Bohemia, he had entered Saxony, where the armistice was concluded. Not being disposed to accede to it, he traversed the Duchy of Brunswick and the whole of Lower Saxony, beat the Westphalian General Rubel, who had attempted to stop his march, and reached the mouth of the Elbe in safety, where he found transports which took him and his army on board and conveyed them to England. An English fleet, commanded by Sir Richard Strachan, with 38,000 troops under the command of the Earl of Chatham, the brother of Mr. Pitt, was dispatched to Zealand, with the intent of destroying the shipping, dockyards, and arsenals at Antwerp and Flushing, and for occupying the island of Walcheren. They landed in that island, July 30th, of which they took possession, and made themselves masters of Flushing after a siege of 15 days. But Lord Chatham found it impossible to execute his commission with regard to Antwerp, on account of the activity of Marshal Bernadotte, who had formed there an army of 35,000 men. The whole expedition was badly conducted, and in about 4 months Lord Chatham returned to England. The English destroyed the fortifications of Flushing, which they were unable to retain. Russia, as the ally of France, likewise took part in this war. A body of troops commanded by Prince Galitzin had entered into Galicia, but it was merely a display by which Alexander meant to fulfill an engagement that he had contracted with reluctance. The peace between Austria and France was signed at Schönbrunn, October 14, 1809, which regulated the territorial cessions made by the former to Bonaparte, the King of Saxony and the Emperor of Russia. The very day on which the peace was signed, Bonaparte united the territories which had ceded to him directly into a single state, under the name of the Illyrian provinces, which he governed on his own separate account, without annexing them to France. A decree of the Senate of the 2nd March 1809 erected the government general of the Tuscan departments into a grand dignity of the empire, to be conferred on a princess of the imperial blood under the title of Grand Duchess. This lady was Madame Eliza Bacciocchi, Princess of Lucca and Piombino, who was the next day decorated with the archducal title. On the same day, Napoleon ceded the Grand Duchy of Berg to his nephew, the son of the King of Holland, taking the government on himself during the minority of that child. No outrage had been able to overcome the perseverance of Pius VII. Bonaparte published a decree at Schönbrunn, May 17th, in which the states of the Pope were annexed to the French Empire, and the city of Rome declared a free imperial city. The union of the states did take place, but Rome had no appearance of a free city. When the decree was put in execution, June 11th, the Pope published a bull of excommunication against Bonaparte and his adherents, councillors and coadjutors. From that moment, the venerable captive was more closely imprisoned. On the night of the 5th of July, he was forcibly removed from Rome by order of Napoleon and transferred to Grenoble, and thence to Savona, where he was detained 3 years under rigorous supervision. The year 1809 proved disastrous for the French arms by sea. The captain of an English vessel and Marquess, a Portuguese colonel, took possession of the island of Cayenne in French Guiana, January 12th. Lieutenant General Beckwith and Rear Admiral Cochrane took Martinico by capitulation, February 12th. Admiral Gambier and Lord Cochrane destroyed a French fleet, commanded by the Vice Admirals Villomé and Lallemont, April 11, in Basque Roads by means of Congreve rockets. The French fort of Senegal fell into the hands of the English in the month of June following. General Carmichael and a body of Spaniards who had arrived from Puerto Rico expelled the French from St. Domingo, July 7th. Admiral Collingwood and General Oswald took possession of the Ionian Islands, October 8. Bonaparte had now arrived at the summit of his grandeur, but Providence had denied him a family by his wife Josephine Tascha de la Pagerie. With the consent of both parties, a decree of the Senate pronounced the dissolution of that marriage, December 16th, which the Ecclesiastical Court of Paris confirmed. Another decree of the Senate, September 17, 1810, conferred on the eldest son of the French emperor the title of King of Rome, and ordained that the emperor of the French should be crowned a second time at Rome within the first 10 years of his reign. Bonaparte soon after, April 1st, espoused the Archduchess Maria Louisa, eldest daughter of the Emperor of Austria. By a treaty of peace concluded at Paris between Bonaparte and Charles XIII of Sweden, this latter prince regained possession of Swedish Pomerania on condition of acceding to the continental system, though under certain modifications. Had Charles executed this engagement, his kingdom would have been ruined beyond resource. The part of the Hanoverian states belonging to the King of England, which Bonaparte had still reserved in his own possession, was ceded by a treaty concluded at Paris, January 14th, to his brother Jerome, to be incorporated with the Kingdom of Westphalia. Besides the Duchy of Lauenburg, Bonaparte reserved to himself a landed revenue of 4,559,000 francs, for bestowing in legacies and endowments. Louis Bonaparte had reluctantly accepted the crown of Holland, but from the moment he had placed it on his head, he devoted himself to the interests of the country, and resisted, as far as prudence would allow, the arbitrary orders of his brother when he judged them prejudicial to the welfare of Holland. This gave rise to frequent broils, accompanied sometimes with threats. Bonaparte reproached the Dutch government, more especially for not earnestly and rigorously enforcing the continental system, so pernicious to their commerce. At the beginning of the year 1810, things had come to such a state that it was expected Napoleon would cancel the Kingdom of Holland from the list of European states. To avert this calamity, Louis signed a treaty at Paris, March 16, by which a body of 12,000 Dutch and 6,000 French were to be stationed at the mouths of all the rivers to protect the French revenue officers who were superintending the execution of Bonaparte's orders. Louis ceded to him Dutch Brabant, Zeeland, and a part of Gueldres, of which the Waal was henceforth to form the frontier. In vain did that excellent man hope, by so great a sacrifice, to repurchase the independence of his kingdom. Under pretext of certain insults which the French agents had received at the hands of this exasperated people, Bonaparte sent a French army to occupy the whole country. Then Louis resigned a crown which he could no longer wear with honor. He abdicated in favor of his son, July 3rd. But Napoleon, indignant at a measure on which he had not been consulted, annexed the Kingdom of Holland to the French Empire by a decree dated at Rambouillet, July 9th. Some months afterward, the Republic of Valais, which, since the year 1802, had formed an independent state, was united to the French Empire by a decree of Bonaparte, November 12. But the most important of his usurpations in 1810, and that which was instrumental in working his downfall, was the union of the Hanseatic countries situated on the coasts of the North Sea, with certain districts of Westphalia and the Grand Duchy of Berg, some possessions of the princes of Salm-Salm and Salm-Coburg, part of the Duchy of Oldenburg, the free cities of Bremen and Hamburg, as well as the city of Lübeck and the Duchy of Lauenburg. By a decree of the Senate, December 13th, these places were declared united to France, the necessity of which Bonaparte had stated in a message addressed to these pliant and submissive bodies. France still retained possession of Guadeloupe, the Isle of Bourbon, and the Mauritius. The year 1810, in which the greatness of Bonaparte in Europe reached its summit, deprived him of these possessions. General Beckwith and Admiral Cochrane attacked and seized Guadeloupe. An expedition sent by Lord Minto, the English Governor-General in India, and 1,000 men from the Cape reduced the Isle of Bourbon July 7, and that of the Mauritius some months after. It will now be necessary to point out some of the modifications which the continental system underwent. The English had shown some disposition to put an end to that unnatural state of commerce which preceding measures had established. They first modified the orders of 1807 regarding America, so that the Americans were permitted, under certain conditions, to carry on trade in all ports subject to French influence, which were not actually under blockade, and the law of blockade was even restricted to the ports of Holland and France, and those of the northern part of Italy, between Pesaro and Orbetello. The clause in the decree of 11th November, relative to the payment of a compulsory duty in England, was abolished. A new era in the continental system began with the decree of Bonaparte, August 7, known by the name of the Decree or Tariff of Trianon. A second, by way of supplement, was issued from St. Cloud, September 12. Making a distinction between the trade and the produce of the colonies, and availing himself of the universal custom which had rendered the latter among the necessaries of life, he resolved to take advantage of this circumstance to replenish his treasury by permitting the importation on paying an ad valorem duty of 50%. A third decree, signed at Fontainebleau, ordered all English merchandise found in France or her dependencies to be seized and burnt. At that time, France, Switzerland, Italy, and Germany were covered with bonfires which destroyed the property of native merchants, and opened a new prospect for English manufactures one day to replace the articles that were thus wantonly consumed. We shall now give a short outline of the most remarkable events that took place in the rest of Europe during this period of French preponderance. For more than 6 years, Portugal, by means of the pecuniary sacrifices which she had to make to the French crown, had maintained her neutrality between France and England. But as she had betrayed her predilection for England during the Prussian War, her ruin was determined on, and as she could no longer conceal from herself the danger of her position, the Prince Regent entered into a strict alliance with Great Britain by a convention signed at London, October 22, 1807. General Junot had taken possession of the country after the royal family had embarked for Brazil, and solemnly declared that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign in Europe, February 1, 1808. Following the example of the Spaniards, the Portuguese soon shook off the yoke of the oppressor. The city of Oporto gave the first signal of insurrection, June 6. An English army commanded by Sir Arthur Wellesley landed in Montego Bay, July 31, and defeated Junot at Wehmeyer, August 21. The French general, whose army was reduced to a most distressing state, obtained from General Dalrymple, who had taken the command of the English troops, a capitulation on very honorable terms, which was concluded at Sintra, August 30th. Junot and his troops were conveyed to France in English vessels. The Russian admiral Siniavane was not so fortunate. He was then lying in the Tagus with a fleet of 9 ships of the line, and a frigate which had been employed in the war against the Turks in the archipelago, and found himself under the necessity of surrendering his fleet to Sir Charles Cotton, the English admiral, September 3rd, which was not to be restored to the emperor until the conclusion of a pacific treaty between Russia and Great Britain. The Convention of Sintra, of which the true circumstances are not well known, excited so great a discontent in England that Sir Hoy Dalrymple and Sir Arthur Wellesley were called home, that an investigation might be made into this unpopular measure. During their absence, and after the affair of Corunna, Soult received orders to attempt the conquest of Portugal, where there were not more than 8,000 English troops under the command of General Cradock and an army of the natives. At the head of 23,000 men, he marched towards Chartres and took possession of that place, March 7, which is one of the frontier fortresses of the kingdom. But on his arrival at Oporto, he encountered the Portuguese army, who for 3 days disputed with him the possession of the place. Here he remained a full month before he durst proceed on his march. Meantime, General Wellesley had landed at Lisbon with a new English army. He maneuvered so well that by the end of May, Soult was obliged to retire into Galicia with the loss of his artillery and baggage. Next year the French sent a third expedition to Portugal, but as this belongs more properly to the war in Spain, we shall take occasion to notice it afterwards. After the retreat of Soult, the Portuguese acted a considerable part in the liberation of Europe. General Wellesley, who was entrusted with very extensive powers, organized their army and augmented it to 40,000 men with the assistance of 600,000 pounds sterling, which England furnished for that purpose. End of section 57. Section 58 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch, translated by Maximilian Schöll. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Buonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 5. The connection between Great Britain and Portugal became still more intimate by the Treaty of Alliance which was concluded at Rio de Janeiro, February 19, 1811. George III there promised never to recognize any king of Portugal but the heir and legitimate representative of the House of Braganza. The region granted Britain the right of building ships of war in Brazil and of supplying themselves with timber for the purpose from the forests of that country, and by abrogating certain former stipulations, he agreed to receive into his ports as many British vessels as chose to enter. The regent likewise promised to cooperate with England for the abolition of slave trade, and this is the first example of a stipulation of the kind. Together with this treaty, there was also concluded a treaty of commerce. Towards the end of 1810, Portugal became the theater of war, as we shall observe when we come to speak of Spain. Charles IV, King of Spain, had flattered himself that by submitting to the payment of subsidies to France, according to the Treaty of October 30, 1803, he would be exempted from the necessity of taking part in the war which had broken out between Bonaparte and England, and it was on the faith of this that the latter power had commenced hostilities. 4 Spanish ships returning to Europe, loaded with treasures and valuable merchandise from South America, were seized off Cape St. Mary, October 5, 1804, by an English squadron. After that act of hostility, which, but for the negotiation that had preceded it, might have been regarded as a violation of the law of nations, Charles IV declared war against England, December 12, and the following year he had the mortification to see his marine totally destroyed by the Battle of Trafalgar, which Admiral Nelson gained over the combined fleets of Gravina and Villeneuve. In 1806, the English made an attempt to get possession of the Spanish colony of Buenos Aires. The expedition sailed from St. Helena under the command of Admiral Sir Home Popham. The troops were commanded by General Beresford. Buenos Aires capitulated on the 2nd July. There the English found numerous treasures which were transported to Europe, but an insurrection of the inhabitants, headed by a Spaniard named Pueyrredon and Liniers, a native of France, obliged General Beresford to surrender himself and his troops prisoners of war, August 12. Admiral Popham took possession of Maldonado, October 29, where he remained in expectation of the supplies which he expected to come from England. General Auchmuty landed at Maldonado in the beginning of the following year and took the town of Montevideo by assault, February 2nd. New reinforcements having arrived from England, General Whitelock again attacked Buenos Aires and penetrated into the town, July 5th. But Liniers, at the head of the Spaniards, made so able a defense that the English general signed a capitulation by which he obtained the restitution of all British prisoners, and the English promised to evacuate Montevideo within the space of 2 months. Charles IV and his minister, during the war with Prussia, had shown a desire to shake off the yoke of Bonaparte. By signing at Fontainebleau the partition of Portugal, they opened a way for the French armies into Spain, who took possession of Saint Sebastian, Pampeluna, Figueras, and Barcelona, and were even masters of Madrid, while one part of the Spanish army were occupied in Portugal and the other in Denmark. The consequences of these imprudences were the overturning of Spain and the dethronement of the House of Bourbon, as we have noticed above. When the Spaniards rose in rebellion against the royal intruder, they formed themselves into juntas, or directorial committees, in every province. That of Seville, which was composed of enterprising men, took the lead in the insurrection, declared war against Bonaparte in the name of Ferdinand VII, and concluded an armistice with England. Their authority was not acknowledged by the provincial juntas, each of which had set on foot an army of their own. All these armies engaged the French troops wherever they met them, and were very often vanquished. The insurrection did not come to a head till after the Battle of Bailén, July 20th, 1808, where 14,000 French troops, under Generals Dupont and Vidal, laid down their arms. Castanos, to whom this success was owing, was then appointed Generalissimo, and the junta organized a regency, at the head of which they placed the old Cardinal de Bourbon. There were two other events which greatly encouraged the Spaniards. The one was the expulsion of Lefebvre from Saragossa by General Palafox, and the other the arrival of the Marquis de la Romana at Corunna with 7,000 men, who had been conveyed to the island of Funun for invading Sweden, but had embarked, in spite of the French, to come to the assistance of their country. Joseph Bonaparte, having abandoned Madrid and retired to Burgos, August 1st, a central junta was established at Aranjuez. This junta raised three armies, that of the north under Blake and Romana, that of the center under Castanos, and that of Aragon under Palafox. Immediately after the interview at Erfurt, Bonaparte placed himself at the head of his army, which had been increased to 180,000 men, and after gaining several advantages over the enemy, he sent back his brother Joseph to Madrid. Meantime, two divisions of the English army having arrived, the one from Lisbon and the other from Corunna, they formed a junction in the province of Leon under the command of Sir John Moore. Bonaparte marched against them, but they thought it prudent to retire. Having arrived at Astorga, he received intelligence of the preparations of the Austrians when he set out for Paris, leaving the command of the army to Soult, who obliged the English to embark at Corunna after a severe engagement in which Sir John Moore lost his life. A treaty of peace and alliance was signed at London between England and the Supreme Junta, acting in the name of Ferdinand VII, January 14, 1809. England sent into Portugal a new army under the command of Sir A. Wellesley. The second siege of Saragossa, which was undertaken first by Junot and continued by Lanz, was one of the most extraordinary events in modern war. The garrison, commanded by Palafox, and the inhabitants of the place, who were completely devoted to him, performed prodigies of valor. When the French took the city, February 21st, it presented nothing but a mass of ruins. It was calculated that above 100,000 men perished in that siege. Marshal Victor defeated Cuesta at Medellin, March 28th, and Suchet defeated General Blake at Balchide, June 16th, but Soult, who had penetrated into Portugal, was repulsed by Wellesley, who fought the bloody Battle of Talavera with Marshals Jourdan and Victor, which turned to the disadvantage of the French. The misconduct of the army of Cuesta, which had been conjoined with that of Wellesley in this battle, determined the latter henceforth to carry on a defensive war with the English and Portuguese alone, and to leave to the Spaniards the care of occupying the French by harassing their troops incessantly, destroying their convoys and magazines, and surprising their entrenchments. The Battle of Ocana, November 19th, which Cuesta fought with General Mortier and lost, was the last pitched battle which the Spaniards fought. From that time they confined themselves to a guerrilla warfare, by which they did infinite damage to the enemy. In 1809, the central junta retired to Seville. Towards the end of the year, they were replaced by an executive directory of 9 members, and next year these were superseded in their turn by a regency of 5 members, which was established at Cadiz. An assembly of the quarters was summoned to meet there, the members of which were nominated not by the clergy, the nobility, and the cities, which composed the legitimate states of Spain, but by the great body of the inhabitants. That assembly, who could do no more for the defense of their country, employed themselves in establishing a democratic constitution in Spain, destroying by degrees all the institutions of the monarchy. Soult, who was commander-in-chief of the Army of the South, conquered the whole of Andalusia in 1810, with the exception of Cadiz, which Victor had in vain attempted to besiege. The principal efforts of the French were then turned towards Portugal, and on this occasion Massena was ordered to undertake the reduction of that country at the head of 70,000 men. Junot laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo, which surrendered after a vigorous defense, July 10. Almeida was likewise obliged to capitulate a few weeks after, August 27. These conquests were made without any apparent wish on the part of the English commander, recently created Lord Wellington, to prevent them. He had then begun to carry into execution the plan of defensive warfare which he had conceived after the Battle of Talavera. In the spring he was stationed on the Coa and began to retreat after the fall of Ciudad Rodrigo, nor did he stop till he had reached Torres Vedras. 4 months were employed in effecting this slow retrograde march. Massena followed him every step, suffering from continual fatigue in daily skirmishes, and struggling against famine, as the English army had destroyed everything that lay in their way. Towards the end of October, Lord Wellington took up an impregnable position, where for 4 months the French general found all his maneuvers unsuccessful. Lord Wellington took advantage of this interval to secure considerable reinforcements which arrived from Lisbon. He was thus prepared to fall upon his adversary when the impossibility of subsisting longer in an exhausted country should at length compel him to retreat. When giving a summary of the history of France, we spoke of the renewal of hostilities between Bonaparte and Great Britain in 1803, as well as of the part which the latter took in the continental wars of 1805, 1807, and 1809. The efforts which she had made to support these expenses added a frightful increase to her national debt, but the constantly increasing progress of her commerce furnished her with the means of meeting this enormous expenditure. In vain had Bonaparte expected to ruin the industry of England by the continental system. In the French, Spanish, and Dutch colonies which she conquered, she found new channels to supply the place of those which were shut against her on the continent of Europe. The empire of the sea still remained in the possession of the British, and in 1807 they annihilated the Marine of Denmark, the only kingdom which then retained any maritime power. But of this circumstance we shall speak hereafter. The year 1806 is remarkable for the abolition of the slave trade in the English colonies. In 1785 the blacks had found zealous advocates in the British Parliament, amongst whom Fox, Wilberforce, and Pitt were the most distinguished. But the British government, too sagacious to enter precipitately into a measure which might endanger the fortune of the planters, and even the tranquillity of the colonies, wished first to consult experience on the subject, and to leave the proprietors time to prepare themselves for a different order of things. For 20 years they had refused to adopt the bill which Mr. Wilberforce regularly laid before the Parliament to demand restrictive laws against the trade. It was not until Mr. Fox and Lord Grenville entered into the ministry that this question occupied their serious deliberations. An Act of Parliament ratified by the King, May 16, 1806, forbade the exportation of slaves from the English colonies and conveying them into foreign colonies. A bill of the 6th February 1807, which was ratified by the King on the 17th March following, enacted that the slave trade should actually cease from the date of May 1st ensuing, providing, however, that vessels already departed on the trade should be allowed to import slaves into the West Indies until the 1st January 1808. Of all the countries which were brought under the yoke of Napoleon, the most unfortunate without dispute was Holland. Her commerce, the only resource of her numerous inhabitants, was annihilated by the continental system. Her finances were in such a state of disorder that, In spite of all their economy, the annual deficit was regularly about 20 millions of florins. Her inhabitants were harassed as much by the soldiers of Bonaparte as by his revenue officers. And as if nature, in concert with political oppression, had conspired her ruin, her soil was laid waste and her industry destroyed by periodical inundations, fires, and other calamities. Such is the picture which that wretched country presented up to the moment when Bonaparte extinguished the feeble remains of independence which it enjoyed. After various alterations, that republic obtained a constitution similar to that which had existed in France since 1804. Monsieur Schimmelpenninck was placed at the head of the government, April 1805, under the title of Grand Pensionary, invested with such powers as the last stadtholders had never exercised, even after the Revolution of 1788. We have already observed how this power, together with the royal title, were rendered hereditary in favor of Louis Bonaparte, and how the Dutch monarchy vanished at the fiat of Napoleon. Switzerland, with the exception of some partial commotions which are scarcely worthy of remark, had remained tranquil under the system of government which Bonaparte had prescribed in the Act of Mediation, February 19, 1803. The continental system and the prohibition laid on the greater part of Swiss commodities in France paralyzed their industry and their commerce, and caused many of the inhabitants to emigrate, who for the most part directed their course towards North America. A treaty which General Ney had signed at Freiburg, September 27th, regulated the connections between France and the Helvetic Confederation in a manner more advantageous for that country than in the time of the Directory. Bonaparte was satisfied with the defensive alliance, but the Swiss agreed to import from the mines of France their stock of salt, which they had till then been in the habit of receiving partly from Bavaria. This stock amounted to 200,000 quintals per annum, and the revenue which France derived from furnishing this article was sufficient to support more than 20,000 troops. At the same time, a military capitulation was signed by which Bonaparte took into his service 16,000 Swiss volunteers. It must appear astonishing that in this nation of warriors a sufficient number could not be found to make up the complement of 16,000 men. The incomplete state of the Swiss regiments was a subject of perpetual complaint with Bonaparte. The number of the Italian states had been perpetually diminishing, and about the time of which we now speak, their peninsula was entirely subjected to the influence of Bonaparte, and divided nominally between France, Naples, and the Kingdom of Italy, excepting the small republic of San Marino, which preserved its independence in the midst of the general convulsion. The Italian Republic, which since the year 1805 had borne the title of the Kingdom of Italy, was oppressed by the enormous load of contributions which were exacted for the support of the French troops, as well as by payments for the civil list of the king and his viceroy. That country submitted with great impatience to the law of the military conscriptions, which was contrary to the feelings and customs of the inhabitants. It obtained considerable aggrandizements after the Peace of Pressburg by the union of the Venetian provinces in 1807, and by that of the 4 provinces of the ecclesiastical states, but these accessions made no addition to its happiness. Eugene Beauharnais, dignified with the title of Prince of Venice, was proclaimed heir to the throne of Italy, failing the male descendants of Bonaparte. The Kingdom of Naples was overthrown about the beginning of 1806. Ferdinand IV had retired to Sicily, and Joseph Bonaparte was put in his place, but he had occupied that unstable throne only 2 years when he exchanged it for another still more insecure. But before surrendering the Kingdom of Naples to Joachim Murat, who was appointed his successor, June 28, 1808, he wished to immortalize his name by giving a new constitution to that kingdom, which was guaranteed by Bonaparte. The attempts which Murat made to conquer Sicily proved abortive. Germany had experienced 2 complete revolutions, in course of the 9 years of which we have given a short summary. The constitution of the Germanic Empire was changed in several essential respects by the resolutions of the Deputation of Ratisbon. Of all the ecclesiastical princes that belonged to the Germanic body, only one was retained, viz. the Elector Arch-Chancellor, who took the place of the ancient Elector of Mayence, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights, was secularized. The territories of the rest, as well as the revenues of all ecclesiastical endowments, mediate or immediate, were employed either to indemnify the hereditary princes who had lost the whole or part of their estates on the left bank of the Rhine, or to aggrandize those whom the policy of Bonaparte chose to favor. In place of the 2 ecclesiastical electors who were suppressed, 4 lay electors were appointed, one of whom only was a Catholic, that of Salzburg, who had formerly been the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and 3 were Protestants, those of Württemberg, Baden, and Hesse-Kassel. The House of Orange obtained the bishopric of Fulda and other territories. Brisgau and Ortenau were ceded to the Duke of Modena, who left them at his death to his son-in-law, the Archduke Ferdinand. The relation between the 2 religions was still more unequal in the College of Princes, where the Protestants had acquired so great a superiority that the head of the empire refused to ratify that article of the resolutions. The free cities were reduced to 6, viz. Augsburg, Lübeck, Nuremberg, Frankfurt, Bremen, and Hamburg. The immediate nobility were retained, but those of them who were entitled to indemnity were disappointed, as nothing remained to be distributed. In place of the existing duties payable on the Rhine, a rate of navigation was established, the proceeds of which were to be divided between France and Germany. A part of the endowment of the Arch-Chancellor was founded on that revenue. The execution of the resolutions of the deputation gave rise to several conventions among the states of the empire, as well as to a great variety of claims. So many difficulties had arisen on this occasion, especially from the refusal of the emperor to sanction the resolution, without certain modifications, that the empire was abolished before this new fundamental law could be carried into practice in all its bearings. The Peace of Pressburg had created 2 new kings in the center of Germany, namely the electors of Bavaria and Württemberg, who had assumed that dignity. These 2 princes, with the elector of Baden, were declared sovereigns and obtained territorial additions at the expense of Austria, the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, and the city of Augsburg. The King of Bavaria annexed that free city to his estates. The elector of Salzburg exchanged all that the resolutions of the imperial deputation had given him for the principality of Würzburg, which was taken from the King of Bavaria, to which the electoral title was transferred. The Grand Mastership of the Teutonic Knights was secularized in favor of a prince of the House of Austria. The heir of the Duke of Modena lost Brisgau and Ortenau, which fell to the elector of Baden. End of section 58.
Section 59 of History of the Revolutions in Europe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. History of the Revolutions in Europe by Christoph Koch. Translated by Maximilian Scholl. The Military Predominance of France under the sway of Napoleon Bonaparte, A.D. 1802 to 1810, Part 6. The annihilation of the German Empire, the germ of which is to be found in that treaty, was effected by the Confederation of the Rhine, which the kings of Bavaria and Württemberg, the Arch-Chancellor, the Elector of Baden, the Dukes of Cleves and Berg, the Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt, the Princes of Hohenzollern, Salm, Isenburg, Liechtenstein, and Aremberg, and Count Leon, concluded with Bonaparte July 6, 1806, who was named Protector of the League as they announced in their declaration to the Diet. The act by which the Emperor Francis II abdicated the crown of Germany, August 6, completed the dissolution of the Germanic body. The princes who had joined that confederation usurped the sovereignty instead of the mere superiority which they had formerly enjoyed under the authority of the empire. By overthrowing the barriers which the laws and institutions of the country, the most ancient customs and conventions had opposed to the encroachments of absolute power, they set a fatal example of trampling underfoot the well-acquired rights of their people. They carried their injustice still farther. They usurped dominion over the princes, provinces, and cities, their associates and co-equals, who were unfortunately placed in their neighborhood, and who had not been apprised in time that they might repair to Paris in order to cooperate in that transaction or counteract the intrigues by which it was accomplished. The Elector Arch-Chancellor then assumed the dignity of Prince Primate. The Elector of Baden, the Dukes of Berg and Cleves, and the Landgrave of Hesse-Darmstadt took the title of Grand Dukes, to which the Act of the 12th July attached the prerogatives of the royal dignity. The head of the House of Nassau took the dignity of Duke, and Count Leyen that of Prince. A federal diet divided into 2 chambers was to deliberate on the general interests of the Union, but that assembly never met. Of the 6 free cities which the deputation had preserved, the King of Bavaria had Augsburg adjudged to him by the Peace of Presburg. He afterwards obtained Nuremberg by an act of the Confederation. Frankfurt fell to the share of the Prince Primate, so that there remained only 3 of the Hanseatic towns. Several other princes entered successively into the Confederation of the Rhine, but none of these accessions were voluntary. They all took place in consequence of the war with Prussia, which broke out in October 1806. These princes taken according to the order of accession were the following: the Elector of Würzburg, the old Elector of Salzburg, who took the Grand Ducal title, the King of Saxony, the Dukes of Saxony, the houses of Anhalt and Schwarzburg, the Prince of Waldeck, the houses of Lippe and Reuss, the King of Westphalia, the House of Mecklenburg, and the Duke of Oldenburg. Thus all Germany, with a few exceptions, entered in succession into that confederation. Several other changes occurred in the Rhenish Confederation, especially after the Peace of Schönbrunn. The Grand Duchy of Berg received considerable accessions. The Kingdom of Westphalia was augmented in 1810 by the union of the states of the King of England and Germany, with the exception of the Duchy of Lauenburg, as had been already mentioned. Within a short time after he had disposed of the territory of Hanover, Bonaparte formed the Grand Duchy of Frankfurt by adding the district of Fulda and the greater part of the county of Hanau to the possessions of the Prince Primate, with the deduction of the Principality of Ratisbon, on condition that after the death of the Prince Primate, who had assumed the title of the Grand Duke of Frankfurt, these territories should pass to Eugene Bonharnius and his male descendants, and failing these, they should revert to the crown of France. The Grand Duke ceded to Napoleon the Principality of Ratisbon and his moiety of the navigation dues on the Rhine. The Elector of Bavaria had lost by the Peace of Luneville that part of the Palatinate situated on the left bank of the Rhine, with the Duchy of Dupont. The deputation of 1803 deprived him of the rest of the Palatinate, but that act amply compensated him by making over to him the bishoprics of Bamberg, Würzburg, Freisingen, Passau, and Augsburg, with several abbeys and free cities. By the Peace of Presburg, Bonaparte took Würzburg from him, but he gave him in lieu of it a considerable part of the spoils of Austria, especially the county of Tyrol, which contained more than 700,000 inhabitants. To recompense that monarch for the zeal which he had displayed, 1809, Bonaparte put him in possession of the principalities of Bayreuth and Ratisbon, the Duchy of Salzburg, with Berchtesgaden, and the part of Lower Austria which the Emperor had renounced by the Peace of Schönbrunn. In return, the King of Bavaria ceded back a part of the Tyrol, containing about 305,000 souls, which was annexed either to the Kingdom of Italy or the Illyrian provinces. By the Peace of Luneville, the Austrian monarchy had lost, in point of extent and population, but she had gained an addition of 6 millions of francs to her revenue. The government had to struggle incessantly against the ruinous state of the exchequer and the over-circulation of paper money. Neither loans nor economy could recover them. The embarrassed state of his finances was still more increased by the disastrous War of 1805. The Peace of Presburg cost the Emperor and the states that formerly belonged to the Venetians, the Tyrol, and all the possessions of his house in Swabia. He acquired nothing by that treaty except the Duchy of Salzburg and Berchtesgaden. His losses amounted to more than 1,000 German square miles of territory and nearly 3 millions of subjects. The following year, August 6, 1806, he voluntarily laid aside the imperial crown of Germany, adopting instead the hereditary imperial crown of Austria with the name of Francis I. Besides Salzburg and Berchtesgaden, the ci-devant of Grand Duke of Tuscany lost also Passau and Eichstätt, but he obtained the Principality of Würzburg. The Archduke Ferdinand was deprived of Breisgau and Ortenau. At the commencement of the year 1807, Austria had made warlike preparations which indicated that, but for the precipitancy with which the Peace of Tilsit had been concluded, she would have made a powerful diversion on the rear of the French army. It was not till the Convention of Fontainebleau that she obtained the restitution of Braunau, which had remained in the possession of the French, and which she purchased by new territorial losses on the side of Italy. From that moment, the Archduke Charles made great exertions for reorganizing the army, introducing a new order and a better discipline, forming bodies of militia and repairing fortresses. He continued to inspire the nation with an enthusiasm which it had never before displayed. Many wealthy individuals made large pecuniary sacrifices for the service of their country. The Peace of Schönbrunn, which terminated the War of 1809, brought Austria down to the rank of the third continental power. That monarchy comprehended a surface of 9,471 German square miles and a population of 21 millions. But her commerce was annihilated by the loss of Trieste and Fiume, which separated her from the sea. The immense quantity of paper money in the ceded provinces flowed back into the interior of the kingdom and reduced the currency of these bills to 1/5 of their nominal value. Prussia, by the resolutions of the Deputation of 1803, gained 426,000 subjects, and more than 4 millions of francs to her revenue, and the provinces which she acquired established to a certain extent the continuity of her Westphalian possessions with the center of the kingdom. A convention with the Elector of Bavaria respecting an exchange of territory made considerable additions to the principalities in Franconia. The king from that time occupied himself in applying the remedy of a wise administration to repair the calamities which wars and levies had inflicted on the country. In vain had they tried every means of persuasion to make him join the third coalition, and it was only the violation of his territory by the French troops that at last prevailed with him to take that step. We have already spoken of the convention at Potsdam, by which he engaged eventually to become a party to that confederacy, and of the attempt which he made to restore peace by means of negotiation. We have already mentioned how he became involuntarily, and by the turn which his minister gave to the affair with which he was entrusted, the ally of him whom he wished to engage in war. Prussia obtained by the Treaty of Vienna the precarious possession of the Electorate of Hanover, in lieu of which she ceded Ansbach, Cleves, and Neufchâtel. The superficial extent of the whole monarchy amounted then to 5,746 German square miles, with a population of 10,658,000 souls. The occupation of Hanover dragged Prussia into a war with England, and the course pursued towards her by Bonaparte soon compelled her to declare war against France. He had offered the Electorate of Hanover to the King of England, and had opposed Prussia in the project of associating Saxony, Hesse, and the Hanseatic towns in the confederation which Frederick wished to oppose to that of the Rhine. The Convention of Vienna thus became the occasion of inflicting new calamities on Prussia. Friedrich William renounced the territory of Hanover by the peace which he concluded with George III at Memel, January 28, 1807, but the Treaty of Tilsit cost the former the half of his German estates, viz. An extent of 2,657 German square miles, and a population of 4,670,000 souls. This sacrifice was not sufficient to appease the resentment of Bonaparte. By misinterpreting the equivocal terms of the Convention of Königsberg, he restored to the king only a part of his provinces on the east of the Vistula, which were desolated by the war and reduced almost to a desert. After 16 months of peace, he could not obtain repossession of his other provinces until he engaged to pay 120 million of francs to leave 3 fortresses in the hands of Bonaparte by way of pledge, and to promise never to keep more than 40,000 men in the field. Prussia was in a state of the greatest destitution at the time when Friedrich William turned his attention to the administration of the country. The army had devoured the substance of the inhabitants. The population had suffered a great diminution, while sickness and a complication of miseries were continually cutting them off in considerable numbers. The king submitted to many privations to fulfill the obligations he had contracted towards France, and thereby to obtain the final evacuation of the kingdom, as well as to relieve those provinces which had suffered more severely than others by the sojourn of the French army. He did everything in his power to revive agriculture and industry among his subjects, and restore the resources of the army, and thus prepare the way for recovering the rank which the Prussian monarchy had formerly held. independently of the hardships which Bonaparte inflicted on Prussia by protracting the stay of his army, and by the contributions which he imposed on her, this country was made the victim of a rapacity which is, perhaps, unprecedented in history, by a convention which the King of Saxony as Duke of Warsaw concluded with Bonaparte May 10, 1808, while occupied at Bayonne in overturning the Spanish monarchy. The latter ceded to him for a sum of 20 millions of francs not only the pecuniary claims of the King of Prussia over his Polish subjects, for these he had abandoned by the Peace of Tilsit, but also those of certain public establishments in Prussia, such as the Bank, the Society for Maritime Commerce, the Endowment for Widows, hospitals, pious foundations, universities, and schools, and what may seem incredible, those of private individuals in Prussia over Polish subjects. The pecuniary claims were so much the more considerable as the capitalists of the ancient provinces, since the introduction of the system of mortgage into Prussia, had advanced large sums to Polish proprietors for the improvement of their patrimonies. The sums thus taken from those who had furnished them and transferred to the King of Saxony were estimated at first at 43 millions and a half of francs and 4 millions of interest. But the financial authorities of the Duchy of Warsaw discovered that they amounted to 68 millions. In vain did Friedrich William offer to repurchase this pretended right of the King of Saxony by reimbursing the 20 millions of francs which the latter had been obliged, it was said, to give to Bonaparte. The Revolution of 1814 rectified this piece of injustice as it did many others. During this period, the north of Europe was agitated by 3 different wars, that of England against Denmark, which occasioned a rupture between the cabinets of St. Petersburg and London, that of Russia against Sweden, in which Denmark was involved, and lastly the war between Russia and Porte, in which England took an active part. The expedition of the English against the Isle of Zealand in 1807 was an event which was censured at the time with great severity, and which cannot be justified, since it is the nature of all preventive war to destroy the very arguments and evidences of its necessity. Nevertheless, if on the one hand we consider what was requisite to support the interests of Bonaparte after the Peace of Tilsit, or more properly speaking, to carry into execution the system he had organized, and if on the other we examine into his conduct a short time after towards Spain and Portugal, we shall find England not wholly without excuse. The Peace of Tilsit had excluded British commerce from all the southern ports of the Baltic, and she naturally wished that Sweden, and especially Denmark, who had a communication with the continent by way of Jutland, should open their ports to her. Several appearances indicated that it was the intention of Bonaparte to seize Denmark also after the Peace of Tilsit, and the British minister declared that he was in possession of proofs of a plan to that effect. The British government accordingly fitted out an expedition for the purpose of preventing his designs, with an activity and a celerity such as they had never displayed in sending aid to their allies, and that difference in their conduct tended not a little to create an unfavorable opinion as to the enterprise which they undertook against Denmark in 1807. An English fleet, having an army on board, to which a Hanoverian legion of 7,000 men, then in the Isle of Rugen, was afterwards added, sailed from England about the end of July or beginning of August. It was divided into 2 squadrons, one of which, under Commodore Keats, took up their station in the Great Belt, which till then had been thought inaccessible to ships of war, and thus cut off the Isle of Zealand from the mainland, where the Prince Royal with the Danish army then was. The 2nd Division, under the command of Admiral Gambier, with troops on board commanded by Lord Cathcart, arrived off Copenhagen. Mr. Jackson was sent to Kiel to demand from the Prince Royal the surrender of the Danish fleet, which they alleged it was in the intention of Bonaparte to seize. After a fruitless negotiation, Copenhagen, after being invested by the army of Lord Cathcart on the land side, was bombarded for 3 days, September 2, 3, 4, and a great part of the city destroyed. At length, General Hehman, the commander-in-chief of the Danish forces, demanded an armistice to treat for a capitulation. Sir Arthur Wellesley, the same officer who soon after so distinguished himself in Portugal, signed that capitulation on the part of Great Britain. The citadel was given up to the English. The Danes surrendered their fleet with all the naval stores in their arsenals and dockyards. The English stipulated for a delay of 6 weeks to prepare for departure, after which they promised to surrender the citadel and evacuate the Isle of Zealand. In this manner, the Danish marine, consisting of 18 ships of the line, 15 frigates, 6 brigs, and 25 sloops of war, fell into the hands of the English. During the 6 weeks stipulated for, the Court of London offered Denmark the alternative either of returning to a state of neutrality or of forming an alliance with England. The Prince Regent having refused both of these, England declared war against him, November 4, but she did not violate the capitulation of Copenhagen, as the evacuation of that city in the island of Zealand took place at the term specified. This event added Denmark to the French system. Her minister concluded a treaty of alliance at Fontainebleau, the tenor of which has not been made public. But if we may judge by the events which followed, it was agreed that the Danish islands should be occupied by French troops destined to act against Sweden. In the month of March 1808, 32,000 French, Dutch, and Spanish troops, the last bro, from the kingdom of Utrecht, under the command of Marshal Bernadotte, arrived in Zealand, Funen, and the other islands of the Baltic, but the defection of the Spanish troops and the war with Austria prevented the projected invasion of Sweden. The English took possession of the colonies of Denmark and ruined the commerce of her subjects. Friedrich VI, who had succeeded his father Christian VII, March 13, 1808, after having been at the head of the government as regent since 1784, strictly executed the continental system, especially after the commencement of the year 1810, when the two Counts Bersthoffs had retired from the ministry. He even went so far as to arrest all the English subjects found in Denmark. The expedition of the English against Copenhagen induced the Emperor Alexander to declare war against them, November 7. That monarch entered decidedly into the continental system and demanded of the King of Sweden that, agreeably to the conventions as to the armed neutrality of the North, he should enforce the principle by which the Baltic was declared a shut sea. The King of Sweden replied that the principles established by the conventions of 1780 and 1800 had been abandoned by that of June 17, 1801. That circumstances were entirely changed since Denmark, on whose cooperations he had formerly reckoned, had lost her fleet, and since, independently of the Sound, the English had effected another entrance into the Baltic through the Great Belt. These objections, however, did not prevent him from incurring a ruinous war. A Russian army entered Finland, February 21, 1808. General Buxhowden, who had the command, announced to the inhabitants of that province that the Emperor Alexander had thought it necessary to occupy that country in order to have a pledge that the King of Sweden would accept the proposals of peace which France had made to him. Although the Swedish troops in Finland were but few in number and defended it bravely, they were compelled to yield to the superior force of the Russians and to retire into East Bothnia. Sveaborg, the bulwark of Finland and deemed impregnable, surrendered, April 6, after a siege of a few days by Vice Admiral Kronstadt. A manifesto of the Emperor Alexander, March 28, had already declared the Grand Duchy of Finland to be incorporated with his empire. This unexpected attack excited the most lively indignation in Gustavus IV, who so far forgot himself as to cause Monsieur de Alopus, the Russian minister at his court, to be arrested. Denmark having also declared war against him, February 29, a Swedish army of 20,000 men under the command of General Armfield undertook the conquest of Norway. But this expedition was repulsed with loss, and the Danes even made incursions into Sweden. Field Marshal Count Klinsborg, being placed at the head of the Swedish army, then at Uleberg, began to act on the offensive in the north of Finland, while a second army under the command of General Vegesack disembarked at Abo, June 8. The war was carried on with variable success, but with equal bravery on both sides. At the end of the campaign, the Russians were again masters of Finland. A body of 10,000 English troops, commanded by the same General Moore, who a few months after fell at Corunna in Spain, had arrived in the roads at Gothenburg, May 17. But as the Swedish king could not come to an agreement as to the employment of these auxiliaries, nor even as to the command, he refused to permit the troops to disembark. He even ordered General Moore, who had repaired to Stockholm, to be arrested. But having soon found means to escape, Moore returned to England with his troops. Mr. Thornton, the British envoy, who had remonstrated against this arbitrary conduct of the king, was recalled. Admiral Chanikoff, with a Russian fleet of 24 ships of war, made an attempt to burn the Swedish fleet, commanded by Admiral Knockoff in Virgin Bay, August 18. But the arrival of an English fleet under Sir James Saumarez in Baltic Port, where Knockoff was, with a reinforcement of some English ships under the command of Admiral Hood, kept them in blockade for nearly 2 months. In Finland, an armistice had been concluded September 1808 on the footing of the uti possidetis, but the Emperor Alexander refused to ratify it. Another was then concluded at Okoki, November 19, by which the Swedish army engaged to evacuate Uleåberg and to retire behind Kemi. Towards the end of the year, the English cabinet advised the King of Sweden to make peace, which he obstinately refused, and even demanded additional supplies to continue the war with vigor. The British cabinet having declined to grant them unconditionally, Gustavus was on the point of coming to an open rupture with that court. But his indignation having abated, he agreed soon after to conclude a new convention at Stockholm, March 1, 1809, when Great Britain engaged to pay in advance 300,000 pounds sterling by quarterly installments. Meantime, a revolution was fermenting in Sweden which was to change the aspect of affairs. The haughtiness and obstinacy of the king had created him many enemies. The people were oppressed in a most extraordinary manner by burdens and imposts, which Gustavus increased arbitrarily, and without regard to constitutional forms. The severity with which he punished the troops, not only when they had committed faults, but even when they were unsuccessful, had alienated the minds of the soldiers from him, and especially the guards. A conspiracy was formed at the head of which was Lieutenant Colonel Adlerspar and Colonel Skeiderbrand, which was joined by the army of the West, or of Norway, and the troops that were stationed in the islands of Åland. Adelsparr and the army of the West marched on Stockholm. They had arrived at Obro when Field Marshal Klintspor, who had been disgraced, advised the king to avert the storm by changing his conduct. On his refusal, General Adler-Kreutz arrested him in the name of the people, March 13. The Duke of Södermannia, the king's uncle, was proclaimed regent. Gustavus was conveyed to Dreutenholm and thence to Gripsholm, where he signed a deed of abdication, which he afterwards declared on various occasions to have been voluntary. The revolution was terminated without commotion and without bloodshed. The regent immediately assembled the Diet at Stockholm. Not content with accepting the abdication of Gustavus such as he had given it, they excluded all his descendants from the throne of Sweden. They offered the crown to the regent, who declared his willingness to accept it when they had revised the constitution. This revision, by which the royal authority was limited without reducing it to a state of humiliation and dependence, having been adopted by the Diet, the Duke of Södermannia was proclaimed king June 5, 1809, under the title of Charles XIII, according to the common but erroneous method of reckoning the kings of Sweden. As the new monarch had no family, they elected as his successor to the throne Prince Christian Augustus of Holstein-Augustenburg, who commanded the Danish army in Norway and who had procured the esteem even of his enemies. Gustavus and his family were permitted to leave the kingdom, and towards the end of the year a new fundamental law was published regulating the order of succession to the throne. At Stockholm, the people flattered themselves that the dethronement of Gustavus would speedily bring peace to Sweden, but it was not so. Alexander I refused to treat with a government so insecure as a regency, and hostilities accordingly continued. General Noring, who had passed the Gulf of Bothnia on the ice with 25,000 Russians, took possession of the islands of Åland, March 17, when the Swedish troops stationed there retired to the continent of Sweden. Noring granted the Swedes a cessation of hostilities to allow them time to make overtures of peace. Apprised of this arrangement, Count Barclay de Tolly, who had crossed the Gulf with another body of Russians on the side of the Vasa and taken possession of Umeå, evacuated West Bothnia and returned to Finland. A third body of Russians under the command of Shuvalov penetrated into West Bothnia by the route of Tornea and compelled the Swedish army of the north, which was commanded by Grippensburg, to lay down their arms at Siwas, March 25. This sanguinary affair occurred entirely through ignorance, because in that country, lying under the 66th degree of north latitude, they were not aware of the armistice granted by Noring. On the expiration of the truce, hostilities recommenced in the month of May, and the Russians took possession of the part of West Bothnia lying to the north of Umeå. End of section 59.